Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon. And good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits. Because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that the day has come. The day has come. It is finally here. Whether you like to hear it or not, we have finally made it. Wow. Wow. What a ride. And the ride is about to get even crazier. I have a feeling. Today is going to be filled with a lot of plot twists. That's what I truly think. Just want to make that abundantly clear. Actually, I just want to pull something up before I forget. Because, I we did some things. All right. But nonetheless, it's been one hell of a ride. And we're finally here. Diddy sentencing. So, there's a lot we got to get into. There's a lot that's going to be happening. They're waiting for Diddy to walk in. They haven't started anything yet, at least right now. I'm sure things are going to start kicking off here very soon. And there's a lot that we need to talk about. There's a lot, all right? A lot happened over the last 12, 24 hours, let's just say, before today, that we need to talk about and discuss. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, or do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. Please and thank you. If you are watching on these platforms, like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you are following those platforms, okay? Follow. Make sure you're subscribed here to my YouTube channel, all right? We cover a lot of things other than just Diddy, all right? Everything from true crime to pop culture, even to politics, we're talking about it right here on this show. So make sure you are subscribed, okay, to this channel. Go check out my other channels, The Pascal Show Clips and Pascal Raw. Subscribe over there. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right. Subscribe, baby. Subscribe. All right. Hit that notification bell on all the platforms so you know whenever I go live or upload. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Yes. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff. PascalMerch.com. Okay, Daco. We got some things we have got to talk about, guys. Man, oh man, What a wild ride it has been as of late. Diddy is definitely on the chopping block today. We are finding out whether or not this man right here and a judge, we're going to find out if this judge is going to go easy on him or if he's about to go ham. Yes, guys, the moment we've all been waiting for. We've been waiting for this for over a year or so now. Finding out what actually is going to happen. If he's going to be locked up for good or for a good long time. Or if he's going to be exonerated, he's going to walk out. Not exonerated, but, set free. See the baby oil? Yeah. I wonder if he's having like nightmares about baby oil. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really wondering if he's waking like night sweats, that deep, deep, nasty, cold night sweats. And it's because he's having dreams about just, baby oil, just out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? No? Just baby oil dressed up as like the Punisher or dressed up like Jane Doe or something like that during a freak off. He's, baby oil, you know what I mean? No one ever asked that. No one ever asked that. Well, he for damn sure gonna have that. You know what I mean? He's gonna start having weird dreams and nightmares about baby oil and Astroglide. I'm just saying, just wait for it. Everywhere he turns, baby oil. You know what I mean? Astro. You know what I mean? No? Okay. That's fine. Things just that go through my mind that live rent-free in my mind. You know what I mean? No? Okay. I thought maybe I'd be like not the only one that has these things that go on in their mind. I'm just saying, baby, he's turned into his cellmate, which he will have a cellmate at some point. Hold me. I'm cold. It's so haunting. Baby, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten like some sort of skin cancer. You know what I'm saying? Or strange growths. And I don't mean like the gift that keeps on giving. I'm just saying from the amount of baby oil that's being used, right? The gallons and gallons of baby oil. The gallons and gallons of baby oil and Astroglide. I'm surprised like his body isn't like rejecting that. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised his body doesn't, he uses it so damn much. You'd think that he would like never be ashy for life. Like he would just produce his own baby oil, secreting out of the orifices of his own body. You know what I'm saying? Did anyone think about that except me? Besides me? Does anyone think, like, you know what I'm saying? There's so much baby oil that at some point his body probably is baby oil. You realize that, right? And not only is he like when he got locked up the first time, he was going through detox, right? Was he going through detox on baby oil? Was his skin just suddenly just dried up like a raisin in the sun? See what I did there? Bars. But I'm just curious. Because he's like, I'm so itchy. You know what I mean? I need the baby oil. The baby. You know what I mean? Nobody? Yeah, he probably bleeds and pees and even poops baby oil. He cries Astroglide. You know what I'm saying? Okay, like I said, thoughts that just go through my mind. I'm weird. I'm sorry. This creative mind just, you know what I mean? Literally, I'm sitting there going, Does he have nightmares about baby oil now? I don't really think that was me just off the cuff talking. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to every single last one of y'all. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and being a part of the show. There's a lot that's been going on. Okay. I just had to ask that question for a friend. Okay. You know, does he have nightmares about baby oil? Just saying. You know, but moving on, we're going to move on. Today is the day that we finally find out if he's going to be locked up for a good long time or if he's going to just like walk out. Like time served is already done and he's going to walk out, or he'll walk out in a few months and it'll be a wrap, right? We all want to know what's going on. But something I did yesterday, not that some of y'all saw, but not a lot of y'all saw. So I wanted you guys to see it anyway, because I'm just a butthole and I just feel like you guys need to see it. And, you know, I'm trying something new. Okay. I'm trying something new, dagnabbit. Okay. In my shorts. Okay. That sounded very Diddy like. Hold on. I don't mean I'm trying to do something in my shorts. That would be weird. And then that's why you wear Depends. But what I'm talking about is I'm just trying something new in my short form videos. How's that? Okay. I'm trying something new in my short form videos. And that's a weird, see, I'm even doing myself dirty. You see what I did with this freeze frame? Like what's that? But we're gonna move back. That doesn't make it any better. That doesn't make it any better. Why is my face so animated? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. So here's the thing. Here's the dildo. So I did a video yesterday. Some of y'all saw it, some of y'all didn't. But I gave a really brief breakdown of everything that's going on. Like I said, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to bring something to the show. I'm trying to do something a little bit more scripted and bringing something to the show. Not only just giving you guys like, we got breaking news. Everything that's going on is going to absolute crap. The whole world's going to hell in a handbasket. I'm still doing those videos for sure to give you guys what the hell's going on. All right. But I'm also trying to throw in a little bit of, myself in these videos now. You know what I'm saying? So I want to share this with you guys because it's a breakdown of everything that happened yesterday, except for the new stuff that happened after I uploaded this video, okay? Which I could not do that in less than 3 minutes. How's that? Okay, so we're going to be talking about that here in just a little bit. Yeah, I know. No matter what freeze frame I do, look, it's a tragedy. Look, that's not better either. I mean, that looks like... That's terrible. And some of y'all say I'm handsome. I don't see it. I don't see it, y'all. Okay? It doesn't. See what I'm saying? It doesn't help. It really doesn't help. So we're just going to start from the beginning and just roll with this. Okay? I just want you guys to hear this because this is all important stuff. Yes, there's jokes in here, but you'll hear everything.
Diddy's sentencing is almost here, and his defense team just dropped something wild. But don't break out that baby oil just yet. It's not what you think, you dirty, salty scallywags. They're rolling out doctors. Yeah. 2 specialists in the sexual disorders department who basically gave Diddy a 5-star Yelp review. One of them basically said the patient is in control of his urges. Another one gave him 2 thumbs up. Real talk. Which honestly might not have been the best phrasing given the context,
So here's the thing. Thank you, Pascal. I appreciate you reporting. Great reporting here. Now, here's the thing. He brought in, and I'm assuming these two doctors, are going to be in the courtroom today. I'm trying to tell you, Diddy is pulling out all the stops. All right. He's bringing in everybody he can. I'm telling you right now, everyone he can. He's throwing everything and the kitchen sink at the judge. He's going to do everything he can to get a lesser sentence, to try to sway this judge into giving him a smaller, if not no sentence at all, right? So what's going to be very interesting is to see how this all goes down. The other thing, too, is they are basically saying that this whole doggone thing could last till Monday because of the amount of people that are going to be coming in on Diddy's behalf, just on Diddy's side alone, is insane to me. I'm gonna let him cook.
According to Dr. Kruger at Columbia, Diddy's preferences break down just like this. 85% regular hibbity-dibbity, that sideways samba, you feel me? And then 15% with them freak-offs. His lawyers say that's accurate and remind the judge only 2 women, Cassie and Jane, even testified about those freaky nights. Those freaky nights.
Now, we're going to stop right there. So again, he's coming out with all kinds of stuff, okay? He's coming out with everything. He's trying to get people to sit there and go, hey, this is normal stuff. This is normal things, okay? Yeah, I know the volume is very, very low. I don't know why. But they're sitting there trying to say that all of this work, okay? All of this that he's done, all the crimes that he's committed, the crime that he's being hit with, etc. All that. It's just normal stuff. It's only 15% of his life. The other 85% is just regular good old-fashioned sideways samba. Just the hibbity-dibbity. Missionary, for lack of a better term. But then the other 15% is them freak-offs. Now, I want to go back to something really quick. I didn't get a chance to react or talk about this. This judge, or no, I'm sorry, these 2 doctors, one of them gave him 2 thumbs up. I'm not kidding. They just said 2 thumbs up. What the hell does that mean? You mean to tell me, and let's play this idea in our minds for a second. You mean to tell me that he just walked up and said, hey, yeah, judge, so tell me what, am I good? Am I good to go? Do I have a clean bill of health? Right? And the judge or the doctor just went and did this. No words, no explanation, no nothing, just 2 thumbs up. How do you write down 2 thumbs up? Except writing 2 thumbs up. I'm just saying, do you write down, the doctor just gave me 2 thumbs up? Like, explain that to me real quick. How does that work? Just 2 thumbs up? This literally is not a Siskel and Ebert movie review, okay? So you can't sit there and go, I saw the Titanic and I give it 2 thumbs up. No, okay? No. So again, make that make sense. And another one said, his urges are under control. His urges are under control because he's locked up right now. Do you realize that, right? Once he gets free, he's just going to find another way, a more stealthy way to get what he wants out here. His urges aren't done. Are you kidding me? He's just going to be less sloppy with how he does his stuff, how he operates out here in these streets. So miss me with the nonsense of them saying, oh, yeah, his urges are done. I tell you, his urges are done. What? They're under control. Make that make sense, guys. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Let's continue. Stupid. But there's more.
He's even having a 15-minute video played at the hearing. And no one will be seeing in the video anyone rocking black leather straps.
Okay. So he's also playing a 15-minute video. Basically, I feel like they're rolling out, like, this is like old school, like way back in the day. I don't know if they do this in school anymore, but when they roll out the TV with the DVD player or the VCR, for some of y'all from that lived back in those days, okay, with the VCR, and everyone's like, the kids are like, oh, right, we're about to watch a movie, right? And it's some boring video about like dinosaurs, you know what I mean? The prehistoric age, and it's like Carl Sagan or something like that. Carl Sagan, you know what I mean? And it telling the stories about the universe, you know? It's a multitude of stuff. Carl Sagan, you know what I mean? Now it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, but you know what I'm talking about, all right? And so I feel like they're gonna roll out the damn TV on the trolley with the damn VCR, and they're gonna pop in this tape, and they'll be like, many moguls are incredible, but there is only one Sean Diddy Combs. But we all want to know the truth behind the man. Who is Diddy? And it's a whole documentary, 15-minute documentary of him showing home videos, him being a good guy, him being a humanitarian, him shaking hands with the likes of Trump and other political or bigwig people. I'm just saying, think about it. Think about it. And I feel like my prediction is right. Real talk. I mean, cut out the intro, okay? Cut out the intro that I did. I'm just saying, I feel like it's going to be a compilation video of him doing amazing humanitarian work. Him giving back to the community. People putting in commentary like, yeah, Sean Diddy Combs saved my life. He cured my cancer. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that. He almost godlike. I can walk again. I never walked since I was 72. I'm 90, and I finally know how to walk again. He just touched me right on my brow, and I felt his spirit come through me with the Astroglide and the baby oil, right? And now I could walk again. You know what I mean? Diddy, music mogul, media mogul, humanitarian. Sean Diddy Combs. You know, I'm waiting for that crap. Pioneer. And he's just standing there, you know, looking out to like the skyline of LA or some crap. That will be the video. Look how amazing he is. He's a good man. He's a good man. You know? That's what it is. So, like I said, the judge is going to do everything in their power. Everything in their power. Diddy is going to do everything in their power to convince that judge to give him no sentence or a very, very, very little sentence. Okay? But a 15-minute video. I've never seen this before in my life. I've never heard about this. I've never seen, like, you know, you don't have Brian Koberger doing a 15-minute video before his sentencing. You know what I mean? Brian Koberger, former heroin addict, avid runner, and once wanting to be another Slim Shady. But no one really knows or understands the real man behind the name. Who is Brian Koberger? They didn't do that. We ain't never seen any of that crap before. But he gonna do it this time. This is some crazy stuff. You can't make this up. This is the real deal Holyfield. He's going hard in the paint. He even goes harder after all this crap that he's asking for. We're going to talk about it here in a second. Let's continue.
But prosecutors, they're like, bruh, it only takes one freak off to violate the Man Act, baby. And they're pushing for 11 years behind bars.
We already know that.
Diddy's team is fighting to keep other so-called victims out of sentencing. People like his ex-assistant, Mia, and his stylist, Deontay Nash. They claim these two were discredited during trial, but they've still written letters to the judge. His lawyers say that the government's gone way beyond zealous, even calling it indecent. And instead of a decade In prison, they want him to have around 14 months, which, after time served, means he'd basically be out in 2 years. Bottom line, though, the docs literally say this: the fate of Sean Diddler Diddy Combs is now in the court's hands. So, burning question is this: would the judge side with doctors giving him a clean bill of bedroom health, or with prosecutors saying one freak off too many? Stay tuned, though, because I have a feeling with Diddy's antics inside this courtroom, I think it's about to get slipperier than Astroglide.
So you got all that's going on, right? Plenty of things that are going on in today. They're having the whole 15-minute video. He's going to be bringing in people to speak out on his behalf. I don't know, but it's from my understanding, it sounds like the doctors are supposed to be coming in to talk as well. 15-minute video, doctors. He also is going to talk. All right. But what's crazy is that he's like, allow me to talk, but I don't want any of these victims, any of these alleged victims to speak on their behalf. No. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anything from them. Miss me with that nonsense. Find another place to go speak your fee-fees. Find a podcast. Do not do it in here. I said it again. Do not say or do it in here. Right? But he's allowed to do all this stuff. He's allowed to do all of this. But everybody else is not allowed to come in and speak? I'm surprised Cassie isn't coming in yet, or didn't come in for this too, which is also a surprise to me as well. But I digress. Obviously, we are keeping an eye on Inner City Press, because of course they're doing a lot of coverage on this whole thing. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So we are going to get into that part too. All right. Because obviously there's now a bunch of stuff that's happened. And again, we're going to be bouncing back and forth, right? We're going to be in here giving updates on what's going on from Inner City Press, but then also, I know Doc, that she moved. She moved out of fear. She moved away from New York out of fear. I don't blame her. But I'm surprised she didn't come in to just like, you know what I mean? Stick it to him one last time. That sounds weird too. But we're going to continue on. Okay. But you know how it is. It takes a minute to get all the information. And then when they finally get moving, you see what I'm saying? Sometimes he won't write anything for a minute. Right. So during that time, we're going to be bouncing back and forth. Okay. Just so you know, this might be a long haul. This might be a long night or a long day. They might be able to get everything in by today, or it might bleed into Monday because of all the crap that he has, all the things that he's trying to throw at the judge. The judge is going to have a very interesting day. Like I said, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting day. But the fact that he's trying to block Mia and the likes of Deontay Nash or anybody else that claims to be a victim or who has testified in court against Diddy, the fact that he's trying to cut them off is ridiculous. But he's allowed to do a whole Diddy show before his sentencing. I think that's ridiculous. Okay. So again, they're saying this is like right in the beginning. They're saying, this is 9:56 a.m. 4 minutes before they're supposed to start court. So Combs' lawyer, Agnifilo, Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandra Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table, -1, which is Maureen Comey, because she got fired, remember? So she's no longer there anymore, all right? Because, she is also James Comey's daughter, and you know what happened with James Comey. We talked about that last week, I think. Man, the news be news, and so fast you just lose track of days, but you get what I'm saying. Trump doesn't like the Comeys. Let's just say that, all right? Judge Clerk says, "Are you ready to proceed? Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? Then they said yes. So they're waiting for Diddy to come out. Diddy's been brought in. He's in a white shirt, so he's allowed to wear civilian clothing. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mama was in the gallery, or is in the gallery. Of course, everybody and their mom's going to be in there. Brian Steele standing next to him, whispering in his ear, Astro Clyde. Moving on. A few minutes later, all rise. This is U.S. versus Sean Combs. The judge says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? So prosecution says, yes, I'm handing it up. Judge says, first, I'll go over that I have received the this certain things and the pre-sentencing report. Sometimes his typing is out of whack, okay? I'll hear from the parties. So he says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Diddy and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciate the letters. I've received government's letters from Ms. Ventura and others. I appreciate them as well. So Diddy's lawyer, Alexandra, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. So from the jail that he's being held up at right now. Okay, so they're submitting an evaluation clearly to basically say he's an upstanding inmate, fantastic guy. He's done wonderful things, starting programs inside there and everything. He's just an upstanding civilian, just like how he is out in the streets. He's just an amazing guy. That's basically what they're saying. Prosecution says, we don't have a copy. So then the judge says, just please give her one. Prosecution says, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today. Whoa, that's new. Whoa. Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today. What happened? What had happened, though? In part due to the letter submitted by the defense. They're claiming bullying. She feels intimidated by that. Holy damn. Excuse me. We think that the defense letter violated your honor's rules. The judge says this. I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Well, it's already too late, baby. It's already too late. The sentencing is today. Period. It should not happen again. It ain't going to happen again. No, Mari Lee, I don't think she got paid. Hold on. Let's not off-road this thing. No, I think she got scared. I think he said they said things in the letter that were rude and inappropriate. I agree. There should not have been any tolerance of that at all. Real talk. But no, I don't think she got paid off. I think she got scared off. So he says, the judge continues, anyone beyond Diddy? Anyone else going to talk beyond Diddy? Okay, before his sentencing? So Brian Steele comes up and says, the Reverend. So he's coming in with a pastor. Jesus! You know what I mean? So, and Diddy's children will come up and stand together. So his family's, I knew he was going to use his family. I knew that he was going to use his family. I knew it. Hey, kids, I need you to come up here and I need you to say something on my behalf. Make me sound like a freaking angel. And then I want you to get rid of all them plastics and those videotapes. Moving on, though. See how I'm doing all these callbacks from the earlier in the trial when he was arrested. You know what I mean? Okay, never mind. If you don't know, I'll try to explain. I don't know how to explain it. But moving on. Kids are going to be coming up. His reverend, because remember, he found God. I found faith. I found sobriety. I found therapy. I'm just a man, right? Which is all BS. Moving on. Also, Giovanni from the program. So there's a Giovanni. I don't know who that person is, but I'm assuming it's from in inside the jail program that's probably coming up to be like, yeah, Judge, Diddy was absolutely fantastic. He was an absolute leader inside that jail cell. Without him, I don't know if I would have gotten off that prison smack. And that prison smack be smacking, you feel me? So again, we'll see what Giovanni has to say. And I wonder how much he got paid. Moving on, judge turns to prosecution and says, prosecution, Slavic. So prosecution says, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. This filing, okay, 940 filing, Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. So in other words, they're trying to shut this whole thing down. They're like, we need to get straight into this. This cannot be a whole thing like this is his 50th birthday. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Like, this is not like where everybody walks up and just, showers him with wonderful compliments on his 50th birthday. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a beautiful thing, but and that's dope. And we all want that at some point. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, Susan, this is your life. And then it's all these people that come up and be like, you were a huge impact in my life, Susan. I love you. And the kids, even the wayward kid that shows up, it's like, Ma, I know we have our problems, but happy 50th. I love you. You're amazing, Ma. Susan, I know I don't call you that because you're my ma, but Susan, you're amazing. I love you. You know what I mean? This is not the time, though. This is not the time to have this. Okay? This is not the time. But again, they're doing this is your life, Diddy. You know what I mean? So, but I can allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. So prosecution says, within your discretion, Mr. Steele, okay for the children and Dr. Johnson. Reverend Dr. Johnson. Okay. They wanted to make that abundantly clear. He's a man of the cloth. He's a man of faith. And he's got his PhD. Moving on. Or his doctorate, at least. I'll think about the others. Now, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. Acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. versus Vaughn, second court, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now, the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal SA guideline. This or there is a little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense. Concrete harms to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sexual acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was a flight from Cannes. Did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But 3553A, since I don't know what that's weird. Okay, but moving on. Since I can consider it under 3553A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Diddy marking of pads as legal, that was troubling. Remember that? Remember where he was writing things down like pay this person off, and there was certain pieces of information that he was writing on these notepads that were very damning, very revealing, and he should have been reprimanded for those things for real, okay? But then they tried it, and they should have been reprimanded for lying in court. His team committed perjury because he wrote at the end legal on it. When it first was, the photos were taken of the legal pads, legal was not written on those pads at all. And there was very damning information, very revealing information. And then at the last minute, he wrote legal on the pads, and they try to make it seem like he had legal written on those pads the entire time, and the feds were trying to, were out to get him. That's all BS. It's all BS, just so you know. So again, I'm surprised that they haven't really reacted, or the judge hasn't done anything about that. And now he's talking about it, and hopefully he does something about it now, which still, is it too late now? I don't know. But he says, let me go back to what I said in the beginning. He says, next, Diddy's marking of pads as legal was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it. That's true too. Diggity damn. He's got a point there too. It's not only just on the judge, it's also on the government. And the government dropped the government dropped the ball on that. They could have rode that till the wheels fell off. You feel me? They could have ridden that. They could have rode that till the wheels fell off. Okay? Real talk. But they didn't. They just kept moving. I don't know what is going on with the feds, but they jacked this thing up so bad. I think that they could have literally had this guy on harder charges if they were prepared better, but they weren't. It was a complete circus. It was a complete cluster F on their end as well. That's something that they could have ridden on so hard. They could have rode that so freaking hard, and they didn't. They were committing perjury. They were lying about that. And they never brought it up, and they never fought back. They never pushed back at the judge going, but judge, they lied about the legal. They didn't say nothing about it. It was just, whatever, we're going into this whole thing, and we're going to bring in these Jane Does and fumble the bag and fumble the ball the entire damn time. Anyway, good God. So they could have pushed to clarify it. So I will not apply the enhancement. The government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Cassie as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Diddy coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Diddy's objections. Diddy objects to characterizing Cassie and Jane as victim. That is also overruled. Diddy also objects to the pros that were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. There was Jules and Paul and Cabral, James, Reggie, and Rico. There was Pam, Vicky, at least two Kims. As to coercion, when something is voluntary, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos and to Jane's home, that's coercion. Finally, we're hearing the judge say some things. Ain't that interesting? Interesting. Yeah. LaToya, Vicky, about 3 Kims. So he had, like I said, he had Jules, Paul, Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. Rico Suave. He had a lot of D. It's crazy. He had a hankering for hogs. We've talked about that before. He had a hankering for hogs. And that's a whole lot of, that's a pigsty right there. I got bars today. And I didn't sleep very well last night, but I still got bars. Okay. So, hankering for hogs, and that's a pigsty. filled with hogs. He just called them up. Sup? I need to be here at this particular time for a little freak off, baby. That's a lot of mans. That's a whole lot of mans. Yeah, he had a hankering, Rose City, a hankering for hogs. Okay. Yeah, you can't make this up. Can't make this up. And somebody on the bottom just said, this won't look good on appeal. Yeah, this is not going to look good at all. Let me just tell you, okay? It's not looking good for him, okay? It's not looking good at all. As far as that, because clearly, when something is voluntary, it is uncompelled, right? He says it's a broad concept, but when you have threats to release videos and to Jane's home, like she's going to lose her home, etc., that is coercion. That's making somebody do something against their will. He's leaning on that for sure. I don't know if he's going to get a I need to get to the polls, okay? I do need to make a poll, okay? But like I said, this is not I don't think this is going to be good. I mean, just from what we're reading so far. Hold on. Let me just refresh this and see what it is. Okay, there's more. But anyway, so let me just go back to what I said. The threat to release videos and to Jane losing her home, okay, that's coercion. Moving on. Diddy said he was paying for time, not the hibbity-dibbity. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Diddy has challenged his guilty full-throatedly. There's a double meaning in that, including after trial. No remorse. Isn't that a movie? Yeah, that is. I think it's a Michael B. Jordan movie. No remorse. Basically, zero remorse. He has not expressed remorse for moving people around for his own hibbity-dibbity content. He continues to challenge the guilty plea, right? He continues to challenge that with countless letters that he sent to the judge rather than just waiting for today to come in and talk. Let me just tell you something. He has not tried to just sit back and shut the hell up and use this time to come forward and speak to the judge. He's done nothing but been annoying, and he's been like literally a nagging, annoying gnat. That's basically what this judge is saying right now. He's saying, hey, you haven't even sat down and just taken in the fact that you were found guilty on these charges. You constantly are challenging this. You constantly send letters of demands for X, Y, and Z rather than sitting down and taking me saying no as an answer. That's a big problem. And also, by the way, that shows kind of how Diddy may be. If he's not willing to take no for an answer from a judge, how do you think he's doing that? How do you think he's handling a no from a woman or from one of his girls? Think about that for a second as well. So you know for a fact over the past few months, this judge has been sitting idly by just receiving new letters and documents from his team. Countless things over and over again of them being like, he's innocent. He needs to be let go. He was just making amateur adult films. Let him go, baby. And let him go, right? Over and over and over again. The judge is seeing this over time. He literally probably has a stack enough to make a book out of it. Okay, he probably will. But you see what I'm saying, right? It's enough for someone to be like, yo, come on. Yo, why do you keep hitting me up? Stop. I said, I will see you in October. You know what I mean? At this point in his mind, I'm sure he's like, you got me drinking now, man. Okay? Instead of me just sitting in my leather-bound book library, all right, filled with law from brilliant minds, smelling of rich mahogany and vanilla, now I'm drinking. Okay? I even thought about going back to the Rock. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because you are stressing me out so much. Shut up. I will see you in October. But no, they keep sending more and more stuff over to him. And it's like, can't you just take no and just be cool with that? I'd be annoyed too. But he's also seeing this as a reflection on his character. Here's the other thing too. And I feel like this was the worst thing. And I said it yesterday when we talked about it. I think it's the worst thing he could have done. You want to know what the worst thing he could have done? What was the worst thing he could have done, Pascal? He wrote a letter about Mia wanting to speak. It is the worst letter that you could have ever have made. Real talk. It's the worst letter you could have ever written before a sentencing. You realize this was right before his sentencing. You see what I'm saying? Of all things, everything else was annoying. Everything else was annoying. Okay, we can all agree on that. But then you go, she's a liar. She shouldn't even be up there. How dare she? Blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. Why say that stuff, homie? You could have easily said, we don't agree with her coming up. Given the fact that she already said her piece, we just don't think this is the right thing to do. But they put their feelings in that. It was all fifis. Oh, she's a liar. She's a dan. Fake voice, right? Fake voice, face name, fake name, and all that stuff. She's fake. She's a liar. That's to the judge, though. You don't think the judge is walking in with that information as well? You don't think he's putting that in his back pocket to remember for his sentencing? There's zero remorse coming from this man. Zero. So, Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit's one book rule. Next, Diddy objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. Denied. This guy's going in. Oh, my damn. He going in, baby. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Diddy? He says, yes, sir. Diddy says, yes, sir. Then judge turns to Mr. Steele, or Diddy's lawyer. Mr. Steele, did you review it? So then Tenny Garagos says, I did. I reviewed it. Judge, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. All remaining objections are overruled. So Garagos goes, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. We can address that. Garagos says, if necessary. If necessary. So they're still holding on to hope, by the way. Still holding on to hope. But I don't know. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm going to get this poll up here in a second, okay? That's what he said. But anyway, Shapiro, Diddy's lawyer Shapiro, says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. Judge says 380 pages. Yeah. So Shapiro continues. We raised due process. The fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor, we believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. Yeah, no kidding. Joe Miller just said this too. Court tip, don't piss off the judge. Yeah. And they pretty much did. Okay, just to keep it a complete bean. Okay? But it is true. There is no accountability whatsoever on Diddy's part. The entire time, he has been trying everything in his power to throw this whole thing off, to get a lesser sentence. All he cares about is getting free. He doesn't care about rehabilitation. He doesn't care about taking accountability and getting better at this, being better, being a better person. Okay, not being better at the freak offs, but I'm saying being better, right? Learning to be a better human being and to go forward in his life, not being a butthole. But no, he still continues to be a butthole, and he's doing it through his lawyers. And his lawyers, if anything, if this sentencing goes really bad, this is his lawyer's fault. This is when you pay too much money. This is when financial privilege F's you in the A, because you got somebody or a team being like, we're going to stop at nothing, buddy, we're going to stop at nothing, because they're getting paid copious amounts of dollars. All right. He's probably dipping into his kids' savings accounts and stuff. Real talk, to pay off these lawyers to the point where these lawyers are doing too much. Okay. So yeah, 380 pages, y'all. 380 pages were given. Like I said, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. 380 pages, baby. He's like, I didn't need all this. 380. What the hell's all this? What the hell's this? You give me what? 380 pages, man. Let's continue. I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? So he says, the judge says it is preserved. The PSR says the offensive level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history is category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. 70 to 87 months. 70 to 87 months. Interesting, right? Yeah, it'd be like 6-ish years. 6-7 years. A little over 7 years at most. Right? Yeah. A little over 7 years. 87 months at the most. So 6 to 7 years. So right around the bracket I think he's going to get. I really think he's going to get like 5 to 6 years. Now, if he gets 6 to 7, big diggity damn. And I don't know if that's the minimum. Okay? But we'll see. If he gets 11 years, I will be shook. I will be shook. All right? But let me just say this. That's on criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. So I'll hear from the government. So the feds step up. I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice for 15 years. The victims' lives have been shattered by attacks and exploitation. You know we got to use these code words. Feds continue. This is not just a case about freak-offs in hotel rooms. This is about victims hard. This is about victims hard. That doesn't work. That's weird. This is about victims hard. I don't know what that. Okay. He saw a lot of victims hard. Moving on. This is about victims hard. He's got typos. I don't know what he's saying there, but we'll see. About a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. 135 months. Somebody said between 5 to 7 years. Diddy is currently 55. He's cooked, mate. I don't know. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, he might be in trouble. They're asking, now they're saying 15 years. You see that? Now they're saying 15 years. He weaponized his currency, which is control. He weaponized his control. 135 months. Somebody do the math. How long is that? Somebody do the math real quick. What is that? That makes 11 years? Okay. So still 11 years that they're asking for. But it's interesting that they're saying, hey, today is about accountability and justice for 15 years. I think maybe he's saying they're saying for 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by attacks and exploitation. I think that's what they're saying. But these typos can be, you know what I mean? The punctuation throws you off. So they're still asking for the same amount, which is a little over 11 years. Okay, they're still asking for 11 years. So they're saying for 15 years he used coercion, he used his control as currency. Okay, and that he weaponized his control. Okay. The feds continue. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. The defendant tries to argue that this is just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for pros and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. He did. They bookended the whole damn trial with, yeah, we know he knows that he's a violent guy, and he admits to being a violent guy. But he didn't. But this was all about love. It was all about love, right? So it's about transportation for pros and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Woo! Shamalama ding dong, baby. Yeah, brother love is in trouble though. It might be over for brother love. Let me get this poll here really quick. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. All right. And also, I see a bunch of y'all in here. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Seriously. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Because you could be watching anywhere else. And hopefully I'm keeping it entertaining for you guys. All right. That's my job, to not make this stuff boring. All right. So if you do appreciate that, hit that like button down below. Crush it. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. Please and thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, because I know some of y'all are new to the show. Okay, subscribe. That's all I ask. Subscribe. Okay, and of course, check out my other stuff. Please also follow me on Facebook. Go to my Facebook page if you are on Facebook. Go to Facebook. Follow me on Facebook. because there's a lot of information on Facebook that I don't do videos or cover about other true crime stories or other things that are popping off in the world. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on this government shutdown, and man, is that getting crazy. That's getting crazy as well. And I know a lot of y'all give a damn about what's going on in this country and what's going on with the government. So make sure you do that as well. Check it out. Be sure to follow the Pascal Show on Facebook. All right. We just got past 50,000 followers on Facebook, which is amazing. We just got back past that. I mean, I know we're like 51,000 now, but still, no matter what, it is pretty amazing that so many people are flooding over to the channel and following. All right. Because like I said, a lot of breaking news that's popping off. I'm letting you guys know over there too. Okay. But I digress. 1 second, guys. 1 second. What is this? Interesting. Okay. Oh, so many questions. So many questions. Okay. Well, thanks so much for tuning in here. Because I know, Academics is going to make it a very interesting and entertaining show for sure with his coverage as well. So I appreciate you coming through, Bradley Hill. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you coming through and checking out this show. So let me get this poll here really quick because this gives us a little bit of time. Also, I do want to get a chance to give you guys read you guys the letter that Diddy read or wrote to the judge the night before, like last night, the night before, which is crazy. All right. But when we get kind of like a little lull, I'll read that to you guys as well. So, hold on. Okay, I got very easy poll for you guys to check out. Okay. Two different ones. Or one, obviously, but two different choices. All right. Do you think that the judge is going to go easy on Diddy, or do you think he's going to go hard as a mother lover on Diddy? That's the ongoing question I have for you. All right. Let's hit this refresh real quick and see what's popping. Okay. Again, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate it. Hold on, let me hit this refresh here. All right. So yeah, hit that like button down below. Love to see it go past 1K. Okay. But let's continue on. So the defense says the defendant's respect for law is lip service. So they're basically saying it's a fugazi. It's a lie, right? They continue. Diddy has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. What? 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 Yo. The F? The actual F? What? Do you realize nah, bro. Nah, homie. Nah, that's dumb. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's screw. Oh, he's screwed. Oh, he's screwed. Why would he do? Oh, he's so dumb. Oh my God, he's so dumb. Y'all, he's so dumb. He's so dumb. He really thinks he's that untouchable? Why does he have why does he have speaking engagements? The nerve of this person, the audacity of this person. He really thinks he's going to get out that quick? What? Okay. He booked speaking engagements for Miami next week. That's the height of his hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many pros. That's a lot of freak-offs and a whole lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Unfreaking believable. Even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Okay, and then he's like, okay, well, we covered it, so check this out. Click right here on this link. Okay. This is just ridiculous. Why would he have speaking engagements as soon as next week? He really thinks he's going to walk out. He really thinks that him pulling out all the stops with the video, his kids speaking, a reverend coming in, and I know my brother Diddy. Let me mop my brow. He is an amazing man. He is a man of God. He is a man of faith. He has found God, and he's been working that Bible. He has been working on his faith. He has found Jesus. That's literally what they're doing. $15-minute video on how amazing Diddy is. His family gets to speak. A reverend doctor gets to speak. And then Diddy gets to speak. He really thinks that all of that means he's going to walk today and that he is going to get to speak at an event in Miami next week. Do you realize how dumb he is? This is beyond dumb. Okay, a speaking tour with Bunny Blue. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That was a good one. But yeah. He's doing a speaking engagement for like P-Hub or something. You know what I mean? Maybe he's speaking on behalf of Astroglide. You know? I don't know. The Stroke Awards or something. But anyway, this is ridiculous. That is a level of you don't have any remorse for what you have. That information for the judge consuming that information, this, I'm hoping, wakes him the F up. How dumb is Diddy, Pascal? He's so dumb that he's booking speaking engagements while he's still being locked up before his own sentencing. That is dumb. Do you realize how dumb that is? And now the feds just exposed that ish to the judge. You think the judge is going to sit there and be like, oh, he is? Well, then let's get him out as soon as possible. Can we wrap this up? No, you don't need to play that video. I don't need to hear anything from the kids or from Reverend Doctor. Okay, so Reverend Dr. Johnson, we're good. And I don't even need to hear anything from you. Y'all can go because he's got that speaking engagement in Miami. Go ahead. There's the door. Yeah, take off the shackles. He's allowed to go. Let him go because now he's got important things to do. That shows that he hasn't changed at all. My Lord, this is bad. Moving on. The judge responds and says, in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. So the feds say that is correct, as well as other factors. The judge says, so there is a distinguishing feature. Yeah. He's playing pushback on both sides. He definitely is. But I'm telling you right now, instantly, when you got the guy who has your whole life, the whole rest of your life in his hands, real talk, that dude's got his whole life in his hands, right? And if he doesn't get it right, if more information comes out like this, you don't think that the judge is looking at that and going, wow, he has not changed not one bit. He already said that in the very beginning, too. The judge said that. The judge already said, you haven't learned anything, have you? You're not taking any accountability. All I'm getting is countless documents and letters from you guys saying that he needs to be set free because this whole trial was a sham, and what's wrong with him just making a few videos and blah blah blah, right? Things that they should have presented in court. Real talk, that they should have presented in court when the trial was actually happening. But they didn't do that. They found that as a last minute, out of nowhere excuse that they try to start throwing in the face of the judge after the ruling was already made. The verdict was already made. And then now you're hearing, oh, yeah, he thinks he's this confident that he thinks that from the videos and his kids going up and being like, please let my daddy go. Them doing that, and a reverend coming in and him speaking as well, being like, please, sir, give us a free, like Amistad, that the judge is just going to be like, yeah, go ahead, baby. Go on. I was wrong to think anything. After all of this display that you gave us, unbelievable. You may go. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. Is he going to get 11 plus years? I don't know yet, right? We'll see. So, prosecution says, the feds say, there's also a case by Judge Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit her and he put his feet on her. Got to use these code words, unfortunately, guys. This is bad. This is all bad. This is all bad, y'all. All bad. All bad. Okay. I'm going to refresh this to see if there's okay, there is another one. There is another update. Let me pull that up for you. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. So they say the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he put his fist on her. He slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. They did. Like I said, the very beginning and then the very, very end. They said, yes, he is a violent individual, but he's not on trial for that, right? And remember that video I played for you guys from Devil's Advocate, right? He's like, yeah, my client, I don't like my client. You may think he's a such and such and he's a such and such, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that he did it. Just because we don't like him, he's an absolute piece of trash. But that don't mean that he unalived his wife. Remember that? Keanu Reeves? Remember that? Okay. Basically, that's what the defense did. Yeah, he's a violent individual. But that doesn't mean that he did all this other stuff. Yeah, he's a violent individual, but this is a tale as old as time. This is A modern love story. They literally said that. This is a modern love story. This is all about love. A modern love story does not include getting your ass handed to you because you are not willing to go and S that D over there and then get men's melted vanilla milkshakes spilled all over you for him to go and lap it up. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. No, that's not modern love. I'm sorry. Modern love is not a lavender relationship. Sorry. Modern love is not that. Okay. Modern love is the meet cute, but the meet cute actually happens online. It's happening on Tinder or maybe for Diddy, it's on Grindr. You know what I'm saying? The meet cute happens online. And it usually starts with sup, nice boobies, whatever the hell it is. Okay. That's where the meet cute is. That's the version of now what a modern love story is. It is not, oh, yeah, we like her. I like seeing my girl perform with other men and film it. That's just a modern love story. And if she doesn't want to do those things for me, I just beat her ass. That's totally normal. No, that's not modern love story. That's just violence. That's just DV. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to get gross, but that is true. Those are the pieces of information. Okay, we even read an excerpt from the Punisher's book. Remember? So again, you can miss me with the nonsense of modern love story. So at the trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of actual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have S with strangers. He made them do it. Oh, dear God, we're about to get graphic. He had an escort go number one in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and scars on her body. Jane's texts make clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan, who also was somebody who was supposed to testify, but then she never testified. Okay, Chef Jordan wrote how she was impacted. It was real and it was serious. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Hold on, let me check something here really quick. And don't forget, I got that poll at the top of the chat. Let me know what you think by hitting that poll. Okay. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Wait, what is this? Okay. Let this refresh real quick. So continuing on, he downplays the attacks, calling it rare. But it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. That's a good point, too. That it wasn't a mutual attack, right? That, oh, she was throwing bows, right? At me, too. There's no photos. That's true. The prosecution is not wrong. There is no proof of that at all. So again, this is bad. It's dumb. Yeah. Why would anyone book an appearance in Miami next week when they're still locked up in prison, still locked up in jail, and they haven't even had their sentencing done yet? They haven't even been sentenced yet. He's that optimistic and he's that dumb that he truly thinks that he's going to be able to get out today. Just in enough time for him to get out there, get that black dye back in his hair, eat a decent meal or two, and then go out and do a speaking engagement. That's just unbelievable to me. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick as we wait. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for the super sticker. Again, thank you so much for being a member for, 36 months. Let's go. Hit the like and enjoy this. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mimi, and for your support for so long. I really do appreciate that. Rook, what up? Good morning, Pascal. Good morning, man. And the fam. Yes, good morning to everybody. Okay. Black Cat. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Tipsy Gypsy, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And please, guys, show some love to Tipsy for gifting whoever just became members. Welcome to the family, of course. Show her some love. Put some purple heart emojis in the chat if you can. That'd be amazing. All right. Thank you so much, Tipsy. I appreciate it. Tammy, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Yaya, thank you so much. I watched you from the beginning of this trial. Glad to see I can end it with you. Thank you for all you do, Pascal. Of course, thank you. I wouldn't want it any other way. I feel like we have all learned a lot about each other, okay? And learned a lot about Diddy, more than we wanted to know about Diddy in this particular trial. And I'm happy that it's coming to an end. I will say that. Mimi, again, thank you so much. Wow, this arrogance is, yeah, the arrogance is absolutely insane. Okay, for sure. Big Migs, what's up, man? LMAO, I can't with you, bro. Ruin milkshakes for me. I'm sorry. No one's gonna look at vanilla milkshakes the same way again. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, I am sorry. Just saying, just keeping it real. All right. Trying to find ways to say what I need to say without these, these bots coming in and being like, oh, you saying too much graphic, words. You know what I mean? You know how it is. All right. But let's continue. So just going back a little bit, they say you saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Continuing, he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. That is true as well. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He put his paws on Jane when he was 54 years old. Yeah, that was just recent. So he still got spunk. That's the word. That's the worst word to use as well. Okay. But again, like I said, he's got a whole lot of moxie. How's that? He's still got energy. He's still got time. Okay, he ain't sitting there going, man, I'm too old for this ish. Okay, girl, just now, do what I say now, girl. I ain't got time for this, man. I ain't got my arthritis. All right, my rheumatoid arthritis is just flaring up right now. I ain't got time for this, man. But no, he got time, and that's for sure. That is for sure. Even when he's 70 years old, yeah, he could be running after her with the cane or the walker. Come on now here, girl. Come here. Come here now. Y'all got me effed up here. You know what I mean? Bradley Hill, thank you so much. So this man is wrong for having hopes of coming home. No, he's not wrong for having hopes of coming home. It's that ain't hopes of coming home. That's the belief that he's going home. That's the, oh, I'm getting out. You see? That is a dumb move. Now, I get it. Some might look at that and go, well, he was just really hopeful that he was going to be going home. Nah, I don't see it like that. Nah, I don't see it like that at all, though. I really don't. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how the judge takes this, right? We'll see how the judge takes this. So moving on. Let's see. It says pros, okay, causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You couldn't encourage or discourage attackers. So now they're trying to throw the weight of victims and all that. They're basically saying, no, please lock him up, and you set an example for all the people that are out here that are survivors and the attackers out here. Make them scared. Make them scared. Use this man as an example. So they're saying at least 135 months are necessary. And the judge says, let's take a break. So now they're on a break. So again, I want to share with y'all some things, okay? While they're on this break, which is also interesting. And we got like Law and Crime. They've been, live streaming this as well. They're talking, I'm sure we're going to be looking at that here very shortly. But I want you to see something, okay? And thank you, Brother B. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me just grab that really quick. Much love. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Appreciate all that you do. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. All right. And I think I have one more. Maymag, thank you so much for the love. Hey, Pascal, thanks for the work. Love it. Of course. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like I said, you guys could be watching anywhere else, but you're watching here, and I do really appreciate it. Now, let's talk about this, okay? Here's the thing. Diddy did write a letter. He wrote a letter to the judge last night, or at least it was submitted to him last night at the very, very last minute. And I'm telling you right now, it's not great. It's not great at all. We're going to take a look at it. It's not great. But before we do that, let me get these two super chats here really quick. Val, thank you so much for the love. I feel if and when he does get out, because he will get out at some point, all right? Maybe later, maybe sooner, but it's going to be happening. He's going full gospel music with Kanye so he can redeem his image. I was a sinner. Yeah, you never know. You never know. We'll see. It all depends, Val, on how long he's going to be locked up for. Remember that. If he's locked up for just a little bit, yeah, there might be more time when he'll have time when he comes out. But if he gets 11 years, 11 plus years, and of course, time served, that kind of thing, he'll be out like in a little around 10 or less than 10. No matter what, that's still 9, 10 some odd years that he's still locked up for. That's a lot of time that people are just going to like forget about him. The vibes about him are going to be gone. Like I said, it'll be like, oh, remember him? Yeah, he was locked up for those things that he did, blah, blah, blah. And there's still going to be people like wearing their free Diddy t-shirts and all that, still thinking that what he did wasn't wrong. He just made videotapes. Like, the hell's wrong with y'all? He just made videotapes. Set my man free, right? So he'll still have people who are supporters, but he won't have the same vibe. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like as if, like, I'm trying to think of like an old artist. Like, it's like how about this? It's like John Bon Jovi coming out with an album right now. Yeah, he has a following, but it's not like the album's gonna go platinum. It's not like the album's gonna go diamond. He'll have his few people that rock with him, that like his music, right? Because they remember, the other songs. I don't know any of his songs, but you know what I mean. I don't remember any of his songs. Real talk, I don't remember. I don't remember any of his songs right now, but you know what I'm saying. Dead or Alive. There we go. That just popped in my head. You know what I mean? You got your Dead or Alive fans, right? All of them from Jersey that are going to buy the album. But no one's going to care. No one's going to care. They're on Good Morning America or something like that. John Bon Jovi has a brand new album that just came out called Sequence Chaps, whatever the hell it's called, right? And he's like, yeah, I just wrote a song, blah, blah, blah. No one cares. No one cares, except for his small base. So it'll be the same thing as Diddy. He has an album that comes out. There's going to be a handful of people. By the time he gets out, his flair, his vibe, everything's been so destroyed. He's not going to make records that are going to be big. Nah, not at all. Not at all. Because of what he's done, and also depending on how long he's locked up for. No one's going to want to stand next to him and be like, yeah, I'm with this guy. Nah, not a lot of people are. Not a lot. So I feel like his career is completely destroyed. Absolutely 110% destroyed, in my personal opinion. Chrissy, thank you so much for the love. I'm a DV survivor from 12 years ago. Thank you so much for sharing your story, and have had brain surgery. I can't talk. Brain surgery from it. I still have PTSD. I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm genuinely scared for his victims. I don't blame you. I worry about it too, because honestly, I think that this guy is volatile. I think this is a very violent person. They've already admitted to his violence. They admit to that. They owned up to that violence, but then now they're trying to push it aside like it's nothing. It's ridiculous, y'all. It's ridiculous. Thank you so much for sharing that, though. Okay, and I'm happy you got out of that situation and you came out on the other side alive. That's one thing that I think we all should be, for all survivors and those who are still surviving, right? There is still a way out, and also there is the other side, right? Surviving and getting out of that situation as quickly as possible, right? So again, I'm happy you got out, and I know you're dealing with a lot of stuff, but at least you're not in that, right? So thanks for sharing that with me. Doc, what's up? Thank you, Pascal. Fam, hit the thumbs up button. Yeah. Hit that thumbs up, please, and thank you. Please and thank you. And Jojo, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. So let's take a look at this letter that he wrote. Okay? There's a letter that he wrote to the judge yesterday. Okay? yesterday. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, let's get to 1K. It takes 2 seconds to get to 1K. Come on, guys. Help the channel out. All right? And that's free, hitting that like button down below. All right, let's get into this. So he says, "Dear Judge, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct." Let's stop right there. Just right off the bat, he is saying, I'm sorry for the hurt and pain that I've caused. So he's admitting to these things. He's admitting to the bad things. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. He's not acting like that, though, in all these other things. He's not taking accountability or any of that stuff in his other stuff. How he's been reacting, the fact that he's already booking private special speaking engagements in other places, and he hasn't even been released yet. It's insane. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. I am so sorry for the hurt that I have caused, but I understand that the mere words "I'm sorry" will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. Over the past 13 months, I have had to look in the mirror like never before. Look in the mirror like never before. My pain became my teacher. My sadness was my motivator. I have to admit, my downfall of Diddy was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me attacking Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. Here, by the way, it's interesting that the video of him attacking Cassie is playing over and over in his head daily. So you mean to tell me that it's been playing over and over in his mind daily since the moment he did that, which was years ago? Let me just make that abundantly clear. That happened years ago, guys. So you mean to tell me that he's been playing that over and over in his head with regret for the last several years? That doesn't make any sense. You realize that, right? He's only remorseful and he only feels bad because he got caught and the world saw who he is and how he is. Let's be real. Now it's playing over and over in his head daily. It wasn't before. He went on and he was still putting his hands on people even after that. So what are you talking about? But anyway, I'm sorry for that, and always will be. My DV will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. So he's admitting to DV right there. The remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame. I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for. If they put their hands on one of my daughters, this is why it is so hard for me to forgive myself. It is like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Your Honor, I thought I was providing for Jane concerning her and her child, but after hearing her testimony, I realized that I hurt her. For this, I am deeply sorry. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the substances and the excess. My downfall of Diddy was rooted in my selfishness. He said that again. That's interesting. He said it again. That's the second time he said it. Let's see if he says it again. I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you mentally, physically, and spiritually. Over the past year, there have been so many times that I wanted to give up. There have been some days that I thought I would be better off dead. The old me died in jail. and a new version of me was reborn. Like the phoenix from the... Okay. Prison will change you or kill you. I chose to live. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Every day since my incarceration, as difficult as my circumstances certainly are, I have made the best of my time by reading books, writing, working out, or in therapy, obtaining the tools and knowledge to deal with my past issues, my past use of substances, okay, and anger issues. I have been putting in the work and working diligently to become the best version of myself to ensure that I never make the same mistakes again. I realize that I am in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. You've already, well, let's see. Well, I don't know about all that, okay? Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest time in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. Oh my God. So in other words, when he said, I'm really sorry for what I did, I found God, I found sobriety, I found therapy. I'm just a man. I'm just trying to be a better man. I'm only human, a flesh and blood, a maid. Remember all that BS that he said? He was still lying then too. I'm now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my addiction and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I have experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. Yeah, they want to know about the hustle. They want to know about the game. Okay, they're not asking you for like, so I shouldn't raise my hand to my woman? Yeah, you shouldn't. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. Of course. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal/dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, title given by my fellow inmates, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP. I don't just teach about my success. I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. It has been beautiful to see the newfound hope in my fellow inmates' eyes. The most shocking thing was to see the unity and the peace this class has produced. As you are probably aware, jails and prisons are segregated places. However, in our class, we have Black, Spanish, white, and Asian all together in one room learning and working together. We even have an interpreter for the Spanish-speaking inmates. The biggest miracle that I've seen with this class is all the gangs such as Bloods, Crips, MS-13s, Trinitarios, and 18th Streets in one room working together. ASA, hey cabron, hey dog, all of them in the same room. All of them in the same room. Oh, that sounds like a skit. Moving on. Man, if only in the real world, MAGA and the left could just work together in unity too, right? Clearly, we need a Diddy out here in these streets to bring the country together too. Don't you think? I'm kidding. Moving on. I'm also proud to say that since this class started, there have been no fights in our unit. This class has also helped me in my time of need and despair. Being able to do something good for others has also given me much needed hope. God blessed me with this opportunity to help others, and I will continue to do so. You will, because you're going to be locked up for a minute, baby. Hey. I ask for your mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God blessed me with 7 beautiful children, 3 sons and 4 daughters. Their names are Quincy, Justin, Christian, Chance, Jesse, Delia, and the newest addition, a 2-year-old daughter, Love. 4 of my children lost their mother, Kim Porter, as she tragically passed away in 2018. I am their only parent. I have failed my children as a father. My father was unalived when I was 3 years old. So I know firsthand what it is to not have a father. More than anything, I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father they need. And oh, come on. And deserve. This thing's tripping. God also blessed me with the greatest mother in the world. My mother sacrificed her life and dreams to provide me and my younger sister, Keisha. She worked 3 jobs to make sure we had a roof over our heads, clothes on our backs, and the best education. My mother is now 84 years old, and she recently had brain surgery. Oh, that's news to me. Say word. Despite her own health challenges, she attended my trial every day. I have always been her primary caregiver. It breaks my heart that I put myself in this situation, and for the first time, I am unable to be there for my mother when she needs me most. I write you this letter. I'm scared. As I write you this letter, I am scared to death. Scared to spend another day, another second away from my mother and my children. I no longer care about the money or fame. Lies! There is nothing more important to me than my family. Let me just break this down here really quick, okay? Before we continue on, I gotta put in my commentary here really quick, okay? There's still obviously a break going on right now as we speak, but you can miss me with the nonsense. You can miss me with the BS. Remember, we did see a video, okay, of him being like, "I found God, I found therapy." You know what I mean? I found sobriety. I'm not on any substances anymore. I'm a better man. I don't do that kind of stuff no more. He's just now saying, one, that he's finally sober in the first time in 25 years. Okay. He's doing all these great things inside that jail, which is fantastic. Cool. Why didn't he do any of that while he was out here in these streets? Also, he is admitting that he's a volatile individual. He's admitting that he's a violent individual. He's admitting that he done a lot of bad things while he was out here free as hell. He had opportunities to do right things and right his course, set his ship course back towards its true north, but he never took that opportunity. The only reason why he is finding his true north now is because he's locked up. And now he's regretful and he's regretting all these things because he's got his mom who is going through surgeries, and I'm hoping she gets well because that's terrible news. And then he has his children to take care of. But why didn't he bother taking care of those kids before? It's too late, baby. Now it's too late. Like, it's too late. It's too late. Why are you sitting here saying all of this stuff now when this is stuff that you should have been doing before? You should have been setting a great example of what a father and a father figure and a leader of a family does, but you didn't. You were in your own mind, doing all kinds of substances, bashing all types of girls, doing all kinds of freak-offs, running after and having a hankering for hogs. You're doing all that crazy stuff while your kids are sitting idly by watching every move that you make. And now, because you've been locked up in a hole, basically, and you have nothing but time to think about what you've done in the past, which causes a lot of regret, you now are realizing that you could have had the opportunity to be a better man. You've had many opportunities to be a better man, and you never took that opportunity. Now you're locked up and you're sitting there going, "Set me free. just set me free because of my kids. You didn't give a damn about those kids before. You're regretting not being a good father. You're regretting not being a good leader. You're regretting not being a good guy, period. And now he's like, I need a second chance. Let me tell you something. He's had multiple second chances, y'all. Let me make that abundantly clear. He's had multiple opportunities to do the right thing. And what did he do? He continued doing the bad because he's Diddy. And he knew or felt in his mind that he was untouchable at that time. Like I said, this letter, if I'm reading it as the judge, I feel like he's looking at this going, listen, bro, you had opportunities. You were the chosen one. And you chose to go down to the dark side. Multiple opportunities to do the right thing, and you didn't. Come on, y'all. Come on. But let's continue. Let us continue. There is more. He says, there's nothing more important to me than my family. Now it is. I understand that one factor the court has to consider is deterrence. Deterrence for me and for others to ensure that no one follows in my footsteps and makes the same mistakes. For over a year, I have been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There are no natural clean air. There is no sunlight. And we all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals, all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water. We boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by substances and live every day with the constant threat of being attacked or losing my life. Again, I'm not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. So in other words, he's basically been scared straight. There's a double meaning in that too. But moving on, he's been scared straight. Prior to being in jail, I took care of and was present for my family. Being in jail, and because of my conduct, I lost the ability to care for my mother. I lost the ability to effectively raise and support my children. I have missed my 3 daughters' proms and graduations. I have missed taking one of my daughters to college. I have lost the freedom to teach my 2-year-old how to speak, dance, play, or be there to console her when she falls down or has a nightmare. Were you really there the entire time, or did you just have a nanny do that for you? That's the question, though, love. Moving on. I started from nothing and worked hard to earn everything I had. But because of my conduct, I have lost all of my businesses. I have lost my career. I lost the charter schools that I started, and I have destroyed my reputation and stained the reputation of those that worked for me. I lost my being present with my family. Between of all of my losses and lessons, I can state for a fact that I will never be in another criminal courtroom again. And I do not believe any other person would do anything similar from fear of similar punishment. So he's basically saying, please, with this deterrence, don't use me as an example. Everybody's learning right now not to do what I did. Don't do these freak offs. Don't coerce violently a woman to do these things with a train of men. Please don't use me as an example. And I have a feeling the judge might use him as an example. Okay. If you give me a chance, I would like the opportunity to share my story with people to present at least one person, or to prevent at least one person from making the mistakes I have made. There's one last page. So I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I have gone through a spiritual reset. Oh, good God. I'm sorry. It's hard to believe anything that's coming out of his mouth. I'm sorry. It really is. Okay? Sorry. It's hard to believe him. He's been lying to the general public for years, decades, y'all, lying. But moving on. He says, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have before because you're locked up. I'm committed to the journey of remaining a drug-free, nonviolent, and peaceful person. Didn't he say that before? Yes, he did. I found God. I found sobriety. I found therapy. I'm trying to be a better man. Get rid of all the plastics and the videotapes. Anyway, all the pizza boxes and the plastics. That's what I meant. I thank God that I'm stronger, wiser, clean, clear, and sober. And I wonder if he is really sober. But moving on. God makes no mistakes. I realize that this trial has received a tremendous amount of global press, and your honor may be inclined to make an example out of me. I would ask your honor to make me an example of what a person can do if afforded a second chance. If you allow me to go home to my family, I promise I will never let you down, or I will not let you down, I'm sorry, and I will make you proud. Today, I humbly ask for another chance to be a better father, another chance to be a better son, another chance to be a better leader in my community, another chance to live a better life. I am writing this not to gain any sympathy or pity. This experience is simply the truth of my existence and has changed my life forever, and I will never commit a crime again. Thank you for your time and consideration. Yeah, nah. That's a no for me, dog. Like, this is really him begging. And he's basically, one more chance. Biggie, give me one more chance. You know what I mean? He's trying to get that chance. Yeah. This is interesting. But what say you guys? Do you believe the hype? Do you believe the hype or no? To me, it's a no. It's a no for me, dog. It's no. No. But we got more from inside the courtroom. They've been back from their break, which is obviously good news. So let's get into it. They're back. So his lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Diddy did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for S crimes. That was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know how many S acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Diddy's offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted relations. One was AR'd after being plied with substances. So he goes on about the Dylan trial, okay? So he's obviously going, hey, check this out. Moving on. There's another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement implied. Defendant got 18 months. Released after 9 months. Then there's this other filing from Southern District of Florida, if I'm correct. They generated $1.8 million. They only got 15 months. Driscoll continues. In John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this other case, the defendant texts the victim. I meant what I said about making a mold of your vajayjay. The rest of you ain't ish. Judge responds, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Oh, here comes the pushback, baby. Driscoll says, prosecution just blamed Diddy for having a substance issue for 25 years. We think that inappropriate. Or we think that is inappropriate. His T's are S's, his S's are T's. But we think that is inappropriate. Actually, it's not inappropriate because it's facts. He just said it in his letter. But okay, moving on. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about this specific filing in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. See this filing, this particular filing, 85. But here's what's interesting. So prosecution just blamed Diddy for having a substance issue for 25 years. We think that is inappropriate. How is that inappropriate if that's what he said in his letter? Don't worry. We have the receipts right here. We have all the receipts right here. Right there. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. He wrote a letter saying that. So that's not inappropriate. It's facts, baby. It's facts. But okay. Okay, cabron. Okay, man. Okay, man. Okay. You want to do that? Okay. Okay, cabron. Say what you want to say. Like I said, he said, first time I've been sober in 25 years. Just saying. Moving on, though. Moving on. Yeah, somebody just said it right here, too. See? Didn't Diddy himself say that this is his first time being sober in 25 years in his statement to the judge? Yeah, this lawyer is definitely reaching. No, it's inappropriate. He wrote that in a letter admitting that, though. Let me get some water here really quick, guys. So, 1 second. Woo! Okay, I needed that. Yeah, he was drinking lots of milkshakes. Okay? All kinds of milkshakes. He was busy. Like I said, he had a hankering for hogs. A hankering. So, the defendant Riggs in this specific filing, okay, in this specific case, this specific trial, all right? The defendant Riggs got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553 A6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. So then he says what he says. I guess he stops. He's done. So then the judge says, who's next? Miss Westmoreland, you ready? So she got some things to say. I'm sure she's going to be a savage. So she says, I want to focus. All right. I want to focus on the inspiration Diddy has given throughout his life. Oh, dear God. And on the commitment he's made while in the MDC. Diddy was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next few minutes. Stop it. Sit down, Westmoreland. Sit down. But okay. Like, it's dumb because you realize that this is when they're going to be pulling out. Like I said, the 15-minute video is literally going to be like the things that he has done. Diddy, humanitarian, media mogul, businessman, black man, man of God, and doting father. That's literally what they're going to do in this 15-minute video. You realize that, right? That's what's going to go down. Yeah, it's a sizzle reel. Yeah. Yeah. Like, just wait for it. Oh, dear God. This is so dumb. It's dumb, y'all. It's dumb. I want y'all to know that he's a good man. He's very inspirational. He's given so much. All he's done is give. He's such a giving man. He just gives without even thinking about what he gets in return. He's that giving. Like I said, this is where the money's coming out. This is where we see the financial privilege coming out. Okay? I want to focus on that inspiration Diddy has given throughout his life. We can't forget about all that. He's a good man. He's a good man. Telling you right now, don't believe the hype. Just telling you. Yeah, that's true too. It's like I want to focus on the inspiration he's giving throughout his life, the commitment he has made while he's at the MDC. He is so successful at this. He even has speaking engagements next week for inner city youths. That's what he's doing in Miami, everyone. Just so you know, he's an inspiration to us all. Do you know that? He is an inspiration to us all. So you need, Your Honor, to let him free so he can continue spreading this inspiration. Okay? He is an inspiration. Good God. Like I said, this is where the money comes. This is where he's paying them. They're grasping at straws with this. They're grasping at straws. Sorry. Have they stopped there or something? Or what's going on? What's going on, baby? Damn. Yeah, he's been an inspiration spreading diseases too. You ain't wrong with that, Lisa. Okay, spreading them milkshakes. Actually, not really his milkshakes. He's having other people spread their milkshakes. So he ain't really, I mean, you know, he bussing, but not until after everybody else busses. You know what I mean? It's disturbing. He's been an inspiration for a lot of for like wicked productions or something like that. You know what I mean? For P-Hub. Does Wicked still exist? You know, the adult film company? Does that still exist? Wicked? Or just everybody making random films of their own and then just uploading it on P-Hub? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, just bussing. Everyone bussing. Okay? Damn. Still no updates right now. But that's kind of wild, right? Yeah, he's spreading a lot of things. Like the monkey from Outbreak. Okay. Yvonne says, I used to like milkshakes. Thanks, Pascal. I used to like milkshakes. Not anymore. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on. Come on, give us something. Oh, finally. Jeez. See, this remember this? This is like PTSD. You know, we sitting here hitting the refresh over and over again. We got more. So, oh dear Lord, I was waiting for the race card to be thrown in here. There were not many Black-owned labels. Diddy had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It bought unity. I think they're saying it brought unity. It inspired change. Yeah, that crap is coming out of her mouth right now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, guys. So that's happening. Now, yeah, like I said, it's medium mogul, fashion icon, humanitarian, Black man, father, brother, and son. That is Diddy in a nutshell. He is more than his crimes, Your Honor. Let this man free. He knows what he has done. He is sober now. Let him be free. That's literally what's going on. Tis trash. Tis trash. Hold on one second. Let me see. In fact, I'm going to pin this to the top of the chat too, so you guys can see that too. Just a little recap for those of y'all who don't know what's going on. Let me see what's going on with Law and Crime. Law and Crime. Yeah, they're having conversations for sure. It's wild how long this trial is going to be today, or this hearing. I'm sorry, how long this hearing is going to be. It's going to be a very long day, guys. Let's see if there's anything here. Still nothing. But yes, guys, I still have that poll. Okay. I have that poll pinned to the top of the chat. Go check it out. Cynthia on Facebook, thank you so much for the comment. You're a very smart man. You're not falling for Diddy's BS, and neither am I. Have a nice day, Mr. Funny Man. Love you. Love you too. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Cynthia on Facebook. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys. I mean, I'm not believing the hype. I really am not. Like, I get it. No, I don't think that he should be getting, like, if he gets maximum, I'll be surprised. If he gets like 20 years, I would be shook. I don't think he should be getting 20 years. I'm going to be real. I don't think he should be getting the max. I don't. Okay. Like I said, 5-6 years, I think, is what he should be getting for what he's getting charged with. But I'm not going to sit here and look at this and side with his team solely because of who he presented to the general public as. general public, he's like Mr. Goody Two Shoes, like this good guy. Yeah, he likes to party and all that. He throws some of the best parties. We knew, he's a rock star type thing, right? Well, we never knew or never thought he would be this volatile to another person or to any people, right? So again, for what he is being charged with, no, I don't think he should be getting 20. Okay? I really don't. I really don't. Not for what he's getting charged, what he's been convicted of. No. But I truly think that them just basically saying, like, he's a humanitarian, he's a fashion icon, he's done, like, it doesn't change anything. This is not going to sway the judge, okay? It's not going to sway the judge. He's been playing the long con on the general public for a long time. You realize that, right? And now they're trying to do the long con again. Look at him. He's been a good guy. He's changed. He's a different guy. He's changed his ways, blah, blah, blah. That's not true at all, baby. He has not changed any of his ways, okay? He has not. He made that abundantly clear even in that letter he wrote to the judge. He was doing things for 25 years, okay? He was doing substances for 25 years, yet he was saying in other videos, yeah, I'm sober. I don't do this. I don't do that. No, he's lying to everyone. Smiling in our face, going, bye, Sean John, and then beating the crap out of people. You know what I mean? It's not good. But do I think he should get 20 years? No. No, I don't think so. No. And I don't think he's sober even now. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all. I don't think he's sober while in prison now. He even said in that letter, there's substances that are floating throughout that room because he's in a room full of 20 other men, 25 other men or something like that, sharing the same room, and they're all getting high. You mean to tell me he's not getting high? Yeah, he's getting high. Come on. He under the influence. Westmoreland continues. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And then she starts sobbing. Excuse me? Wait, what? She's sobbing? She's sobbing? Okay. Why is she sobbing? I'm assuming it's her that's sobbing. Yeah, it's acting for sure. He's a black man who's done good things. Don't you understand? And I think when they say spirits, they're talking about liquor. Okay? They're talking about liquor, not in like spirits, like spiritually. They're talking about liquor. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table. A real voice. Then there was revolt. That's what's going on right now. Yeah. Crazy. So now she's in her fifis. Interesting, right? Interesting. And that's only one little sentence. So she's crying that much that we only had time for that little sentence. Come on, man. Like I said, I get PTSD now from looking at this stuff. Diggity damn. Diggity damn. Hold on. Helen, thank you so much for being a member for the past 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Pascal. No, thank you. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Deb or Debbie, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. He thinks he's going to appear with Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. You ain't wrong with that, okay? No, and if he did, man, would people boycott the halftime show even more? Okay? Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Ride the guy. Thank you so much for the love. He didn't write the letter. His PR firm did. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not. You sent this to me twice, Bradley, but okay, you sound mad that Diddy didn't fly you out. No, but okay. Some people are funny. Moving on. Mississippi Girl. All I hear when his letter is being read is Charlie Brown's teacher. Want, want, want. Because it's all BS. Love you, Pascal. I agree, Mississippi Girl. I think it's all BS. I don't believe, like I said, don't believe the hype. Do not. Chrissy Lee, this dude, thank you, by the way. This dude is making me want to toss my wheelchair at him. Damn. Okay. He makes me so mad. Yeah, he's like I said, he's doing the most. Okay. He's doing the most. And that's within his legal right, which is wild. But to me, I'm wondering if this is annoying the hell out of the judge. Here's the other thing, too. As soon as he gets sentenced, because the sentence is obviously coming, I don't think after all this, the judge is going to sit there and go, well, you've changed my ways. You changed my thoughts on you, sir. Thought you were a piece of trash, a violent piece of trash. But you know what? I believe you changed your ways. You can go. That's not going to happen. He's still going to get sentenced. All right? Even after that sentencing, you realize that the judge still has to deal with him for the rest, for however long he can send out appeals for the sentencing. Think about that. So it's not done. His team, for however much money he still has left in his huge Scrooge McDuck bank account, okay? He's still going to be going after the judge, being like, filing for appeal after appeal after appeal. Watch. It's not done yet. The judge is going to have to still deal with this for the rest of his days, which is kind of crappy. Okay? Chrissy, you're good. I don't think a lot of people are rocking with him right now either, but there are a lot of people that are rocking with him. A lot of people are like, yo, he needs to get free. Set this man free. This is bad, right? This isn't fair. They're just trying to make an example out of him, blah, blah, blah. And that's what's going to happen if his sentencing is longer than just like, say, 2 years, okay? Or longer than just a few months. Wait for it. People are going to sit there and say, this is just an attack. They're just using him as an example, blah, blah, blah. Wait for it. And if it's a sentencing that makes people happy, we will see people busting out the Astroglide and baby oil, celebrating in the streets again. Wait for it. It's coming. Val, thank you so much for the love. Did he typed up this letter himself? Not never. Yeah, I mean, of course, he probably dictated it and somebody wrote it for him, right? Or he went to GPT and said, hey, help me with this. And then here it is. They just pooped this out, right? Rye, thank you so much for the love. As the saying goes, outside cats just don't suddenly become inside cats. But he doesn't like the cat. He likes that hog. Okay. He's full of it and is saying what he thinks they want to hear. You ain't wrong with that. I doubt he even wrote that letter. Again, somebody else who believes he didn't write the letter. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he just he has time. You realize that he has time in prison. Like while he's locked up, he's had time. So I'm sure he's been writing this for a while, proofreading it, trying to make it sound perfect, making it flow right. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe somebody in the jail he maybe made somebody else help him write it. That's possible too. Mimi, thank you so much for love. Another try, fam. Hit the like, the purple hearts for our mods. Yes, absolutely. Shout out to our fantastic mods. Nurse for God, thank you so much for the love. Every time you do your voices, I seem to always have liquid in my mouth and it flies everywhere. LOL. I'm sorry, but thank you for tuning in. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Doc, what up, man? Thank you so much for the love as well. It's not going to sway the judge. No way, no how. I agree, Doc. I really don't think that the judge is going to be like, yeah, let's set him free. Nah, I just don't. Miss Crime Buster, thank you so much for becoming a member. And just like Miss Crime Buster, become a member. Hit that join button down below. Support the channel if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. Finn, looks are seriously deceiving. Yes, you are definitely right. He's sitting there acting a certain way, saying that he's this great guy and all that stuff. But in actuality, behind closed doors, he's a monster. He's been putting his hands on people. He admits to the violence. Then, of course, he's got this hankering for hogs. And he's got men coming in and running trains on his girl. That's crazy. And you know for a fact it's not more. You know that it's more than just two girls. You know it's more than just Cassie and Jane. But they only got Cassie and Jane. So I'm telling you, this is some crazy stuff. Janobi, thank you so much for the love. Sai, I long for the That's My Man days. We love you, Pascal. Thank you for keeping it real. Yeah, that's my man. Exactly. All right. Let's see what else they have said thus far. Please give us some stuff. Yes, we got some things. That's why I wanted to kill a little bit of time. Thank you so much for all the super chats. It really, really means the world to me. All right. But please, guys, don't forget, for those y'all, okay, who are here, hit the like, please and thank you. Hit the like, hit that subscribe button. All right. That'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's move on. So not only was she she started sobbing. Allegedly, she started sobbing. All right. Westmoreland, which I didn't expect that from her. I'm going to be real. So she continues. He's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Diddy personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Diddy was there. He said, listen, everyone. She starts sobbing. I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Diddy is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. Yeah, I agree. When they say flaws like we all do, I don't think we have. This is very special. Okay. A hankering for hogs and having trains run, you know what I mean? Having choo-choos run on your girl that you say that you love and you cherish and you care for. Yeah. No, these aren't flaws that we all do have. Okay. We all have flaws for show, but we don't have this kind of flaw. Okay. Hankering for hogs. A hankering for hogs. Just insane. Okay. Ooh. A man was arrested outside of out of Diddy's sentencing. What? Why? Dear God. Hold on. Let's check that out. Let's see what's going down. Hold on one second. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, somebody. There it is. Right down here. I don't know why this isn't on the main. I don't know why this isn't the main shot right here, but the guy got arrested. Right there. Why though? I got questions. It makes you wonder what happened here. Why this person is getting arrested. No, that's not our mom. There we go. Finally. That's so odd. Everybody and their mom is trying to get a photo of this dude. This is so odd. That's just nuts. I'm checking to see if there's any updates from. Okay. So, I mean, I feel like we've seen enough of that, of a guy getting arrested. We don't know why he's getting arrested, which is it's still very interesting. But we do have some updates because Quincy Brown is coming up to speak on behalf of his dad. So, so we need to get in here. So she's sobbing. She says, he's been in jail. He's remorseful. This is from Westmoreland. Okay. I spend every day speaking with him. So she continues in the MDC. Diddy started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in MDC before. So moving on, there is no benefit to warehousing Diddy in prison. Thank you. Then they turn to Steele, Mr. Steele. So Steele says, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. So the judge says, okay, please come forward. So Quincy Brown speaks up. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. He is transformed. I will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. The next, Justin Combs comes up. My name is Justin Combs. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. We'll see what happens here. But oh my God. Oh, here we go. I know. I mean, listen, the fact that Quincy, who is not his biological son, by the way, is up there saying, he's my dad, he's my father. It's wild. I still don't understand that dynamic. I still don't. I still don't understand that dynamic at all. All right. It's wild to me because it's like your dad is right there and he's alive, but you idolize and, all up in all up in Diddy's booty hole, but your dad's right over there. He's right over there. Like, I'll be sure is your pops. You look a lot like your dad. I don't know. It's just wild to me. And I'm not sitting here saying that he shouldn't speak on behalf of Diddy, but the fact that he's saying he's my father, it's just your father's right over here. His name's Al. Okay? His name's Al. Okay? He's right over there. That's your dad. This is your stepdad. Sure. Sure. But this is your dad over here. It's just wild. But let's see. Justin continues. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Yeah, that's not the greatest thing to say either. I agree. I resembled my dad the most. I studied him up and down, his mannerisms, all that stuff. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. But Christian is the one who was seen doing push-ups outside the courtroom after the verdict and all that. Blasting his latest song, trying to promote his latest song and all that. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely are. It R. Johnson, it is not, most definitely not a flex. Okay. That is a good question. Right there on the bottom. Pretty insane. Dang, they got okay. So that's what's happening. Apparently, fights are breaking out outside the courtroom, outside of Diddy's courtroom. Over the diddler. Like they finally just got started. You know what I mean? Like they finally just got started with everything, and now people are out there fighting each other. They haven't even started. They finally just got the kids talking, and we're already at damn near lunchtime for them. You know what I mean? Like it's so moving on. Christian Combs says even more. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes, as his twin, that he has changed. Moving on. My name is Jesse Combs, and I am 18 years old. She starts crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Ernestine, I appreciate you listening. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for spending the time with me. Means the world. Hamburger. Hold on, guys. Let me refresh this. Still nothing. How many kids he's got? How many kids does he have? I'm forgetting the number. Is it 6 kids? Seven. Thank you. It's 7 kids. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be hearing from the 2-year-old. We're not going to be hearing from Love, but I'm assuming there's going to be like, we're going to be hearing from pretty much all of them. We'll be hearing from the twins too, I'm sure. Still waiting. One second, guys. It is a madhouse out there. Let me show you what I mean. This is insane. I wonder if there's any are there any like of our staple content creators that were out there during the trial? Are they out there again? Like is Tisa Tells, is Armand Wiggins, are they all back out there again for this sentencing? Because another person's getting arrested. What the heck? Oh, I guess this woman put some hands on somebody. Oh yeah, Tisa's there. That's what's up, though. I want to make this abundantly clear. This is all over Diddy. This is all over Diddy. This isn't about like free healthcare or, you know what I mean? Nope. This is about Diddy that people are getting arrested over. I just want to make that abundantly clear. It's very dumb.
10.
Hold on.
Antoine. You and lawyer.
Hold on.
Hi, Linda.
Lawyer.
Mic
Hey,
check,
bud.
3, 2, 1. Mic check, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on.
I got you. I got you. You got me?
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Just a mic check, a 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me. That's just ridiculous. People are getting arrested over Diddy. You know what I mean? I think it's very dumb. Plenty of other things that we could be, sacrificing or getting arrested over, and it's definitely not because of this. Okay, really, it shouldn't be. Moving on. So I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Next is Chance Combs, his daughter. So he's changed. She starts crying. Sorry. He speaks with a clear mind now. My name is Delia. I think it's Delia Combs. So we watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. So, Your Honor, please, she cries, let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. The judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. So Steele says, we'd like you to show you the movie. And then here on X last night and here. Wait a second. Hold on. Is this the video? Hold on. Let me make sure of this really quick. Is this the video? Oh my Lord. This is the video. Oh my God. So video of Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers docked at midnight for the Southern District of New York sentencing. What? Okay, so let me just read this really quick before I play this. So here's the video. Diddy's lawyer just docketed. Okay, so for this to be shown at the sentencing today, why they included copyright music. Oh, but YouTube says this is not copyright strike, but it does affect your channel. Okay. In any event, I waited while the song was stripped out. Hold on. Let me just check something real quick.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man.
Damn, that's loud. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I'm probably going to be muting this every once in a while or a whole bunch, but this is crazy. Here's the video that they're actually showing. I'm going to be like muting in and out a lot because I don't know about the copyright of the music. I want to make that abundantly clear. But this is the video that they're showing. So this is an 11-minute, a little over 11 minutes. Maybe it's a minute for every year that he possibly is going to get. But anyway, this is a minute and 30 seconds long of a video. And so we're going to check it out. I'm just muting the music for now. Okay.
When my baby cries. You gotta give her a bottle then.
You mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose. No, then my lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
Okay, I'm gonna do that because obviously, what did I say though? What did I say? I don't know what's going on with the dogs, but what did I say? But what did I say? Dogs are losing their minds. Sorry, guys. But here, look. I mean, we don't really need to hear the music, right? We don't need to hear anything. We could just see for ourselves. Clearly, this is a breakdown of him being like the greatest guy ever.
Children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis, and we just.
Yeah, I remember that documentary too. Remember that documentary when he was running for he was doing the New York City Marathon, and he's like, I ain't never run like this in my life and all that, and losing his toenails and getting blisters and all that. I remember all that. That was insane. But look, an inspiration to the youths, right? Look, he's a figure, right? He's an icon. He's more than just a guy who did this terrible thing to these girls, right? He's also brought inspiration to so many young kids.
The cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
You see what I'm saying?
In the last 9 weeks, there's a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. He's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Now he's willing to do whatever it takes so he can finish the marathon, even with his pain. He's getting through it. He's a good man, right? That's literally what they're putting out here. Crazy. But let me say this too. Let me just point something out really quick. Okay? Yes. I'm sure I'm sure let's be real. He's done all these great things. Yes. Okay, that's without question. He's done some really amazing things. I'm not going to sit here and say that he hasn't done amazing things, but you can also, two things can be true at the same time. He can still be this amazing guy, do these amazing things, but then also be an absolute monster behind closed doors too. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can still go out there and be an inspiration to the kids. And say, hey, we're gonna be better for our future, lead our kids, blah blah blah, because that's the brand he put out there. But in actuality, his true self is exactly what we're seeing in that courtroom, in that trial. Look at how he's even responding or reacting to everything that happened even after the verdict was dropped. He's still trying to strong arm. He's still trying to use some sort of manipulation, bullying, etc. So like I said, when I look at this, Sure, he's done some really great things. But at the same time, he's done a lot of bad things too. So will this be a massive impact to the judge seeing this video? Seeing all that, because we don't need to hear we could see what this video is all about. And what this video is all about, showing that he's dope and he's done amazing dope things. That's it. His name is Diddy and he's done dope things. That's it. But it still does not mean that you are not to be held accountable for the actions that you've done to other people. It's pretty crazy to me that if you really think about it, like all the bad that he's done has given him an opportunity to be in these rooms, to be shaking hands with powerful people, to have the power that he has. It wasn't by doing good. It was by doing dirty. But because he wants to be out there as an inspiration, and because he's got a team that can help inspire or help cultivate that brand, turn that lens in a way to look like he's just this amazing man. Here's the thing. I truly think that if he was a man who is just trying to make it now, and he didn't have the money, his ass would have been caught doing these bad things a long time ago. I truly think that. But we're just now seeing all this stuff now. Because he picked the wrong ones. Clearly, he picked the wrong one. He met the wrong one, which is the likes of Cassie. Right? And then she filed her lawsuit, and then everything went tumbling down. But you can't sit here and look at this and just be like, oh yeah, he's just a good man. He could still be a good person and still be bad at the same time. So that's just how I see it. That's just how I see it. You can still be great with your kids, but also still raise your hand to somebody behind closed doors. We've heard those stories many times before where they'll hide. They won't show that piece. They'll hide that information, right? They'll hide that information, or they'll hide how they treat their girlfriend or their wife or whatever. They'll hide that. They'll go into another room while the kids are asleep and then attack the wife or attack the husband. Right? Unbeknownst to the child. So the child sitting there going like, Dad is awesome. He could do no wrong. And it's like, well, damn, he really is bad. He's putting his hands on people that he shouldn't be putting his hands on. But then when the camera is rolling, if you notice, when the camera is rolling, he's on point.
Just for me, it's like the closest you could be like with a person.
Hold on, we got to roll that back. I thought it was just going to be music. He talking about Kim Porter? He talking about Kim Porter. Hold on.
My girlfriend.
Ah, dang.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make some girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring.
I've loved you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being.
It's the sound. It's the sound. It's the music that I gotta mute this stuff out.
Put in that middle part.
It's the music, man. Dang. But like I said, they put this whole thing together, right? They set this whole thing up. Okay, they set this whole doggone thing up. This is just wild. Like I said, what did I say before? Didn't I call this? Didn't I call this? Okay? Didn't I call this? I said, Diddy, music mogul, fashion icon, humanitarian, loving father. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we're seeing in this video. That is some wild stuff.
You so much.
Love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
You see that, you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm seeing? This is like, Diddy, this is your life. So now I'm sure there's not a dry eye, or at least, you know, with the kids, there's not a dry eye in that room right now, at least with Diddy. I'm sure he's tearing up, sad, crying, and all that stuff too. All right. But still, wow. Hold on. Thanks to Inner City Press. Damn. I didn't, you know what I mean? Inner City Press coming in with the heat all the time. Let me just keep it a bean. All right. So I do appreciate that. All right. But hold on. So they play that. Okay, so the video's over. All right. And that was like 3 minutes ago. So we're right around the same time that they got done playing the video too. So Mr. Steele said, or Judge says, Mr. Steele, will you be speaking next? Or who will be speaking next? So he says, Reverend Dr. Johnson. Oh, Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Any more lawyers? Okay, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. So he says we will resume at 2 p.m. All right. So now they're having a lunch break. Okay. They're having a lunch break. So they aren't going back on for another 45 minutes or so. So here's the thing. What say you so far? Okay. What say you so far? To me, this whole thing is basically them trying. Obviously, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this situation. They're really, 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 really trying to get Diddy out, at least on a very minimal sentence. That's what's happening. Okay. Do I agree with how they're doing it? Hey, if they're allowed to do this, they're allowed to do this. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of other people that end up going to trial are going to try to do this too. They'll tear a page out of this and be like, well, I need a video and I need other people to come in and speak on my behalf, because usually we're used to the sentencing situation where we hear impact statements from victims. This is the first time I've ever seen where it's like family, friends, people coming out and speaking to be like, please go easy on him. Please go easy on Diddy. That's the first time I've ever seen this. I'm used to victim impact statements basically saying you're a monster and you deserve to go to hell, right? Don't drop the soap type stuff, right? So this is the first time I've seen something like this, especially when they're playing a freaking video to just basically show a highlight reel of what we're seeing, what the public sees. But we're not seeing what is really truly going on behind closed doors. We're seeing everybody in all smiles. We're seeing him crying. We're seeing him being this inspirational individual, but we're truly not seeing what's truly going on behind closed doors, especially when he thinks the camera's not rolling. Did we not know? We saw his true self when the cameras were rolling, and he didn't know the cameras were rolling until later. Let's not forget that. What did he do with Cassie in that video? Or videos that he's making behind closed doors with men and his so-called girlfriends, putting his paws on them, telling them to go back in there and finish strong as they spend countless hours getting bashed. Real talk, getting bashed by multiple men. Let's not forget all that. People are thinking like, oh, it's just one little eschewal session. Like, it's just a little, quick little dip in the pool. No, it's not. It's not. Countless hours, if not days long sessions, where at some point I feel like you wouldn't have any sensation down there anymore. How can one even enjoy the act, which is very enjoyable, but how would one not be able to enjoy that act anymore? Going through countless hours, if not days, of trauma and being made to do those things by the person that's saying that they love you. Oh, and let's not forget, it's also being caught on film. That's crazy. And it's more than just one person. Let me remind y'all real quick. It's more than just one person. It's not just one person coming in and they do the hibbity dibbity and they leave and it's done. No, it's one person, then it's the next person, then there's another person, and it's hours and hours and hours of this. That's insane. Like I said, sure, he's got a great compilation video of him just being absolutely incredible, being a great father, being a great son, being a great humanitarian, being a great icon, a great motivational pillar in his community. Those are all things that are being caught on film with his knowledge. But what about when the cameras are rolling, when he's not knowing that they're rolling? That's when he truly turns into the monster that we have seen in these videos and in these moments. And what people have said in the past, what they've experienced with Diddy says a lot. He even, let me remind you guys one more time, he's even acknowledged and admitted to his volatile, violent behavior. He even said it in the letter that he wrote to the judge yesterday. And let's not forget, this is how they bookended the damn trial. His team said, yeah, he's a monster, but he's trying to be better. He's a much better man now. Don't you see? He's not violent anymore, you see? He's a good man. Sure, in the past, he used to be violent, but he's not violent anymore now, Your Honor. So you got to ignore that now. We're not here for that. It's a modern day love story, sir, as you see. It's ridiculous. They admit it. They admitted to that damn thing. Okay? They admitted to that. So again, all that is fluff. Question is that going to change or inspire the judge? Because he even said, I really do appreciate you guys saying what you said. Thank you. You know, one of the kids came up and said, please, let my dad go. He's my dad. He's my superhero. He's my dad. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded. But the way I see it, I'd be like, nah. Like, I appreciate you saying what you're saying, but I still see what was presented to me. And I see that this whole thing is an act. Even his kids coming up, I know that they want him out. But at the same time, I feel like they'll say or do whatever it takes to get him out. You got to remember, they're part of the act too. They're part of it too, y'all. Let me see. Val, thank you so much. The fact that a video has been made to sway favor says it all. Diddy's not known for humanity or whatever he's trying to portray. Junior's cheesecake. I think you're trying to say something else like cheese and crackers, right? Yeah, exactly, Val. You ain't wrong. I mean, yes, he's done some humanitarian work for sure. He's done some things where he's given back to the community for sure. But yeah, this is what they're trying to make. Like he's MLK Jr. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Mary, thank you so much for the love. Meanwhile, cameras have followed him throughout this ordeal to profit from. Get the hell out of here. There are people who do good every day without having to have all the accolades. You ain't wrong with that too. Mary, quite contrary. Dropping nothing but bars. PR campaign, that's all it was. Most people don't have that kind of money / resources. You are not wrong with that too. Like I said, it is a way that but if you notice, it's like, it's all the things when the camera is rolling. And now I get it. Like without the camera rolling, there would not be a video compilation like this, right? You would just hear stories from people. But that's the thing. If you lead by example and if you lead with a good heart, then you don't need cameras following you everywhere you go to depict you being a good person. If you're a good person, that will come through the people and the lives that you touch. And those people should speak on their behalf. Not a lawyer who's getting paid. By the way, Westmoreland's getting paid to be there. It's not like she's there for pro bono. She's getting paid copious amounts of money. So yeah, maybe she's crying because, this trial did not go in her favor. I don't know. But she's putting on the waterworks for what reason? I don't know. Okay? But she's getting paid to go up there and defend him. All right? The kid's crying. I get it. It's their dad. I don't care, if he was Diddy or not. No kid would want to see their dad locked up, especially when you don't have the mom around, right? Especially when the mom has passed away. Of course they're going to get emotional. Duh. But at the same time, though, you got a reverend doctor coming up. And I wonder how much he's tithed to that actual, to his actual congregation, to his actual church. Just saying. So Reverend Dr. Johnson that's coming in going like, mop my brow. This man has been anointed. I said he's been anointed by the Jesus Christ, by the blood of Jesus. I wonder how much he's paid. Tithed. Sorry. Oops. Damn. Big Migs, thank you so much. Even Gotti gave presents to kids in the community. Did he not? That's a good, thank you. He even did that too. You ain't wrong. Just because they're doing good things don't mean they're doing bad things to be able to do those good things. You see what I'm saying? Okay? The blood of Jesus. Tithing. He's like, checks in the mail. Checks in the mail. He is like a prodigal son. He has come back to his faith. I said he's come back to his faith. Like that. Good. Wait for it. Wait for it. This is going to be interesting. Let me see. Because it is lunchtime, so I do want to get some food. I'm going to get the food and bring it back in here because there's a lot to talk about. Okay? There's a lot to talk about. But I am curious to see if there was, I'm just seeing if like Tisa Tells or, yeah, Tisa Tells came out. She's there. She's doing a breakdown. Armand Wiggins is there too. They're doing their own breakdowns of what's going on. We're gonna look at those for show. We're gonna look at those for show. All right. But I want to hear what they're outside. Hold on. Fox Local is doing some coverage from outside. Let's take a look. So I'm gonna go grab some lunch here, and we're gonna sit down. And we're gonna do an old school mukbang hangout type thing during this lunch break because your man is hungry as hell. Okay, but then I'm just gonna be like 5 minutes. Okay, so I can get some food, bring it in here, and we gonna eat. Okay, and talk. All right. You need at least 30 minutes, then go take your 30, girl. We'll be here. Nothing's going to change. We ain't going anywhere. All right. As long as the internet is still internet, this Wi-Fi is still Wi-Fi, we're going to be live. Okay. Until this is over. All right. But yeah, let me get some food here really quick. I'll be right back. Take a listen to what's going on here. I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. All right.
Still Combs himself, who are going to address the court.
We also know that one of the attorneys who also spoke, Westmoreland, Nicole Westmoreland, she kind of referenced Linda, Nicole Westmoreland, criminal defense attorney on his team, Combs' team, kind of referenced his contributions to the community, if you will, his business, through the Sean John clothing line and other enterprises there, and was trying to remind the court that aside from this version, the imagery that you mentioned, Linda, about the Cassie, that notorious, disgusting video from 2016,
right,
and that hotel in which Cassie Ventura was savagely attacked, that this Westmoreland, his defense attorney, was trying to present the opposite side of that to the court, to this judge, trying to play that. Is that even a factor?
Absolutely. I mean, look, she was sobbing in court on behalf of her client. She was trying to portray him as someone who has affected her life personally, the community as a whole.
And being a person of color.
Correct.
Who, did business.
Correct.
Finish.
Someone who has affected the community, the Black community, someone who has done good in his life, and someone who has had a personal impact on him. I mean, she was crying. His family then spoke. His daughters were crying. I mean, that has to have some impact on the judge. But at the end of the day, the judge will look at the statutory convictions, do his guideline calculation, and make his determination. But certainly, the judge will take into account each of those things that they heard.
Okay.
Again, Linda, just to let you know what's going on, Linda, hang on one second. Lisa Evers, who's been in the courtroom, is now just taking her jacket off. That's who you saw me waving over. So we're going to bring Lisa in also just to give us a little bit more flavor. She's just miking up. So while we're doing that, I'm just going to ask Seth one more question. You know what? Lisa's a little bit more faster than I thought. Come on over, Lisa. Come right on over.
This is great that you guys are bringing Lisa in because Lisa covered this case every day for 8 weeks. So she knows all of the players. She knows the ins and outs of everything. She is an expert when it comes to this trial. So we're going to be able to talk to her shortly. Hey, Lisa, can you hear me?
How are you? Nice to see you.
Is Lisa able to hear
you're
me?
not on IFP yet, right? No. Hang on 1 second. We're going to fix that.
Okay.
What
What Antoine is doing there is he's taking his earbud and he's passing it to Lisa so Lisa can hear me.
She's going to dial in.
And now she's got to dial in.
She's back there. She's our anchor.
So the three of us can communicate with each other.
Yeah, Linda.
Yeah.
Live TV.
You got to love it. It's how it works.
Straight out of the courtroom.
That's right. Okay, Lisa will have it.
1 second.
She's going to have it
Michael,
here momentarily.
You good?
But again, I can't stress enough. Lisa covered this case every day of the trial. It lasted 8 weeks. So she is the expert when it comes to this trial here with Sean Diddy.
Yeah, I'll take care of Phil. Can you hear Linda?
Can you hear me, Lise?
Okay, all right. So,
all right, beautiful.
You just got out of the courtroom. Linda's on the other end. Just do your thing. What was it like inside? Lisa?
Okay, first of all, they're just on a lunch break right now, but we have been in the court since about 8 o'clock. Well, I've been here since 6 early. But the court, they actually started letting people in around 9:30, and then the actual proceedings started about 10 o'clock. And then what's been happening is there was kind of a run of show, if you will, for the actual sentencing hearing today. They had the prosecutors talk quite a bit in the beginning. They were the first ones that came up. And one of the things that was so interesting, I'm sure you guys were talking about it, was this letter that Diddy wrote to the court, which is a big kind of mea culpa. And, it seemed to be like a big mea culpa. Well, the prosecutors basically eviscerated that and said that this is incredible that he's talking like this, that he's sorry for what he did, when in fact his attorneys were blocking any victims from actually speaking in the court. And one of the most dramatic announcements early on was Mia, who was the woman that had worked for him, and it claimed that he came into her room in the middle of the night and raped her. This was in a room in his house, and that she was scheduled to speak today and give a victim impact statement. Early this morning, she alerted the court that she would not be showing up there. Then the prosecutor said that he also blocked, he wanted to have all of the other witness statements. He did not want them as part of the sentencing hearing. So I don't know what the actual legal term is for it, but he basically blocked they tried to block those statements. Of course, the judge overruled them. All those written statements were admitted into the courthouse. And then, so they spoke quite a bit at length. They cited, as you know, we've come to know from this trial, Judge Arun Subramanian likes to have plenty of examples for people making any kind of, the defense or the prosecutors making any kind of statements. So then, the prosecution was like, this is basically, crocodile tears that he's crying now, and this is really not bearing any basis in fact.
Let me ask you this: you were in there. We understand that the judge told Combs pretty much that he felt that there was no remorse shown for the acts that he was convicted of. What was that mood like when the judge said that, Lisa?
Well, they seemed very, Diddy and his team seemed very confident. He came into the courthouse. Let me tell you about that, because he came into the courtroom kind of like while people were still getting settled in their seats, because it was a huge crowd. There's an overflow courtroom that's packed as well. I was in the main courtroom. We'll go back in there after the lunch break is over. And Diddy came in. They allowed him to wear the business casual that he had worn throughout the trial, the white button-down collar shirt, the oatmeal colored, light pale yellow sweater, and then the darker khaki pants. And then the prosecution was saying that he's basically treating this whole thing like a joke. They didn't use the word joke, but they said he's taking this very, very lightly. And in fact, at the end of this whole thing that the prosecution was saying, they go, he's actually got speaking engagements scheduled for next week in Miami, because he thinks he's going to be walking out those doors later on today. Now, first of all, the sentencing may not even end today because there's so much that's going on. So the prosecution spoke, then the defense spoke, and they said basically, listen, the main requirements for the Mann Act, which is the law that you guys I'm sure talked about, that these transportation for prostitution charges are based on. They said it requires some monetary benefit to the person. He said that he was not making any money. They also said that this was, that there was no force or coercion, which of course the prosecutors were like, there was definitely force and coercion. Right. And they said that he's shown himself to be remorseful. He's a changed man. All of this type of thing. And then there were a couple of other speakers. There was a lawyer that's on the defense team. She spoke about Diddy as an inspirational figure.
Westmoreland, Nicole Westmoreland.
Yeah.
Now, how were the kids?
This is what I was going to get to. The kids. So right before, just moments ago, literally, all 6 of his kids. Brian Steele, one of the attorneys, said, "Your Honor, could we have the children? They want to speak to the court." All 6 of them got up, very powerful, very emotional. The girls, the 3 daughters ended up crying, which you can understand because they're like, and especially the daughters that he had with Kim Porter, Jessie and Delilah. They said, "We lost our mother. We lost our father. We want our father back. We know he's not a perfect person, but he's been a great father to us. We know he's changed because he's really taking an interest in them, and we want him. We want him back, and we need him back."
I need to put you on the spot. You've covered his career from the beginning. You covered this trial back this summer from the beginning. You're now here. What have you noticed trial Combs as opposed to sentencing Combs?
Well, I think you have, and I'll share a conversation I had with some of his friends while we were waiting to go into the courtroom. The fact, this is a man who was a billionaire, is a billionaire, is still very, very wealthy. He was a trailblazer in so many ways, from registering people to vote to the education, building schools, 3 schools in underserved communities like Harlem and other places. He was always very motivational. He's the one that ran everything, and people knew that he had a free, thought it was just a kinky private life. We didn't know all these other details, and I think that he was used to never hearing the word no, and now he's in MDC. And I was talking with, I won't name him, but talking with one of his closest friends, a guy who's known him for a very, very long time, and I've known pretty much throughout my career. He and a group of other men went to visit him last spring, and they were basically, I said, "Well, how did he really seem?" And he goes, "He's really changing. I have never seen him like this." And then I said, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "He's scared." Because this is a guy that was never afraid of anything. He didn't think that anybody could touch him. He was untouchable. In fact, there was testimony during the trial about cops giving people a pass. That Mia, in fact, was the one that put called Diddy up when she got stopped for some traffic infraction, and the cop goes, "Oh, if that's Diddy, I'm gonna," or that's Puffy
Basically,
at that time.
Good.
Yeah, you're good, and
good.
here's a pass. You're gonna get the celebrity pass, but and then they also established the most important thing was, which maybe you can comment on, was establishing what the parameter is for these sentencing guidelines, which is like 70 months. The parameter is 70 months to 84 months.
That's the recommendation from the Department of Probation.
Right.
That's their guideline.
Right.
How much? So that Lisa can catch her breath, because you know she been hustling.
Do me a favor when we're talking. Hey guys, can you hear me? Do me a favor when we're talking about the sentencing. Let's not say months, because most people don't think in terms of months. Like, what's 70 months? What's 84 months? Let's talk in terms of years. The probation guidelines, just under 6 years to just over 7 years. Correct, Seth?
That's right. That's right. So it's actually 5 3/4 years to a little bit over 7 years is what the Department of Probation's recommendation is. And the judge earlier this morning, when doing the sentencing guideline calculation, he agreed that is the initial base level, and that is the initial starting point for the guidelines, that 5 3/4 years to just over 7 years. So that's where we're starting at. The judge is not required to follow that. They are discretionary. They are advisory, but that is always required for the judge to do a guideline calculation, so that when this case does get appealed to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, they could say whether the judge did the guideline calculation accurately, or if there's any room for an appeal there.
Okay. Also today, the prosecution was saying today is all about accountability.
Since those are the parameters, like the good, the range for the sentencing, does it have to be within those numbers?
It does not. So the judge still has complete discretion to give him the time served that he's asking for, to give the 135 months that the government is asking for. So the judge still has complete discretion. So the first thing he's required to do is to do the sentencing guideline calculation and say, these are the guidelines that I find, and then make a determination where he's going to sentence Combs based on the other factors he's required to consider, including sentencing disparities, which is why they're talking about other cases, talk about whether or not there are any enhancements here, deterrence, general deterrence, which we've talked about earlier on air. So the judge is to consider all of those other factors before pronouncing a sentence after doing the guideline.
And there's also a lot of these other considerations, like the victim consideration, the violence consideration.
Those are what we call enhancements.
Enhancements.
Right. So those are additional points that he could add under the sentencing guidelines to make this guidelines higher or lower from where he initially finds them.
Do we know what the points are? I think we heard talk about 27 or something.
Yeah, he had a 27 rating.
Yeah, 27 rating. Explain that, Seth, while Lisa's looking.
So 27 is what the judge considered to be the base offense level. So meaning
is that bad? Is like a 27?
It's not good for Combs because that is a guideline range of the 5 3/4 years to just over 7. Right. So Combs was arguing that the base level was, I believe, 14. So he was arguing that it was much lower, which corresponds to a much lower guideline range. So it's not a good starting point for Combs. The government was asking to start at a higher place, and this was the range that the Department of Probation had recommended. So when I heard that this morning, I said, that's not a good starting point for Combs in the judge, considering that the guideline range is that high.
But they did give him for the previous criminal history, that was like a 0 or a 1.
Correct. And that's not surprising. Based on
because he had no convictions, criminal convictions.
Correct. Yeah, he had other things that the government was arguing, but he actually had no priors. He's obviously not a young man anymore, so he's never been in serious trouble where he's got felony convictions. And so the judge gave him the base level, the offense level 1, and so that there's no enhancement above that initial base offense level of 27, which corresponds to those guidelines.
Lisa, how much time you have? Because I know Linda has another question, and we want to make sure that you have to get back in the line.
Okay.
So you let us know.
I'm good for a couple more minutes.
Linda, go ahead, Linda. We know you had a couple of questions.
Yeah.
We want to make sure while we got Lisa, I'll relay it.
Terrific. Thanks. Yeah. In court today, the prosecution said that this is all about accountability and justice for crimes that Combs committed over a 15-year period. And then they also said that the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. So, Seth, my question is to you, because of what Lisa was just saying. The prosecution also pointed out in court today that Diddy is feeling so confident that he's going to be walking out of court today or early next week that he actually scheduled speaking engagements in Miami for next week. The prosecution obviously laying the groundwork there, showing arrogance and his lack of concern and understanding of the seriousness of the charges that he has been convicted of. What role or how much weight do you think that's going to play with the judge when it comes to the sentencing?
I think it's just one of the many factors the judge is going to consider. I don't think he's going to specifically consider the fact that Combs scheduled a speaking engagement in Miami for next week, but I think it'll just go along the fact that the judge thinks that Combs hasn't expressed significant remorse for the crimes in which he was convicted. And I think that just will go along with the other factors the judge is considering in keeping the guidelines high, agreeing with the government on some of their enhancements, although he did disagree with the government on some of the other enhancements. I think it just will be one of the factors the court considers. But I don't think the specific speaking engagement will have any direct impact that we'll know about.
Okay. But you hit on the big point about the remorse, because that kept coming through everything with the prosecutors were saying. But also to the kids. I just have a couple notes from the kids. So when the six kids come, they're at the podium there, and they're addressing the judge, very emotional, with their arms around each other, showing each other support. Quincy Brown, his oldest son, said, "We love him unconditionally. My father has learned an important lesson." Justin Combs said, "I'm asking you to give my dad a second chance. He is a superhero to me, and we need him." And that was the message, kind of the kids. It was all unified. Christian Combs talking about my dad, his hero. He's the one that people say is most like Diddy in terms of his personality and his music talent and that type of thing. And he goes, a better man. He is a better man. I can tell he's a better man. Please let him come back. And then the most emotional was the twins, Jesse and Delilah, and also the oldest sister, Chance Combs, talking about, we're just daughters. We need our dad back. Very, very emotional.
How was he watching the kids when they were speaking? Tell us about that.
I was lucky to be in the main courtroom because we could really see it. And he would go like this at times, like his head was down. And then by the end of the last daughter speaking, he had pushed the chair back from the defense table where he's sitting. And he was just like this for a while because it was too much for him. And he looked like he was really trying to to hold back. And then they finished that, and then Brian Steele got up again, one of the attorneys, and he said, we'd like to show Exhibit 84, Defense Exhibit 84, which was we're not allowed to have the watches in the court, so it was like less than 10 minutes, but it was a video that was made of home movies and video clips of him with the kids, and then also a lot about his work in terms of the community that he had done. But most of that was in his very early years, and I think they were trying to show that as kind of, to still counteract that Cassie Ventura beating video that Diddy said in his apology letter.
Hill to climb, Lisa.
Yeah,
trying to combat that.
And I don't think they did that. They did humanize him to a certain extent, but whether or not that's going to sway Judge Arun Subramanian, who seems very, very much trying to be very fair, but also wants to do things absolutely, I think, according to the book, by the book.
Lisa, you're just talking about his demeanor.
140.
Okay, I better go back.
And Linda, hang on, ask it, Linda, because we got to get her back in that line. As you know, how that line
I know,
goes to get back
yeah.
in the spot. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay,
Linda,
just real quickly, Lisa, you're talking about his demeanor and how his body language while the kids were talking. What about earlier today? What about his body language earlier today when the judge was talking about the fact that he has shown no remorse?
When the judge was talking about the fact that he had shown no remorse, what was his body language and demeanor like?
Well, he was seated at the defense table. He was glued. He had much less movement overall, and while he was sitting there at the defense table than what we saw during the trial and at even the most recent pre-sentencing hearing. And he was basically very intent, focused, very, very somber. But when he did walk in the first time in the very beginning this morning, he turned to the crowd. The courtroom was the most packed that they have allowed. They had to bring in folding chairs in the aisle.
Wow.
There were 4 rows of him for family and close friends. And he looked at them and he put his hands like this in a sign of prayer, not really smiling as much as he would. And he hugged individually each of his defense lawyers, went like this to the family, turned to the family and did this, and then went and sat down, but just very somber compared to what we've seen before, where he's exhibited a lot of confidence and, tried to look engaged with people that were there. But I'm going to go back in now and find out what the decision is. And it's just, a lot to talk about that. And also I want to make one other point so it doesn't come as a shock. One of my sources inside the courthouse said that they had planned for, well, first of all, the security which is usually tight here, as everyone knows, at federal court, was extra tight today. So there were things I had in my bag that were just, like hairspray and stuff like they're like, that's got to go, that has to go, the selfie stick has to go, you have to check it, all this stuff. I'm like, I wouldn't even have brought it if I'd known. It's been okay the whole time. Wow. They said, no, we're on a heightened level of security. But my source here told me, he said, listen, he goes, we hope we're not back here on Monday, that we believe that this could be resumed on Monday. And that's what it is. But I want to get back in there so I can let you guys know.
Hey, thanks so much, Lisa. Great job.
And I want to give a shout out to Attorney Phil Hamilton, who you see on Street Soldiers, and we'll see on upcoming Street Soldiers. Yeah, he was with us at noon.
And Linda says, great job. But you got to get in that line, dear. We'll take this from here. All right, this one's yours. That one's mine. Dan is reaching for the mic.
Do we have any viewers asking questions?
Phil, you want to come on in? Yeah.
Okay. You're bringing in, criminal defense attorney.
Yeah, this is Phil. Criminal defense attorney Philip Hamilton. So he's with us. That's the one Lisa was talking, and the one we were also with earlier today. Linda Schmitz now are guiding our coverage from back in the newsroom. Like that. Okay, Linda, now Phil does not have an IFB, so if you have a question for him, you go right on ahead. But the first thing I'm going to ask him to do while you're working on that is just to weigh in on what Lisa was saying. His response, Diddy's Combs' response when the judge, was expressing, saying that he had shown no remorse. You overheard Lisa just describing it there. You weigh in.
I mean, just as you and I were discussing earlier, the fact that Subramanian keeps kind of hammering in on that point, it's just not something that as Mr. Combs that you're going to be smiling about, right? Or that it's going to give you the optimism to believe that you're potentially going to walk out of here today. As you guys were just discussing with respect to the guidelines, we know, he's ultimately looking at a sentence, at least as the U.S. sentencing guidelines are concerned, of anywhere between 6 to 7 years, right? And clearly the government is looking for 10 plus. And so to think that on a 14-month sentence, which the defense is requesting, that is something that you could have optimistically looked at before you went into sentencing, with those comments about the lack of remorse, it kind of mitigates from that optimism. And I don't know if at this lunch break, they're eating lunch feeling as though he's actually potentially going to walk out of here today, right? And Subramanian, I think, is kind of signaling
He
to the
ain't
extent that
walking.
I don't let you walk out of here today. This is a big reason why. And as you
He
and I
ain't
were
walking.
discussing earlier with these potential, speaking engagements that he may have lined up, even to the extent that, of course, a lot of them, it seems, were for like community organizing and community service and the things of that nature, it still does show a level of hubris that the government attacked him upon, to say that even if you think that you're going to get out to be helping people, you're still not taking your conduct in this case seriously, even if you're doing good things on the outside. So if that is still something that's coming out throughout the theme of this morning's proceedings in regards to Mr. Combs' lack of remorse, it's something, as you know as well as me, it's somewhat troubling for the defense.
Let me toss back to Linda now. Okay, Linda, I know you had a couple of questions, Linda. You wanted to make sure that you ran by us down here.
Yeah, well, first I want to do just a quick reset here and thank our viewers for watching us on the Fox Local app here with Newsroom Live. We've been on since 1 o'clock, and we're going to continue to stay on for quite some time. And also all of you folks who have been watching us since 10 o'clock this morning on our YouTube channel for the sentencing today here of Sean Diddy Combs. I'm Linda Schmidt, my colleague Antoine Lewis out in the field there in front of the federal courthouse. And he's got two wonderful attorneys on both sides. Seth is to his left, Phil is to his right, and they are our legal experts who are going to be able to.
I want to see what Law and Crime has to say about this too. So I'm hopping over there really quick.
Judge Arun Subramanian almost has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he does have to sit through so much. Not only did he sit through that, weeks-long trial, hearing all of the evidence and information, seeing some really emotional testimony. Of course, he's a human being. That's going to live in the back of his mind. The allegations that not only was P. Diddy acquitted of, but then what he's convicted of. All of those things paired with, the letters of support from both sides, from Diddy supporting them, supporting him, rather, the victims who are saying, wait, this actually was really difficult for me. It was really traumatic. I had to come forward. This affected my life. So either way, it's going to pan out. I think that there are going to be some people who disagree with what happens, right? If it's a win for Diddy, of course, the prosecution and the supporters of the victims are going to be upset. If it's vice versa, you've got the opposite way. So I do think it makes sense to have a hearing like this where we hear from both sides, where we have all of these letters, of course, for the judge to consider all of the elements here, because again, a man's life really hangs in the balance.
It certainly does. Nicole Westmoreland in court just said, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this.
Yeah, she was crying.
So that's, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey. Will Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on the judge's recommend. I mean, I think it'll have to come in the judgment and commitment order. More than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible, like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the residential drug abuse treatment program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, everybody knows about this case.
Damn.
Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, two questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. I'm not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to, based on what the defense had written in their letter That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial. I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court, essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability. And that includes reaching out to witnesses and, intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging. And that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or, preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way. And I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing, is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure, that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense, if this case goes up on appeal, and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand down his sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting, because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen? What's your view of Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all. 32% never liked him. 19% say completely. And 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your take?
I think it's an interesting poll, right? To show that a lot of people, it seems as though their, opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed. And maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about, since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted was November of 2023, because of course that's when Cassie Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following Law and Crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom, or hotel room rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people by and large don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
So here's the thing. Yes, he does have his niche. Yes, he has his hardcore group of people that are, obviously there's fights breaking out outside the courthouse right now. Okay. People are getting arrested because of this guy. And I'm sorry, but, to me, he's not like he's not an activist. He's not some sort of huge, person that's talking about changing the world or changing the way that we see the world. Okay. He's an artist, right? He's a producer, right? He's a media guy. He's a bigwig in that regard, but he's not Malcolm X. He definitely for damn show ain't Martin Luther King Jr. You see what I'm saying? He ain't Gandhi, and that's for sure too. But people are going and willing to fight in the streets for this man. Why, you may ask? Solely because he made some music and has a brand that has affected so many. And I get that piece, but some people are willing to get themselves arrested over this stuff. It's dumb. I truly think that it's just dumb and a waste of time. All right. But that's what's happening right now. Now, as far as his niche, I mean, it's not a niche. I mean, he's a household name. I think we could all agree. We all know who Diddy is. That's the reason why we're all tuning in. That's why thousands upon thousands of people on countless YouTube channels and live TV are watching and covering this. This is not just like some guy who did some really disgusting, disturbing thing, you know, on camera with two girlfriends. If that was the case, this case would not have as much eyeballs on it. I'm just going to be real. So again, let's be real. You see all this? Nah, I don't know. To me, this is just it's weird to try to belittle his outreach, right? His outreach is massive. He's Diddy. Now, if he was to come out and start making music again, are people going to be rocking with it? Probably not. Not as many people. I would say he would have a small niche of people following him then. But right now, people want to see if he's going to be walking free or if he's going to be locked up for a good long time because of his name and because of the brand that he is cultivating and put out here in these streets. So I wanted to hear what Elizabeth Milner had to say because she's coming out of the courtroom during the lunch break. I'm curious to see what she has to say. And of course, they're supposed to be starting trial or starting the hearing back up again here very, very shortly. I mean, any minute now. So I just want to hear what she has to say.
Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments, something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism.
He should have thought about that.
3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas.
I'm sorry, but you know, like I said, he should have thought about that before he started sticking his hand in the cookie jar. You see what I'm saying? He should have thought about that before he started calling up multiple men to run a choo-choo on his girls, right? He should have thought about that before he started popping bottles of baby oil and Astroglide. I mean, I'm just saying this. Like, you have all that, okay? You have all of that, okay? All of that going on. And you mean to tell me that you didn't think about this for a second? That maybe people are going to look up to you, okay? That you are a pillar in your community, highly revered, highly respected, and all that? Come on now. Come on now. You know what I mean? He's sitting there like, literally, he's grabbing the lube, and he's like, and he's like, yeah, and the music's playing and all that, red lights and everything. He's like, yeah, I like how you doing that, daddy. And then he's like, wait, maybe we shouldn't do this. He could have easily done that. You see what I'm saying? Like how you doing that. He could have easily just been like, about to pop the thing, boop, like that, and been like, what am I doing? I'm highly revered. I'm a pillar of my own community. What the hell am I doing? He could have done that. He could have just been like, nah, I choose not to do this. Damn ye temptation. Sit ye down and have ye several seats. Right? He could have done that, but he didn't. He continued stroking. Okay? I'm just saying.
How he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium.
I mean, they're literally basically saying, Diddy's just a man with a hankering for hogs. That's all it is. Just a hankering for juicy, juicy hogs. That's all. He's just a man with a hankering for juicy hogs.
Today, and it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shura, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, that her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt Miss Milner, but I want to point something out. They said the kids are saying, he's now clear-minded. He's now clear of mind. He's so sober, blah, blah, blah. In other words, they knew that this guy was always under the influence. So what kind of role model is this guy being if he's always under the influence on something, if you really think about it? And then you got the kids going, yeah, he's sober. He's sober now. He's completely even-minded now. He's level-minded. He's not losing his mind. He's finally just not, plied with substances. He's not addicted. He's clear. He's clean. Sounds like jail has been a good thing for him. Because you never know. These kids might be like, yo, this is the most present dad has ever been. This is the most dad I've ever seen dad be. Holy crap. So if you really think about it, don't you think these kids are saying something, a little something here? Here's something else. Boss Lady said this too, and I totally forgot about this. And thank you so much. He employed thousands of people, didn't pay them or made them work like slaves, had to endure his monstrous behavior. That's another piece too. Let's not forget that too. Countless hours, thousands and thousands of hours that these people would be pouring their time and effort in solely because it's Diddy. And these people would be like, hey, I haven't gotten paid. I still need to get paid. I'm putting all this time and effort. And he's like, well, you're supposed to be hungry like me. And I kill for this stuff. You understand? You coming to me to ask for money? What I'm giving to you is worth millions, bro. Like that's literally the crap that he was saying to some of his employees. People that worked very closely to him. Very close to him. So again, come on now. Come on.
Parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that missing the missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where you were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table, really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in German. Skin is glow. Anto, how I miss. Question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of 5 to 7 years?
Yes. And so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking.
I agree. The math was like out of this world. The math was definitely crazy. Okay. Don't worry. We're going to be going back into the trial here or into the hearing here in just a minute. I just wanted to hear what she had to say because I think she's been doing, everybody's praising her for her coverage because she's been doing some really great coverage. So I definitely want to hear what she has to say about all this too. So, but we're going back over there here in a second. I want Inner City Press to kind of give us a few things so we don't have to sit and wait for refresh every 5 seconds. But let me just hear what she has to say about this, and we're going to be hopping over there here in just a minute.
Talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so because there are 12 months in a year, I'm having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see it possibly being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think, especially in terms of the judge's tone today, when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually, I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's death is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily the victim impact statement, seeing the video that played inside the courtroom, hearing from Sean Combs's children, hearing from his defense attorneys will sway him in any type of way. I think he's probably already has his decision already made. But if I were to
That's what I
have
think
my
too.
guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure. Possibly.
Yeah. So we have a question also, and I apologize if you answered it before, but it's this is from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Okay. Well, I thought they already answered that, but I could be wrong. Okay. Let me let's continue, because they have convened. I'll come back to this here whenever we have like a lull, because these lulls do happen. All right. Excuse me. Yeah, he's wearing a white shirt. He's literally looking like Mr. Rogers. Somebody just said it in the chat. You know what I mean? Won't you be my neighbor? But let's take a look at this. So they're back. All right. So they're 11 minutes late. They were supposed to be back around 2, but now they're back. All right. So judge turns to Mr. Steele because they're supposed to continue. So Mr. Steele says some things here. He says, I'm honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. The jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was unalived when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs and moved them to Mount Vernon. Okay. Okay, and like I said, the fact that they're like, his upbringing is like this. He's done so much for this community. It's like, it doesn't matter. It still doesn't change the fact that he did what he did. I just don't think that the judge is going to just give him 2 years. I don't see it. I see him getting between 5 to 6. That's what I truly think. Of course, time served as well, but 5 to 6. And you also got to remember, prosecution still has to do they still have to step up and say what they need to say. They also need to have their impact statements or victim impact statements if they are going to have any impact statements, because they were supposed to have Mia. Mia dropped out. So maybe Deontay Nash is supposed to be speaking. I don't know. But it is interesting nonetheless. Charlene, and we're waiting for more updates here, guys. Charlene, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. The letter and the sizzle reel sound like his shtick about being left in City College. Left in City College alone with City College alone with dead bodies trying to save them. The letter and the sizzle reel sound like his shtick about being left. Oh, right. Sorry, I had a brain fart. I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, that's crazy, right? That is crazy. Good call. Holy crap. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that whole situation. The stampede, the tragedy, all that. Yeah. Wow. Good call, Charlene. Damn. People with the receipts, yo. Beal's boy, thank you so much. Beal boy's mom, sorry. Thank you so much for coming back and becoming a member again. Welcome back. I'm going to refresh this, see if there's anything more. See if there's anything more. Because, of course, it's going to be him. Then they got a reverend speaking, Reverend Doctor, speaking as well. So, of course, they said he moved the mother had three jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. He goes to Howard, but has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is pew-pewed in LA in a drive-by shooting. This should not, this is so stupid. This shouldn't matter. Sorry, not sorry. This shouldn't matter. All of this shouldn't matter. They are literally pulling out the pity party as much as they can. He's had trauma all of his life. Don't you see all the trauma that he's gone through in his life? Did you know that he went through trauma in his life? He went through so much trauma in his life. He went through so much trauma in his life. It's like, that's why he's the way he is. No, it's not. Okay? Yeah, they're piling on thick. Like I said, I'm not believing the hype, not 1 minute. But moving on, Sean is upset. He's trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and gets addicted to painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. Whoa. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt. His emotions, too. Oh, I'm tired. This is just making me tired. Do you understand this is making me tired? Really? Painkillers. So pills. He had an operation and suddenly he got addicted to that smack. And he's been high as hell since up until 2024, till he actually got locked up. Other than that, he was chilling in the cut. He was flying high. Butterflies in the sky. I can fly twice as high. You know what I mean? He's just high as hell. High. For 25 years. Someone turned the light switch off and turned the light switch on and did not know how to turn it off for 25 years until he got locked up. And he was not only medicating his body, he was medicating his emotions too. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Got questions. I got so many questions. He would medicate his body, but his emotions too. That's literally what's happening. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Look, listen. Anybody who is dealing with addiction, let's be real. Okay, I get it. All jokes aside, it is not. It is terrible. And I hate that any person has to deal with any type of addiction of any kind. Okay, it could be sexual. It can be a substance. There's a multitude of things that people get addicted to. It doesn't only have to be substance. But for me, it's the fact that they're trying to lay out all this stuff and they're trying to say, we're just going to blame it on the substances. We're just going to blame it all on that. That just seems a little bit odd to me, right? At least to me, it seems a little bit odd. Can't you see he's gone through things? So has everybody else. We've all gone through things. So stop. We got more. We got two, thank God. More than just one. Okay. On occasion, I don't even want to read this anymore. I don't even want to read it anymore. F this. Nah, man, you read it yourselves. I don't want to read this crap. I don't want to read this anymore. I'm done. I'm done. Nope. I'm done. I'm done. Fine, I'll read it. On occasion, he would hit the woman that he loved. He loved Cassie. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. I've been here when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. Okay. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guards stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags. Chips. He eats out of a bag? Word? We all eat out of bags if we really think about it. Even the rich. Even the rich eat out of mother-loving bags. So what are you talking about? You got to have a bag to put the food in if you're leaving from a place, right? And then you'd carry it somewhere. So he has to eat chips. Chips. That is peasant food. Chips. Come on, God. Oh, good God. He has to eat out of bags. Come on. Come on. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are substances there. He has not taken any substances. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. That's called jail, baby. How about this? Don't make girls get choo-choos ran on them with hogs against their will, and then don't also violently make them do it or threaten them with destroying their livelihood or embarrassing themselves with their family and all that if they don't do as you wish. I'm just saying, like, let's just start there. How about here's the thing. How about find a girl who's down for it all, who body. That's it. Just find a girl who's down for it and hold on to that girl for life. She's your soulmate. At least she's your actual soulmate. Okay? Your vibes are definitely, the vibrations are all on the same wavelength. Same level, same wavelength. She's just as a freak as you. All right? Don't groom, don't make somebody do something that they don't want to do. Period. Okay? The same. Or hire one of these, these adult film stars and call it a day. That's it. Hire them. Film it. That is adult content now. There you go. All right? Find the girl or call up a pro and have them do that thing. That's it. That's it. Call it a damn day. Find somebody who's consensually down for that on the same level as you. That is it. And hold on to that person for dear life. Because in your world and for the nasty stuff that you're trying to do, she a keeper. Okay? But that's it. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. If he was respectful and was doing everything the right way and the respectful way, he would not be in this situation now, would he? You also got to remember, Karma is a mother lover. So if he was ever crossing anybody, doing anything bad to somebody, because we've heard countless stories from countless people of getting their lives threatened and all that stuff, he's getting karma right now like you wouldn't believe. It's all coming back. It hasn't come back to him in full swing, because full swing, he would have been found guilty on all of those charges, if not majority of those charges, right? But that didn't happen. He got lucky. It's called he has money. All right. Sometimes finances, having that kind of money, financial privilege does help you dodge the bite of karma. Okay. Because karma will bite down hard. All right. Sometimes it's off. It misses by a few centimeters. Right. So he's very lucky because he's got that financial privilege. But outside of that, he shouldn't have done any of this stuff, any of the bad things to all these people, because it's more than just Cassie and Jane and any of the other people that were brave enough to testify against him in this trial. I think there's plenty more, and they just did not speak out. And what's her face? Gina. Oh, dear God. Gina is a very special individual. Gina is still on his payroll. But apparently she went out and said a bunch of stuff just the other day, saying that the feds were making her testify and that they were putting words in her own mouth, that she had no plans on testifying against Diddy at all. I don't believe that for 1 second. I really don't. I don't believe that for 1 second. Just saying. Just keeping it a bean. All right. Let's see here. Refresh this bad boy. Yeah, and then see, this is when I hate like the pause, right? Where we sit and we wait. Hold on. Excuse me. Let's refresh this really quick. I might go back to Law and Crime to see what else she has to say. Yeah, we're still waiting. So let's go over to Law and Crime real quick just to see what else they say here.
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it, dark pants today. Happened just last week when he actually appeared in the MDC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
that was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And she, Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, waiting for the court to start up again. And it was a highly emotional moment earlier on today when several of Sean Combs' children took the stand and provided impact statements, provided statements to the court, asking the judge to be lenient in his sentence after Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution in his trial over the summer. We reported earlier on that it seems the judge has indicated that he will not deviate, or let me rephrase, he sees no reason to deviate at this point from the recommended sentence of 5 to 7 years in prison. There is something potentially that could change his mind to go one way or another. Remember, his defense attorneys were asking for 14 months. Prosecutors were asking for 11 years. There is an unknown here. We don't know which way the judge will actually go. But as we talked about Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom, these were highly, highly emotional statements.
I want to make this abundantly clear. Excuse me. Excuse me. So given the fact that it is 2:38 Eastern Standard Time, okay, because they're on Eastern Standard Time. They're in New York. So Eastern Standard Time, 2:38 Eastern Standard Time. If they convene at, say, if they're supposed to be wrapping at 5, then they have time. But if they're not wrapping at 5 and wrapping at, say, 4 Eastern Standard Time, or even 3 Eastern Standard Time, then they are going to have to do more on Monday. Sure. So that would mean that there's a strong possibility that this hearing will go into Monday, which is not something that we want to have happen. I'm going to be honest. Nobody wants to have this last 2 days just to have a hearing, just to have a sentencing, for crying out loud. But again, there's still a possibility of that actually happening. We do have some more from Inner City Press, so let's take a look at this. So there are screams day and night. Some in the media, not all, who have written that Diddy is an outcast, a leper. That's not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released at his home. There's a man released to his home. Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. Okay. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He could speak about substances, about putting your hands on a woman. He could change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. Oh, my dear God. So again, they're sitting there going, no. His speaking engagement is about uplifting people and trying to make people do better. And talking about his trials and tribulations and his experience being incarcerated. and what he did wrong and how he could do better and changing people, making them get off the substances and stop putting your hands on women. It's a speaking engagement, guys. It's called a speaking engagement. He said, it's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. No, it's not. It's a speaking engagement. If he's going in to speak on this whole thing, to talk about his experience and all that, and he's standing anywhere near anything like near a podium or standing in an area where he's talking towards a large group of people, all right, that are either standing or sitting, and they are all shutting the hell up to listen to him speak, that's called a speaking engagement. If we're talking about healing, that's basically him walking into a congregation or some sort of church, some place of worship, and people putting their hands on him and speaking in tongues or praying over him and saying, let him be washed over by the blood of Jesus type thing. That is a healing. Okay? Even so, you could even do a healing where you're doing those weird sound thingies. You know what I mean? Everyone's sitting down, cross-legged on the ground in nature, okay? They're using sage and all that as they're doing that weird sound thing, that bowl, that thing, you know what I mean? And they're feeling the vibes and being one with nature and the vibrations of the sounds that are coming out of these bowls, okay? That's even a healing, all right? But when you're standing in a place and they're asking for you to speak and no one else speaks except for you, talking about your experience, and you're trying to uplift other mother lovers about what you've done and all the wrong that you've done, and no one interjects, that's called a speaking engagement. They're trying to run with mother loving semantics, y'all. That's literally what it is. That ain't a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's just bread with peanut butter and jelly smashed in the middle. You feel me? That ain't a peanut butter sandwich. Come on. He's saying it's a sandwich. No. It's a coming together. It's a meeting of bread, okay? Peanut butter and jelly. It ain't a sandwich. What are you talking about? That ain't a sandwich. There's a joint meeting of peanut butter and jelly between two slices of bread. What the hell you talking about, man? Come on, Judge, we talking about a group gathering. Okay, we ain't talking about sandwiches. We talking about a group gathering. Okay? Come on now. It's called a speaking engagement because it is. And he booked it. This is not a situation where he's like, yeah, when I get out, I'm going to go to this, Church of Jesus Christ milkshakes and lollipops. And I'm going to go in there and we're going to praise together as a family and all that. That's what we're going to do. That ain't happening. He was asked to show up and speak at an event. That, my friends, is a speaking engagement. Sorry, not sorry. So the fact that they're trying to change the semantics is unbelievable. Okay? You talk about sandwiches, man. The hell you talking about? Okay? Unbelievable. Okay? That ain't a sandwich. All right? This is 2 layers of substances between 2 breads. Okay? He talking about sandwiches. Look at this fool talking about sandwiches. Oh my God. Come on now. Stop it already. Why is this taking so long? Why is this taking so freaking long, man? Why? This is taking way too long. Other sentences don't take this long. You realize that, right? This is literally a run-on sentence. Dear Lord. The Diddy docket just said, it's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. What kind of anointing oil did you have in mind for this healing? See what I'm saying? Where is the healing aspect of this event? Oh, that he's not speaking at. It's a speaking engagement. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're in a room full of 3 people or if you're a room full of thousands. If they're all shutting up and they're listening to you speak, that is a speaking engagement. And he booked it. Like I said, it was booked. It was not a situation in which, and I wouldn't be surprised. How would the prosecution even know? Is there a photo of him like this? Like, you know what I mean? Tonight, on October 6th, Sean Diddy Combs. And he's just like on a flyer, just, you know what I mean? That would be a speaking engagement. But they're going to listen to him talk. So semantics. It's all BS. All BS. Come on, let's go. Okay. So it's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Okay. Alrighty then. Val, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm parched. Speaking engagement. This is not a speech. It's not a speaking engagement. Right. Okay. Unbelievable. Somebody said, after all this nonsense, the judge should throw the book at him. No, I don't think that either. It's just they trying so hard, right? Oh, God forbid, Shaquilla, you're eating out of a bag. Oh, no. You're eating peasant food. Put the bag of food down. Put the bag filled with food down. No. Come on. He ate out of bags. Chips. Don't we all? Hey, Shaquilla, I'm kidding. Eat your chips, girl. Chips are delicious, okay? Chips are freaking delicious. They're not peasant food. They're fantastic food. I was just joking. Okay? But seriously, damn. He had to eat out of bags. Chips. Sounds like a sack lunch to me. So? We all survived on sack lunches, okay? Have we not? We're still waiting. Damn. We still waiting, man. Oh, man. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Chips or crisps? Chalet. Speaking engagement is about a bag of chips. I had to eat chips, y'all. Brothers and sisters, I learned something new. Chips ain't bad. I thought they were kind of fire. But at first, I was scared. Then I realized if I lean on God, I can eat this bag of chips. Can I get an amen? Yeah. It's ridiculous. By the way, what is your favorite? Put it in the chat. I know this is a random question, but just to kill some time. What is your bag of chips? What is your go-to bag of chips? Like, are you sponsored by Frito-Lay? Are you a Frito-Lay person? Which, by the way, that is the one I never touch. You know, like, have you ever had the box or the bag that is filled with bags of chips? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a variety of bags of chips. You get the barbecue chips to the Doritos, Cooler Ranch, to the regular Doritos. You know what I'm saying? There's always and the sour cream and onion and the regular Lay's. You feel me? Then you also have the Cheetos. What is yours? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you had the Fritos in there. And I didn't touch those. They were always the last to go. You know what I'm saying? So which one is yours? Me, I'm a jalapeno chip guy. I love some Kettle jalapeno chips. Love them. Love them. I love them a lot. Okay. Salt and vinegar. That's brave. I'm kidding. It's actually pretty good. I tried it and I'm like, it just depends on the brand with the salt and vinegar, because sometimes it gets too vinegary, too salty and too vinegary. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got more. While you guys discuss, I'll give you guys more of the dialogue that's going inside. So, inside that courtroom. So he says, let's pick up where we left off. So, double jeopardy, a due process violation. We asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. Well, no, not really, but okay. He's not using addiction as a crutch. He's saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. Oh my gosh. Civil rights leader. Okay. I ain't never seen him go up there and go equality and rights for us. I've never, no. Not never. Have you? I ain't never seen him go up and be an activist. There's a difference between him going up and just saying, like, you know, going and just, you know, typing a few things online. Okay. But I ain't never seen him go out there and talk on, like, I don't know, any of the social issues that are going on in the world, like go on to like CNN, for example, or any newscast to put in his opinion about what's going on in the Black experience in America. Not that I know of, not that I've seen. Have you? All I'm seeing is him on Ellen getting the bejesus scared out of him, okay, and making jokes and doing what he usually does. So now he's a civil rights leader. He Al Sharpton? Like I said it earlier, he is not Malcolm X. He for damn sure ain't Martin Luther King Jr. So where the hell is this civil rights leader bull-ish coming from? Stop. Because if he really was a civil rights leader and actually cared about people's civil rights, he wouldn't have been doing what he was doing to those women. I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing as when you hear about a pastor that does some really nasty things. Like, let's just say the same level as Diddy, right? He's a man of the cloth. It's like, no, you are not a man of the cloth. What are you talking about? You preach this, but you're doing something completely different behind closed doors that's illegal and wrong. So what are you talking about? Or you're messaging littles. The hell are you talking about? Stop it. Stop. You're not now instantly, you're not a pastor. You're a con. You're a con. You memorized a book, the good book, but you memorized a book and you've just been monologuing. You're not leading by example. You're telling what everybody else should do while you're doing something completely different. So miss me on with the nonsense about him being a what? I can't even say that right anymore. I can't even say Rigagudits Lider Kivel Henry Cavill Liader. I can't even say it anymore. I can't even say that sentence right anymore. Stop. He is not a civil rights leader. I'm sorry. I know plenty of civil rights leaders, and he is not one of them. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. He said it's not like, let's just go through his hits. Let's go through Brian Steele's greatest hits. Now that's what I call Brian Steele's greatest hits. He said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a healing. Then now he says he's not using addiction as a crutch. He will never be a danger. He's a civil rights leader. This is almost like Jussie Smollett going on stage and calling himself the Black Tupac. Or the gay Tupac, I meant. Sorry. The gay Tupac. Yeah. Just like that. Juicy Smollett saying, I'm the gay Tupac. It's the same doggone thing because you're like, you sure? You sure you're the gay Tupac? You sure? Yep. Not the Black Tupac, my bad. The gay Tupac. Okay? The Black Tupac. I make mistakes sometimes. It happens. I've been on for almost 5 hours. Just be nice. Be nice. It was a mistake, but juicy. Yeah, he said gay Tupac. Yeah. So if it's like Tupac or just Juicy Smollett is to gay Tupac as Diddy is to civil rights leader. Yeah. Ain't that something? Moving on. Civil rights leader. We can now hear from the Reverend Doctor. So he says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson comes up. Okay. And he says, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. Hold on. So now he's saying he's going to babysit Diddy. Instantly. I'll be personally responsible for seeing him fully rehabilitated. I close with this. Why? Wait. How is this stopping? That's very fast. That's all he's saying? Wait, no, I thought he was getting started. And he said, wait, I'm sorry. Inner City Press, come on, bro. He said, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'll close with this. As Michael Jordan once said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? What happened? What happened here? Wait a second. Oh my God, I'm weak. Hold on. Did we miss something? Hold on. No, it's the same. Wait, what did we miss? Did we miss something? Okay, hold on. Hold up. So Brian Steele's like, and now, right, Reverend Dr. Johnson. So then Reverend Dr. Johnson comes up and he says, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him fully rehabilitated. I will close with this now. It's like, wait, you're not done. You just got here. I will close with what? You haven't even started. You haven't even opened anything yet. But you closing? Okay. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, what I'm trying to say is Sean needs an opportunity. I'm sorry. What the? No, please don't tell me that. Please tell me there's more. There's got to be more. That is terrible. Oh, Inner City Press did not do him any service. Like zero. He didn't do him any favors. Oh my God. I'm sorry. It's like, please tell me you said more. Okay, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I will close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son puts them on, well, what I'm trying to say is Sean needs an opportunity. That's it? Please tell me that, God, I hope to God that Inner City Press just didn't write out everything he had to say. It would have been nice if he said more, though. I'm going to be real. But he opened, he didn't even fit, there was not enough for him to even close with. Why, you know what I mean? Hi, I will close with this. You just said hi. You know what I mean? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. I hope Inner City Press did him dirty. Like, I literally hope he just did him dirty. Because that, wow. Wow. That's terrible. I'm expecting like a robust speech, right? Now, me and Brother Sean, we have found a close relationship with our relationship with God. And he understands that it takes time and it takes a lot of work to find that path towards righteousness. See what I'm saying? I could have done this for him. Damn, I could have said that. I could have said so much. I could have said so much more for him, and I'm not. I ain't Reverend Dr. Johnson. He said hi, and then he said, I will close with this. Oh my God. Hold on. Please tell me there's more. Yeah, he did him dirty. I think that's what happened. He just he didn't even give him a chance to speak. I wanted to hear what he had to say, though. Real talk. But Reverend continues, or he finishes by saying, you've been very honorable in this court. And I'm assuming he's saying that towards the judge, not towards Diddy. I don't know. But moving on. So now Xavier Donaldson is coming up. He says it's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Diddy is not a pimp. He's a pimp. He's not a pimp, I'm sorry. Okay. That's some terrible stuff, y'all. Unbelievable. Reverend Dr. Johnson. Now I want to see if somebody else has what Reverend Dr. Johnson said, because I feel like there's much more than he said. Try to see if there's any more, because some places some places will have a little bit more info than just this. Here's the other thing too. If the judge is agreeing with them doing, 72 or 70 to whatever months, right? 70 to 87 months, then why do we have to listen to all of this crap, right? Now, again, there's still a good, strong possibility that they won't be done with this by today. That his ruling might not happen, like his ruling on the sentencing might not happen today and might have to be dragged all the way till Monday. I honestly am going to say, I hope not. I really, really hope not. But if there are other people that are supposed to speak on prosecution side before the hearing or before the verdict or the ruling, we're going to be here. It's going to happen tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, I mean Monday. We're going to have to wait a whole weekend for them to make a decision on what his fate is going to be, which is crazy. Yeah. Which is absolutely crazy. I hope that's not the case. Let me see. Let me refresh this real quick. Still nothing. Because here's the thing. If this goes the way I think it's going to go, then you got prosecution coming up and speaking. And prosecution, if all the lawyers are speaking out too, on the Fed side, my God, then you have all that talking going on. Then on top of that, any victim impact statements, which I feel, I mean, yes, they're getting the last word in a way, but all of this is just taking so doggone long. It's just Christ on a bicycle. I mean, if you really think about it, technically he wasn't a pimp because he's not soliciting this type of activity for other people. It's only for his own enjoyment. But how he was treating these girls, yeah, it's like he was a pimp. If you really think about it. Crazy. OG Band just said, somebody said the Reverend, still, yeah. Offering next. Yeah. The tithing. It's like, whatever you can. Whatever you can. Donate will forever be appreciated. Right? Some BS. I'm refreshing like crazy. There we go. So he is not a PIMP. Big pimp and spin the cheese. So moving on. Here in Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here I dare anyone to say anything. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Here's the thing. The true Sean Combs has been gone for 25 years then. So what are you talking about? And while the 25 years was cooking and he was, butterflies in the sky, you know what I mean? He's just all up and woo, right? Flying into the vortex of the sun, all right? Getting super zooted, all right? He was also doing crimes. So congratulations, he found himself back again, back to zero. Took him 25 years, but good on him. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Like what they're saying is that the MDC, because some of y'all are like, what is the MDC? My shepherd's pies just said that. The MDC is the jail that he was holed up in Brooklyn. Brooklyn's MDC, okay? Their correctional center, okay? The jail. He was there. While he was there, he was able to start like a class, right? And bring these people together and start working together in unity rather than everybody trying to murk each other because of the differences of their skin, their with their background, etc. I think that's a beautiful and amazing thing. I will say that. But it doesn't change the fact that he did what he did. Here's the other thing. They're also trying to say, we've had U.S. senators persecuted or prosecuted here. And they've stayed at that same, the Metropolitan Detention Center. Exactly, Joyce. They've stayed at the same Metropolitan Detention Center. And they have never done what Diddy has done. Okay, and they're like in the 30 years that no one's done anything remotely like what Diddy has done in this jail, like starting classes and putting all these things together and making people get along with each other and all that stuff. Great, fantastic that he's doing that. Real talk, fantastic. Doesn't mean anything. He's still gonna have to get locked up. He still did these crimes. You also got to remember the burning question is he solely doing this so he can try to get out of jail early? Or is he doing this because he feels like he wants to do this because of the goodness in his heart? I lean towards the first. He's doing this because he knows it looks good on paper to get out of jail early, for the hopes of getting out of jail early. That's it. He's not doing it because he's wanting to do it as a good man. Okay? He's doing it because he wants to look good in front of the court. That's it. The true Diddy has come back. So it's been gone for 25 years. So ain't nobody seen the true Sean Combs in 25 years. His kids don't even know the true Diddy. You see what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking a few other things here really quick. Okay. So the true Sean Combs came back after 25 years, just so you know. I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Let's be real. People can do it. Okay? But at the same time, you can do it without Astroglide and baby oil. That's for sure. Without a camera and without a train of men. Okay? So like I said, this is all bad. TD Jakes is already having his own set of issues separate from all this crap. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what. I mean, here's the other thing, too. It's like there are so many other people to look up to. Okay? There are so many other people to look up to. And you know what the other thing is, too? Is like, I get it that we all need somebody or something that we want to look up to or find in, you know, that motivation. But what about being a fan of yourself? Why not being inspired by you? I know that sounds weird, but hear me out. We're always looking up to all these role models. Why not just become your own role model? Sorry, message. Because, you know, we are all, you know, family members, or we are all parents, right? We're all siblings or parents, right? So why can't we be the best version of ourselves, or the role model that we've always wanted to have growing up or have in real life? Why not just become and cultivate that role model within yourself? They always say this, and it pisses me off how they say, don't meet your heroes. And they're absolutely right. I don't know how many times, countless times that I've met people that I've said that I looked up to, highly revered, and realized, man, they're crazy or they're buttholes. I'm just being real. Very few times that I met somebody and I'm like, wow. Well, you know, met somebody that I highly revered and, you know, was like, oh my God, I can't wait to meet him. I can't believe I'm pressing flesh with this person. Oh my God, I'm in the same room with these great people. And then you realize, oh my God, they're buttholes. Oh, they're terrible. They're mean. Whoa. Yeesh. Or they treat you like absolute trash because they're all up in their own ass. So why not become the role model that you've always wanted to have around? Why not look in the mirror and go, damn, you look good and you dope. You dope. And that's it. You don't have to explain why. But just continue doing dope things that are consensual and legal and all that stuff too. And then eventually everybody else catches on. You know, they're like, damn, that guy is dope. Or that woman is dope. Damn, that's a good person right there. Or you know what matters the most? It's your kids or the people that you love around you that are looking up to you. Why can't it be that? I'm just saying. We need more of that in the world. More stuff where we're looking into ourselves. And being proud of ourselves. and making sure we're holding ourselves accountable, because we do live in a world where we just we push everything aside. Nah, I say no. Hold yourself accountable. Feel that moment, fix that moment, and move on and be stronger and be better. Be the role model that you've always wanted. Just try for 30 days. I guarantee you those 30 days, one, they're going to go by fast, but you're going to realize how much you've achieved and how much better you're going to feel in that 1 month. I tell you that. Try it. You'll thank me in 30 weeks or 30 days. That's what I mean. Moving on. So continuing, he says, let's just go back to what he said earlier. All right. So let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Yeah, because he's doing law-abiding things and representing this criminal. Sorry, but he is a criminal. He's a convicted criminal. Sorry, but moving on. We have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. Dear God, Mahey is the executive director of Reentry One. What's the gentleman's name? The judge asks. His name is Giovanni. So the judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So the next person comes up. My name is Giovanni Saris from Entry One. We serve a couple of 100 people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sorry, but by the way, that sounds like they're about to ask him to come in and speak at an engagement. But moving on. So they say, I see the impact. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know. I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with private prison operators that we work with. I speak at different functions. Sounds like a speaking engagement to me. Okay, so we're still waiting. But that's interesting though, right? Yeah, Tracy, I don't know when this is going to be over. I mean, if it's till 5, they have about 2.5 hours left. Is there going to be enough time for victims, actual people that are speaking on the side of prosecution, to have enough time for them to speak, and then enough time for the judge to actually come up with their verdict? I don't know. I honestly don't know. This may not happen. Or actually, you're right. Sorry. It's almost 3:30 in New York. Sorry. I didn't do the math right. So yeah. So they have basically an hour and a half, and that's it. If they're going till 5. I'm assuming that they are. They have an hour and a half. So that's why the judge is like, you got 1 minute, go. But he's like, we got to get going. We got to get into this. This thing's taking too damn long. And I agree with that. Refresh. Sounds like a speaking engagement to me, though. See, here's the thing, though. It doesn't matter if it's a speaking engagement or not. He had it booked. He had it scheduled to be a part of this thing. AKA, he knew or he feels that he's going to be out in enough time to be able to attend this event. That's it. Black Anonymous, I'd like to know why too. I don't know why. It's because he wanted to take up all this time to basically shove in the face of the judge Look, he's a good guy. Don't you see he's a good guy? He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Did I mention that he's a good guy? He's a good guy. Damn it. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. A good guy that guy is. Good guy. It's like, we get it. But that shouldn't change anything, right? Like I said, I'll be shook if he gets like a year, and I'll be shook if he gets 20. I truly think it's going to be about 5 to 6. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe this whole thing is changing the judge's mind. But Nurse 97, the judge most definitely wants this over with soon. He wants to be done with this. He wants to be done with this, guys. And I don't blame him. I would want to be done with this crap too. So I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. Judge, we are eager to work with Diddy in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Sounds like a speaking engagement. Okay, but I'm just saying, these are engagements that he's going to be a part of and that he's going to be speaking at. It's a speaking engagement. Okay. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Then the judge says, okay, thank you very much. F off, thank you. We're done. We're done here. Let us get it over with. Please and thank you. Okay? Oh, dear God. It's taking so damn long. That's funny. That's terrible. So, Agnifilo says it's getting late, but I'll be brief because he still has to talk too. I started in Manhattan DA's office in 1990. I mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center of Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to, I guess, come from childhood trauma. Congratulations. It still does not be like, do you realize how many serial monsters that are out here that have been incarcerated that did terrible things, these disgusting, egregious, unthinkable, nefarious things to people that were victims of DV, victims of CA, victims of SA as children, etc., right? That still doesn't excuse them doing what they did. That still doesn't excuse. It's like, oh, you were a victim of DV as a child? You had childhood trauma, Dahmer. I didn't realize that. You're free to go. There's the front door. Enjoy yourself, Dahmer. I didn't know it was like that, bro. But enjoy yourself. Bundy didn't know it was like that, homie. Trauma of some sort? Word? Okay, there's the front door. Go ahead. I didn't know. Our bad. Our bad. We speaking from the heart here, bro. We're speaking from the heart. We're bad. Our bad. Okay? You're released. Go ahead. Brian Coco? Trauma? Word? Koberger? Our bad, bro. Go ahead. The front door is right over there, man, bro. Come on, bro. Okay? Charges have been dropped, bro. Front door wide open. Enjoy yourself. Okay? What are you talking about? Doesn't change anything. Sure. Did he need some serious help? He most definitely do. But that doesn't mean that should be an excuse for any of this. There's plenty of people that have gone through childhood trauma that are good, law-abiding citizens. As a former inmate just said, never had a parking ticket. Same people, same thing for people who have been survivors. Okay? Same thing as people who have survived or who are surviving. They find the right type of help. I mean, I know some have not had the opportunity to talk to anybody about their childhood trauma, but nonetheless, they are still living their lives. They're not breaking laws. They're not lathering themselves in baby oil and Astroglide and having, choo-choo trains ran on their loved ones. I'm just saying. So the fact that he's like, I am here and I'll be brief. I started in Manhattan's DA office in 1990. In the 1990s, late 90s, the Center of Court Innovation started. John Jay did all these studies, and they said DV tends to come from childhood trauma. Congratulations. What else does that mean? Oh, damn. Really? Diddy. Come on. Shoot. Go home, man. Enjoy yourself. In fact, here's a gift card for $40 at the local Walmart. Go crazy. Enjoy yourself with some baby oil and some Astroglide. Okay? Enjoy yourself. Like, that's dumb. Come on now. Oh, and the soup. Oh. And the vegetable soup. That just came back. It's coming back to me now. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my dear God. The vegetable soup. Oh, dear God. Oh. I just can't. I can't. Okay. Agnifilo continues. Doctors found that Sean, Diddy Combs, has PTSD. He grew up without a father who was unalived when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father passed away, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. Cool. Yep. It's like, and what? And what? By the way, he has PTSD from what exactly? He has PTSD because he found out from friends or the streets how his father passed away. That's why he has PTSD? That's it? Yeah, and his victims have severe PTSD because he put his paws on them. Okay? He was dropping bows on them. He's got PTSD because he heard the streets talk. That's it. No, this is not PTSD because the streets beat his ass. No, he got PTSD because he heard from a friend of 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 a friend how his papas got erased from this planet. And that's why he was self-medicating and wearing masks, sitting in a dark corner, tenderizing his meat. And then, of course, putting his hands on women. Oh, and other people too, because it's not just women. So again, make that make sense. He found in the microfilm there how his father died in a deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder, or maybe he was born with that. Okay. I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Ms. Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Oh my God. This is taking forever. It's taking forever. It's taking forever, y'all. Oh my dear God. I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. What are you going to do? What else do you need to say? He had PTSD. he found in the microfilm there how his father had passed away in a deal gone bad. Maybe that's where the trauma comes from. He has major depressive disorder. What the hell does that mean? Yeah, life can suck sometimes. We all deal with our own battles of depression, but he has major depressive disorder. Let me just tell you this. He could have been born with that too, though. He could have been born with that. PTSD because he found out that his dad passed away. I don't know. Can you get PTSD from that? I thought PTSD is like, it's got to be something really severe or something like traumatic, truly traumatic happening to you, right? But PTSD, just finding out how your pops died, I don't know. That's okay. Interesting. Let me get some of these super chats while we wait, because Diddy is supposed to, let's be real. If anything, out of this whole day, the moment we've all been waiting for is going to be Diddy talking. And I hope to God Inner City Press doesn't go, hi, I will close with this. Like, I hope it doesn't happen like that. I hope he writes every single last word that comes out of Diddy's mouth, like he's doing with Agnifilo. I was hoping to hear from the Reverend Dr. Johnson. That didn't happen. So with Diddy, I hope he doesn't drop the ball on that. I really want to hear what Diddy has to say. Okay? Really want to see what he has to say. And I think we all want to know. That is the highlight of today. Okay? So we still have Miss Slavic, and then it's Diddy. So hopefully Miss Slavic gets straight to the point. He ain't wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong, boss. Set him free. Okay, I'll sit down. That's it. But we'll see. Super chats, thank you so much. And Val, thank you so much. How is he eating chips? How was he eating chips before? That's what I'd like to know. Maybe not at all, because it's peasant food. Next. Super chat. Thank you. Rock on. Thank you so much. It would be one thing if he medicated himself only, but he also slid that substance to a lot of people too. Yeah. I'm 34 years sober. Congratulations. And don't blame anyone for my mistakes. That's some fire points right there. Rock on. Thank you so much. And thank you. Congratulations for your 34 years being sober. That's phenomenal. Okay, that's dope as hell. All right. But yeah. Especially that last part. Don't blame anyone for the mistakes you made, right? You can't blame those people, but that's the true sign of a narcissist, though. The ones that will sit there and go, well, it wasn't me, it was them. Had I not, had they not unbeknownst drank the drink that I slipped that substance in, then we wouldn't be in this kerfuffle in the first place. And it's like, wait a second, you're the one who slipped the drink and slipped the liquid or the substance into that person's drink, not them. So it's on you, bro. You see what I'm saying? Narcissism at its finest. Penny, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. He hurt so many people. At least 5 to 7 years. Yeah, I'm thinking around that time, 5, 6. I'm still sticking with the 5, 6. But we'll see. Catherine, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. And you've been a member for 5 months, so I appreciate that. So you came back. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Tina, thank you so much. The speaking engagement is it's about a bag of chips. Yes, exactly. You know what I mean? He's like, I had to eat peasant food. And the whole room gasps. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, no, not chips. Right? Maymag, OMG, now he's MLK, pathetic. Yeah, now he's a civil rights leader. And that's not a speaking engagement. It's a spiritual cleansing or what, spiritual healing or some BS. That guy did not say anything. The guy who was representing the group, the event that he's supposed to be speaking at, he didn't say anything about like God and spiritual. No, he didn't say anything like that at all. So I don't know what they're talking about. Shanna, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Joyce, they really want to make him an angel now. Yep. He can still mentor in prison speaking. He can still mentor in the prison speaking engagement. Yes, he could. He could still do all of that and then some while in that room that he with that class that he's starting to do. You know what I mean? I forgot the name of the class that he does, but Peep Game or whatever the hell it's called. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean. All right. He could easily speak in there. That's a speaking engagement right there too, if you really think about it. But anyway, my shepherd pie, thank you so much. It's 3:37 a.m. here. Still waiting eagerly. Dang, thank you so much for tuning in. Where are you watching the show from, shepherd pie? 3:37. Damn, that is a.m. That's early in the morning. So I appreciate this. I appreciate the support. I'm glad I'm not making you fall asleep. Okay. Charlene, thank you so much for the love. If we're going to talk PTSD and how trauma made him do it, then let's talk about the cray-ish he saw in his house growing up. S parties, etc. Yeah. As has been reported. Yes, it has. Otherwise, miss me with it. You are not wrong with that too. Let's not forget that. Charlene with the receipts, man, with the throwbacks. She's like, remember this? Remember? And that is true. It has been reported. Friends have also reported, yeah, mama would throw these wild parties and we would just be in the house, man. Yeah, I was right there in that room, in the kitchen, they're just setting things up, knocking things down, if you get what I'm saying. Nothing on but the radio, if you get what I'm saying. So, yeah, you ain't wrong. You are not wrong. Hardcore facts. Hardcore facts, Charlene. So let's see. Let's refresh. Because we're all waiting for Diddy to start doing his diddling. Okay, we got a couple. Yay, more than just one. Oh, happy day. Okay. So last word will be coming from Diddy. So Agnifilo he said, I'm talking for 5 minutes. So hopefully this is the, like the breakdown of the 5. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, boy. Oh, snap. Okay. Do you have, what am I saying? Can you do me a favor? That's what I'm trying to say. Can you do me a solid, loves? Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Okay. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please. Okay. Please don't forget to do that. Okay. I've been on for, it's going about to be 6 hours here in a second. Damn. Okay. And I'm doing this because I love y'all. And not in the Diddy love. I'm talking about just love, like love. Regular ash, dry, parched, unlubricated love. Okay? Just dry as hell. Platonic from a very, very far, far, far away. Distance between us. No touching. Nothing whatsoever. You in your corner. I'm in my corner. There is no connection except the fact that there is a platonic respect and adoration for each other. Okay? There it is. Moving on. Agnifilo still talking. He says, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Cassie's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. We are proposing mental health treatment, a DV program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is DV Awareness Month, not mind, but month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health. the root problem. I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Diddy has the last word. So, judge goes, okay, prosecution. So then they say, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on attacks. They're going to have to move that. They're going to have to move this fast, son. They're going to have to move fast. But we got more. Prosecution now has their time to talk. So I don't know. We might not have any victim impact statements at all, which is also interesting. Back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. Pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. She ain't wrong with that. $1.4 million would be a 90. Would be 90. Oh, would be 90 some freak-offs. Okay, $1.4 million would be 90 something freak-offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us, or US, to find terrible. No, okay, Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find a volatile text like he quoted. But this case has physical attacks on video. She ain't wrong with that either. I'm done. Somebody said, I want Diddy boiling ramen noodles with a slow hymn to I'll be missing you. I'm done. Thinking of the day when you went away. And he's doing this all on a hot plate in a room filled with 25 other guys. You know what I'm saying? I'll be missing you, just oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Speaking engagement. The things that come out of people's booty holes. Let's go. So he challenged us to find volatile text that he quoted. But this case has physical attacks on video. The defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video. But that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. Did I have you singing too? Did I have you singing triple M or M cubed? Damn right. She ain't wrong, though, with what she's saying right here. She ain't wrong with what she's saying. Ice Baby, absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that. Please hit that like button, dag nabbit. Okay? Man, we're almost at 2K. We're almost at 2K. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's get it to 2K. Can you? I know we don't have 2K in the chat, but we're almost at 2K. And I know some of y'all have not hit that like button down below. And if you do it really quick, that helps the channel. And obviously, it'll just make me happy because we've been on for almost 6 hours. Okay? 6 hours. So please go hit the like button down below. Let's get it to 2K. Also, don't forget to subscribe. Okay? If you appreciate how I've been covering this case, there's a lot more we're going to be covering. Okay. There's a lot of craziness that's been going on. We are spinning on this planet, and this planet is on fire. And we're talking about it all. Okay. So please make sure you hit that like button down below. Please and thank you. And I know this is annoying, but this is the reason why I'm trying to keep it entertaining in the meantime, right? Because there's a lot of just waiting for it to refresh and giving us more information, right? So again, yeah, hit that like button down below. Don't forget to subscribe, okay? Check out my channel. Check out my my website, all right? I got some really great clothes, okay? So hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And of course, check out pascalmerch.com, okay? It has been a long day, but I'd really appreciate it for this long day. If you can get me to 2K, that would make me very, very happy. All right? Let's go over here. So, Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. So, we ask for a significant sentence here. That's all she says. So now, you freaking whores. I hate when they do this. So now we got a break. Freaking whores. Okay. So here it is. We're going to have to wait. Yeah, I know. Cue the violins. Unfortunately, we got to wait for this crap now. Okay. We got to wait. We got to wait. Yeah. So they said, thank you, Mr. Combs. And then Steele says, can we take a comfort break? What comfort? So now they're going on a break for 7 minutes. The moment a comfort, what is that? What is a comfort break? He's in prison. He's in jail. There's no such thing as comfort in jail. You're eating out of bags. You're eating out of bags. Where's the comfort in that? Come on now. He needs comfort. What are they going to do? Like, are they having like a whole win this one for the Gipper conversation? That's a deep cut. You know what I mean? Are they having a win this one for the, for the Gipper conversation? We're talking about game of inches. 1 inch you win, 1 inch you lose. Like, what is this? What's going on here? That was not that good of an Al Pacino, but you get what I'm saying. Any given Sunday, nobody. But let's continue, okay? Like, real talk. Come on now. Like, what you see what I'm saying? Hoo-ha! Yeah. So again, make this make sense. Why is this? Why? Can we have a comfort break? It's cool. Hopefully what he has to say doesn't take a mother-loving hour. You realize that he says what he says, then the judge gets to go in and be like, okay, thank you so much. And everybody in here, it was very nice to hear everything that everyone had to say. It was very, very moving. Just from the family. Oh my Lord. I felt that one. Mm-hmm. That from my heart. Mm-hmm. I felt it in all the chambers of my heart. Mm-hmm. And then of course from everybody else. I appreciate y'all. Okay, so we got this verdict, and we gonna throw you away for life. you gone for life. Mm-hmm. That's what we gonna do. I appreciate what y'all said. It really resonate right here in my heart. It did. Mm-hmm. But we just gonna have to lock you up for good. Mm-hmm. Cause you're evil. He ain't gonna get the max, okay? He ain't gonna get the max. All right? Let's be real. He ain't gonna get the max. If it's Monday, I'll be pissed. You understand? But that's not gonna happen. They're doing their little break. They got 4 more minutes. And then they're dragging his lanky, well, now his lanky ears because he's been locked up and he's only eating ramen noodles, and he's eating food out of bags. It's terrible. Food out of bags. He's eating chips. Oh my God. Oh. But aside from that, he's probably, his lanky ass is going to be brought back in and then he's going to say what he needs to say. Which, by the way, didn't he already say it in the 3-4 page letter that he wrote already? He's going to say the same crap that he said in that video. I found God. I found therapy. I found rehab. He's going to say all that. But what's interesting about this time, or that time, I'm sorry, is that he lied. He wasn't sober even then. So again, this is going to be interesting. Yes, Zokilla, this was all a forced rehab. It was. If he didn't do this time in prison or in jail, I'm sorry, because I know there's a difference between the two, but if he did not do time in that holding cell like he did, and if he really did not touch any substances while he was in there and he really did clean up, I'm telling you right now, the only reason why it happened is because he got caught. Imagine if he was still out here and he didn't get caught with any of this. He'd still be doing exactly what he's been doing. It'd just be another year of him high and under the influence and treating everyone like trash. Okay? He'd still be walking around here thinking that he's all that and a bag of chips? Oh, God. Oh, God. It's peasant food. It's peasant food. Just saying. Yeah, beautiful Bessie Ball. I agree. I don't think he's sober at all. I really don't think he's sober in jail. I don't think that. I don't agree with it. I don't believe it at all. If you got that much substances floating around, you mean to tell me he ain't doing that, getting zooted? He's got nothing else better to do except sit around and waste time. Okay? Yeah, Tina, you can definitely get substances in prison or in jail. In fact, they say it's really easy. They say it's very easy to get hooked up in that jail and just get zooted, like I said. Butterflies in the sky, So let's see what happens here. They should be back now. It's 4:00 on the dot. Yeah, I feel that same way. It's like, duh. Of course you did. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating. But they're supposed to be back. Beautiful messy ball. No, not at all. Not at all. And yeah, and don't get me wrong. The people that I've met, not everyone is a butthole. It's just that sometimes you meet some heroes that you look up to, and then you meet them, and you're like, wow, you're mean. And I don't know why. Sometimes you just meet them on a bad day, but I'm like, why am I always meeting these different people always on a bad day? Because they're always in some sort of messed up, jacked up mood. It's weird. And I'm like, either it's like I just happen to be meeting these people on a bad day, or they're just buttholes. And that's it. They're just buttholes because they're just used to getting what they want all the time. And that's it. So it's the same thing as Diddy. You meet Diddy and then you're like, dang. I've never met Diddy, but I'm just saying, you know, it's just their demeanor. And you know what the other thing too is, every time that I've met somebody, it's not because I've been in a room. Sometimes I've been in rooms filled with other huge names, right? And they're all those people are the same kind of level of like celebrity, right? I've been in those kind of rooms. You know what? It'll be a room full of like A-listers. You know, Jamie Foxx is in the room. You got huge football and basketball players, names, etc., and they're all around, and it's filled with other big movers and shakers, right? And you know, big movers and shakers, right? But then, you know, they're all on the same level. Does that make sense? But there's other times in they're cool because they're on their A game. They're nice to you because they're around other people that are on the same level. But I've noticed whenever it's like an event where it's like, you know, they're trying to, you know, what if it's like a giving back to the community, or it's an event where they're kind of like the headliner or the name or the face of the thing that everybody's very excited about, then you finally meet that person, right? At that event, the vibe is different because now they look at you like, yeah, they look at you like this little lesser than them. They don't see you in the same wavelength, in the same level as them. They're just like, oh, you're just a fan. Oh, you're just an annoying little fan, right? So I think there's a difference. Because I've met some celebrities that I'm like, dang, they still haven't done anything yet. I'm still waiting for an update, and they haven't gotten back yet, I guess. But you'll meet some, you know, you'll meet people in certain circles. And it'll be like, they're the biggest fish in this tiny little pond at this event. And they know they're the big fish. So they treat you like you are that little fish, right? Like you're nothing. But then I've been at parties and events that have been big time names all around you, okay? A-listers to D-listers and nothing below that, except for the girls that they're running around with. You feel me? Okay? Just keeping it real. And then they're going, hey, you know, oh, you cool? And they're very cool with you because they think you're either some sort of executive or a suit, or, you know, maybe somebody that's about to be on the rise. That's why you're in the room. So they're super nice to you. They want to be all friendly, right? But when you are in that room and there's like maybe 2 or 3 of them, you know, that are at that celebrity status, and the rest of the people around them are all fans, and they're running around, and all the fans are just trying to take photos with them and blah, 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 right? There's a different vibe. There's a different energy that you get from them. It's more of a F off, or I'm here, I should be getting what I asked for. Where's the stuff that I asked for, kind of thing. And you're like, damn, you don't have to be an a-hole about that. I'm just here to say hi and shake your hand. Because my friend is your friend's friend. And they said we should meet. But you're a jerk. Same situation, but in these parties where it's everybody in the same room, they're all big fishes in the same room, they treat you different. It's just a completely different vibe. They want to talk to you longer. They actually want to strike up a conversation with you. They don't look at you like you're just some little fan, right? They look at you like, oh, okay, you in the same room with me. Who are you? And why are you here? What's the story here? They actually want to get to know you. So like I said, I've met celebrities in different circles and in different situations, right? But a lot of times I've met celebrities in the other situation where it's like, They're the big fish at this particular event with a lot of small fish wanting to take a photo with them, wanting to get an opportunity to have even 5 seconds to talk to them and talk about a movie that they did 20 years ago or something like that. You know what I mean? And then they're just kind of meh with the whole thing, right? Or they're just in a bad mood all day or all night because it's an event they don't want to be at. And they take it out on the people who actually are excited about meeting them. It's sad, but it is kind of like that weird situation that happens. Sad but true. Every once in a while you meet one and you're like, holy crap, you're cool. Yeah, 7 minutes became we're still waiting, guys. I'm refreshing. But every once in a while you might meet one where you're like, oh, okay, you a real one. Okay, you dope. I like you. You're fun. You know what I mean? You're very cool. You're very grounded. You're very normal. You're very kind. And you're willing to talk. Some just being like, yeah, I'm such and such, and what? And then sit there bored out of their skull, ignoring people, acting like a celebrity. It just is what it is. It's sad, but it's true. Like I said, it's not every day that you meet celebrities, but it's a lot of times when you do meet them, you're like, dang, they're kind of mean. They're kind of mean, unfortunately. Let's see. So they're back finally. Sean Combs stands at defense table. So the moment we've all been waiting for has finally become reality. So Diddy stands at the defense table. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be silent or quiet, and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Okay, he better not give us and I'll finish with this, and I'll close with this. Here we go. So he says, I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane. Oh, by the way, don't forget her family, Ventura's family. Let's not forget they were also blackmailed. Remember that? And they had to put a second mortgage out on the house just so they can pay Diddy off, which he paid them back that money a few days later. But no matter what, he terrorized that family because of whatever issues he was having with Cassie. Do not forget that. Okay. So again, this guy is a butthole. He's an absolute butthole. And if he gets less than 2 years, I'll be surprised. Okay? He terrorized family. Her family especially. So that's why he's apologizing to Cassie Ventura's family. Continuing on, he says, I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of DV. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get help. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me refresh this to see if there's anything more. He says, I know better. My faith taught me better. He's bringing Jesus. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. Oh no, here we go. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children, and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Oh my damn. Hold on. Oh my damn. We're waiting. We're waiting. Let us see here. This is the moment that I think, Hold on 1 second, guys. Gooby goo. Because you know for a fact there's going to be more here. There's going to be so much more. All right. So let me just say this. So he says, which is crazy, one of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all victims, all of the victims of DV. So not only just victims of DV, all of them. Or sorry, not his own victims, but every single victim in the history of victims of DV. Okay. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick. I was sick from substances. I needed help, but I didn't get help. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. There's a pause. Ellipses, he says, ellipses, I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. What? Okay. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems? What you mean? By threats? By coercion? By bribery? That doesn't make any sense. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. All right, then. He continues. I got lost. I'm a bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Doesn't this sound familiar? Hold up. Doesn't this crap sound familiar? I'm about to curse. Doesn't this crap sound very familiar? Doesn't it though? Can I find it? They got me deep diving in this mug. Archival crap. Hold on. Is this it?
At this time,
No, that's not it. That's not it. That's going to drive me crazy. Man, I probably deleted that crap. Hold on, guys. Because we're waiting for more updates. Come on. Oh, no. Come on. I'm just going to play the sound.
it's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
You know what? We're pausing it. We're going to see it. You need to see it. I know that you guys can't hear this, but I'm playing his apology. The video where he says, I found God. I found sobriety, right? that kind of thing?
I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. Now they're going to therapy. They're going to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Sound familiar, right? Sound familiar, right? That BS? Oh, ho, ho. We're hearing it right here again. It's just a repeat. By the way, he lied in that video. In that apology video, he lied. Okay? Girl, mother, he's finally speaking. Sentencing is happening right now for those of y'all who are watching on TikTok. He is speaking right now. And then hopefully after that, we should be getting the verdict or the ruling and how long he's going to be locked up for. Okay? Just so you all know. So here's the thing. It's hard for me to believe what he's saying when that video, by the way, that wasn't the first video he's done. He apparently made more than just one apology video, sent it out to people to cross-reference to make sure it was believable or not. Which one do you like? Do you like this one or do you like that one? Literally, before that video was the one that was put out for everyone to see, for the public to hear and see. He congregated with his family to come up with an apology video, an apology video. Then he choreographed or wrote the apology video and then passed it along with his family to make sure it was cool before it became the video that we all know and have seen already. Here's the thing. He lied about finding God. He lied about finding sobriety. He lied about going to therapy. He had not been going to therapy at all. We just saw in that letter that he wrote to the judge the night before today, last night, right before this sentencing, he said while he's been in prison or in jail, this is the first time he's been sober in 25 years. 25 years. Do you understand? So he's been lying this entire doggone time. So for me, it's going to be very hard to believe him now when he's sitting here saying like, I let my community down. And the part that drives me nuts is him saying, I wanted to show what we could take care of. I wanted to show what we could take care of our own problems. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. Huh? So doing everything on the hush hush, keeping things behind closed doors while he's attacking and doing these things, having choo-choos ran on his loved ones and all that. His hankering for hogs, hankering for juicy hogs, right? But let's not forget, he found sobriety after all that, after putting his hands on Cassie, which was years ago. So you mean to tell me he was supposed to be sober and clean and clear for several years since attacking Cassie? But that's not the truth. That's all a lie. He has been sober for the first time in 25 years when he got locked up. And that's it. This man is not telling the truth. But let's continue. He says, I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. He wrote that in that letter. He said the exact same thing. I beg your honor for mercy. to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again. I don't think anybody's going to be rocking with him as being a leader in the community anytime soon if he gets out today. And I doubt he will. But moving on. To get the help I need. He should have been getting the help that he needed a long ass time ago. But let's continue. I don't want to let God down. He brings in the Lord in here. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands. I'll never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story. It's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. You can still do a lot of positive impact from within bars, just so you know. But moving on. Thank you to the jury, Your Honor. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. Here we go. He shouldn't have said that, I don't think. But anyway, they want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. No matter what anyone says, I know that I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Then another 5-minute break. Oh, it's so stupid. Okay, guys, we got to break this down. We got 5 minutes. And then I'm assuming the judge will finally have a verdict or a ruling, a decision made on if he's going to get 3 weeks, if he's going to walk out today, or in the worst kind of way, he gets 20 years. Now, here's the thing. I put a poll up in the chat, and I asked you guys then. So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The decision on his sentencing should be coming up within the next 5-10 minutes, because they always have these breaks and then they tend to go a little bit longer than expected. Okay, just a heads up. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, and I have the poll pinned to the top of the chat. You don't see it. It's on my YouTube channel. Okay, The Pascal Show. What do you think? Do you think the judge is going to go ham on him? Or do you think that the judge is going to go easy on him? Now, for those of y'all who are watching on TikTok, okay, if you think that the judge is going to go ham on him, put a number 1 in the chat if you're watching on TikTok. If you think that you think he's going to go easy on him, hit the number 2. Okay? Okay, so far a lot of y'all say he gonna go ham. Okay, well, it's kind of split. I'm seeing it so far. Diggity damn. Damn. Okay. Now here's the thing, and I see you guys doing it. I was like, if you're on TikTok, but that's fine. That's fine. All I was saying is, you have a poll. Okay, you get to go and vote, which is nice. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Let me know. All right. But I see a lot of y'all thinking that he's going to go ham. I think he's in this no BS type of attitude right now. I really hope that we get some sort of, I think we're going to have a hybrid. I think it's going to be in the middle. Like I said before, I truly think, here it is. If he gets 20 years, I will be shook. Okay? I will be absolutely shook if he gets 20 years. Shook. And no, I don't think that is a fair ruling. I really don't. Now, I know some of y'all be like, what? Say word? No, I don't think that's fair. But I do think what is fair is between 5 to 7, between 5 to 6. I've been saying 5 to 6. Okay. So 5 years, 5 to 6 years, I see that. But as far as 20 years, nah, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I'll be shook if he gets like a year, and I'll be shook if he gets 20. See what I'm saying? I think he's going to sit right off, like right underneath 10, right between 5 and 6. That's what I think. Okay. And I think that would be fair. And I'm talking about just on what he's charged with. In my mind, he should be getting punished viciously because of the things that he has done. But because he's being charged specifically for the Mann Act, I think 5 to 6 is fair. I'll be surprised if he gets anything less. But I'll be surprised if he gets anything more. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. Okay? I think 5 to 6. They already talked about the recommended thing being 70 months to 84 months or something like that. So that would literally be 6 to 7 years. So it's going to be right in around, I think it's going to be right around that pocket. Because I think the judge has already made his decision. Like, okay, I'm not going to give him 135 months. I'm not going to give him 11 years, right? I'm not going to give him 11 and, a quarter months, right? You see what I'm saying? So again, it's going to be very, very interesting when they all come back. Okay, so let's talk about this. Let's break this down. Because again, like I said before, I've already talked about him being like, I found God, I found sobriety, blah, 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 right? So one of the hardest things I had to handle has been having to be quiet and express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie and her family. I would like to apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of DV. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick. See, here's the thing, though. Instead of he's saying he's taking accountability, and sure he is, but he also is sitting here saying like, I was sick. But he's been sick this entire time. Do you understand? He's been sick for 25 years. But you really can't sit there and turn around and lean on just substances alone and just say, well, that was because I was on that. And so it's all your fault. So, it was because of the alcohol, or it was because of the substances I was on. That's not the real me. Well, how do we know who the real you is if you've been under the influence for damn near a quarter of a century? Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. He's just pulling things out his butt. Here's the other thing, too. He said the same thing in the video before when he was like, my bad. I found God. Blah, blah, blah. We already heard all that crap, and it was all a lie. So he could be acting here again, trying to do his best, get me the Greek acting right here, right? I'm sorry. Fool me once. Can't fool me again, right? So, get food. You can't fool. If I get food, you can't get food again. All right? So again, I was sick from the substances. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. And if he gets out, do you really think he's going to get the help? I don't know. I don't think so. He's going to go back to the same people, same circles. He's going to be around the same sycophantic individuals that are going to be willing to do whatever he wants. He's just going to fall back into the same old pattern that he has done, that he was in the past, right? Real quick. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. Okay, sure. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. That's on you, bro. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show you could take care of you. We could take care of our own problems. That's a problem I have with too. I have a big problem with that too. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Sometimes you have to go through life changes or life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community, to get the help that I need. I don't want to let God down. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. He's calling his own story tragic. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I didn't have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I take responsibility for my man at convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get a second chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. No matter what anyone says, I know that I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see if there's new updates. Okay, they're back. So the judge says, on the outset, I want you to understand, Diddy, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Diddy, you are a self-made artist who has inspired a community of color. We saw the video. The free game course in the MDC, the court hopes you continue to expand it. Uh-oh. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You attacked these women. You used to attack. You used that type of attack to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the attacks is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with substances. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Woo! What is going on? A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Cassie's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public and investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane. Hit her in the head. Jane says he told her, take this pill. Go out there and S his D. F him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Oh, dear God. Oh, my God. Woo-hoo! What's going on here? What's going on? Oh, my God. Hold up. Oh, he about to go. I think he about to go ham. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Are we about to hear Diddy go? Oh, my God. Woo! Okay. I didn't. Whoa. Oh, geez, Louise. Okay. We're still waiting. Come on. Inner city. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's been harboring some feelings. I think that's fair to say. He's been harboring some feelings. He literally, wow, he waited. He waited. He waited. This mother lover waited. Oh my God. Come on. I'm going to have to go back. Give me something. Okay. Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there and S his D. F him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Oh my God. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. Whoa! Oh my, what? Holy crap. Okay. I'm going to repeat that again for those of y'all in the nosebleed seats, for y'all who are just showing up. Okay, breaking news. Judge said 135 months. That's 11 years, 11 plus, like 11.25 or something like that years. Do you understand? Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. So there's more than just one thing. One, he says 135 months would be more than necessary, but he might have more to say here. But because he says a few conclusions. So he might be like, eh. So he says a sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months, time served, would not be sufficient. So where is he going with this? Stop teasing us, man. So he said 135 months would be more than necessary. So he's not getting 135 months. He's not getting that. But he also feels that 14 months plus time served would not be enough. So 5 to 6, maybe? 5 to 6, maybe? Come on. Sorry, guys. I'm just hitting that refresh. I'm thinking 5 to 6. I really still am thinking 5 to 6. But that 135 threw me off. That 135 months threw me off. I'm like, wait, are you saying 135? Hold up. Love, I love you too. Mad love to you, love. Okay? Appreciate you guys. Guys, hit that like button, dag nabbit. Hit that like button down below. I'm going to keep refreshing. Okay? Hit that like, hit that reaction button, all that stuff. Come on. Okay. So, real quick, just repeating what I said. We keep going back so we know the flow of the conversation. All right? A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months, time served, would not be sufficient. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentences is 50 months of incarceration. 50 months, y'all. So he got 4 years. 4 years. Little over 4 years. So I was shy a year. He got 4 years, y'all. 4 years. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So, 4 years. So, 4 years plus time served. So, in other words, he'll be out in a little over 2+ years. Just about. With time served. Let's not forget that. With time served. Okay? Yeah, it's like 4 years and 2 months. But remember, time served. Son of a gun. Hold on. Let me see if there's more. So, judge turns to Mr. Agnifilo and says, Mr. Agnifilo, any recommendation where to serve the sentence? So Agnifilo says, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know there is a sentence? The judge says yes. So yes. Oh, it'll be 3 years and 2 months. My bad. So he'll be, with time served, it'd be 3 years and 2 months? Is that right? I guess it is right. All right. Crazy. Crazy. So he's serving 4, time served. He's there for 3+ years. A little over 3 years. How does that make you feel? I'm going to end this poll now because it's over now. Out of 3,500 views thus far, let me see this. 73% of y'all believe that the judge was going to go ham on him. It's okay. I think it's pretty wild that he's going to get 3 years. I will say that. You know, with time served and everything. I am surprised about that. Right? But at the same time, that's what the judge decided to give him. Oh my gosh. Okay. So hold on. Let me refresh, see what else is going on with the thing. So far, nothing. Let me check. I'm going to see if I want to see what outside is doing. Because you know for a fact, outside is probably rejoicing. Real talk. They're probably rejoicing like a mug. Let's see. Hold on. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Let's see. And of course, you know, they're going to be doing, I'm sure they're going to be coming out to speak and do their, and some might look at this as them doing some sort of victory lap to this whole thing. You know what I mean? And I got to be honest. I mean, there's no victory here. I don't see a victory in this situation. I see a bunch of people that have just, he's going to be locked up for a few years. He may not be getting 20 years, but he's going to be locked up for a while, for sure. And then he'll be able to get out and do what he usually does. But I will say this, by the time he gets, this is also what's crazy, is that by the time he gets out, he will basically be missing out on the entire time Trump is in office. So when he comes out of prison, it'll be a new president walking into the job. If you really think about that, that's pretty wild, right? That's pretty wild. He's going to go through miss out on a whole era. That's crazy. So yeah, let's see here. Unbelievable. Hold on, let's see what Long Crime has to say. I know you're not going to be able to hear this, but it's over on my YouTube channel, okay? TikTok. But let's just hear what they got to say really quick.
Intense. You could actually feel the emotion. Now that the sentence has been handed down, it seems to me like no one around us actually knows that it was handed down. It did just happen. We're probably one of the first ones to report it at all, but there's been no commotion. There's been no cheering. There's been no free Diddy, in support of Diddy. There's been no opposition to Diddy. That has been pretty interesting to me overall. As far as what we're going to hear from the attorneys, I said this about the verdict, and I'm going to say it about this too. I think it's a win for P. Diddy. The fact that he was up against this RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, had he been convicted of that, he could have faced essentially the rest of his life behind bars. Now he had pretty much the lowest charge that he was convicted of, this transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, based on what Serena is saying with the 4 years, and maybe he could serve less based on, good behavior, etc., I'm going to say that's a huge win for Diddy, especially when his life was in the balance. And I wonder if that's what we're going to hear. I wonder if prosecutors are going to say, we asked for the 11 years. The judge says it was warranted, and yet we didn't get the 11 years. And I wonder if the defense is going to say it's still too much. It's far too long. Get him out with his children. We're going to appeal. So there's still a lot ahead.
Well, first of all, the judge said this is, quote, hard time, but also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old.
They got
the
a
judge
point.
says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Now, Serena, that is important. That's an important statement from the judge here, because there are those who will look at this and say, this is not enough time, that this doesn't recognize what the victims went through in a case like
Thank
this.
you.
Particularly Cassie, when we talk
Thank you,
about
Jay.
the video that was shown. It's felt very deliberate on the part of the judge. But to be clear,
Let me just pause that really quick. I'm sure there's some updates. He just read a few from Inner City Press, so I'm going to read that too, so that we can hear for ourselves. And of course, all y'all who are watching over here on the TikTok and elsewhere that are not being able to see this. So of course they asked, let me show you guys so you guys can see this too. Any recommendation? This is the judge asking Mr. Agnifilo, any recommendation where to serve the sentence? Agnifilo says, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know that there is a sentence? The judge says yes. So there's a few things that he says here. Judge continues and says the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment at $200. I want to speak to the strong women who came forward, Miss Ventura and Jane. That's Cassie and Jane. You've been through that. You've been through trauma we can't imagine. Cassie said it was forced, sexual, and degradation. I want to say we heard you. You weren't speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. So there's that. All right. That's what they said. Now, some people are going to look at this and say, this is a win for Diddy. I don't think so. I don't see it as a win. Okay. I really don't. Because like I said, the win would have been him out. The win would have been him out on these streets free, talking to the public instantly. But he's not going to be able to do that. He's going to be locked up for at least 3 more years. All right. He's locked up. He's gone. That's it. And then when he gets out, we'll see what happens. Okay. But I will say this. It's 3 years. Don't get me wrong. 3 years is still terrible. 3 years is still terrible. But it's 3 years. It's not 11. It's for damn show ain't 20. So it's just 3 years. I think no matter which way he sees it, he wants to get out. That's it. He wants to be free. That's it. But the fact that he's not getting that, that's where he loses. But he's still winning because it's not super long. It's just 3 more years, right? And I know under certain different circumstances, okay, like the way the world is right now, or all that stuff, we look at 3 years and we're like, damn, we got 3 more years of all of this. Some people are looking at it like that. You'd be surprised how quickly a blink of an eye it really is, right? So again, time served. If he has good behavior, he might be out in less than 3. You never know. If he just works the system, he'll be out in no time. And no, I really don't think Trump is going to pardon him. I really don't think Trump's going to pardon him. I really don't. But we'll see if people are going to be out there writhing in the streets, lathering themselves with baby oil. We'll see. You never know. People, they're going to look at this and go, it's a win! Diddy's free! He's not free. He's still getting locked up. That's why it's not a win, in my personal opinion. But some people are going to look at it as such. Okay? So it says, Dr. King, as Dr. King taught us, out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. Diddy, your mom writes that you have always been a good son. The same power that enabled you to hurt these women, you could use to help. And of course, they're saying Diddy is sitting there with his hands folded. And of course, adjourned. He's not happy about this news. Diddy's not happy about this. Why? Because he wants to get the hell out. So again, this is not a joyous moment for Diddy. Diddy was hoping that by pulling out a documentary and everyone speaking on his behalf, that he was going to get just the time that he served already. Nope, he's not getting that. He's going to have to stay sober another 3 years. And you know what? For the amount of hibbity-dibbity that he's done, the amount of spilled vanilla milkshakes, okay, that he's slurped up, he could take a 3-year break. He could take a 3-year break. He's had enough hibbity dibbity in his lifetime to fill hibbity dibbity for like a football team of regular dudes' lives. Real talk. If you really think about it, he's bumped ugly so much and so often. He could take a break. I'm just saying, the amount of stuff that he's seen, the amount of bumping uglies he's done, real talk, his hips probably got arthritis. Okay? He needs to calm down. So 3 years, hey, gives him a chance to just chill and realize life is more than just bumping uglies and Astroglide and baby oil. I'm just saying. And spilt milkshakes. Vanilla milkshakes. Oh, and hogs. But here's the other thing, too. He's going to be around a whole lot of hogs. So he'll be fine. Only difference is he won't have a camera to film any of it. I'm just saying. Yeah, Catherine, I agree. He will definitely not be getting any kind of pardon anytime soon. Okay? He's done. Yeah, his weed whacker, okay? His naughty bits on hiatus, all right? His naughty bits, they're on hiatus. Shut it down. The store's closed for 3 more years. And then when he gets out, he can go buck wild. As long as it's consensual and he doesn't ply people with substances or make them do all kinds of crazy stuff. And here's the other thing, too. Who's going to be willing to go and do all that stuff for him after all of this? It's going to be tough for him. But then again, let's not forget, Charlie Sheen is out here running around with the AIDS, and he's still bumping uglies with people. I don't know how he does it, but he's doing it. He got the high five. My bad. He got that high five. And he's still out here just, you know what I mean? Charlie Sheen is still getting it in. He's still getting it in. And he got that high five. Okay? Hamburger. Let's see if there are any updates. Hold on, loves.
To be
as it pertains.
Trying to see if there's anything as far as like a statement made. I'm waiting for a statement to be made because for a fact that's coming. Unless they look at this as not a victory. I'm just going to be real. If they don't see this as a victory, then you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's 50 months, a $500,000 fine. Okay. It's like, yeah, like 500 million, 500 and or $700, I think. Something like that. But anyway. Yeah, prep drugs are expensive, but they make the high five inactive. That's very true. And he's spending at least Charlie Sheen is spending every last dollar for that stuff. But he's still out here getting it in. He for sure going out there and getting it in. Okay. I saw the documentary. I saw the Charlie Sheen documentary. Man, it's crazy the choices people make. It's really crazy the choices people make. Okay. Same thing with Diddy. You hope that by the time he gets out, he is fully rehabilitated and he doesn't go back to his ways. But here's the thing. I doubt it. once it's ingrained in you like that, 55 years old, it's kind of hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Or it's kind of hard to make a dog stop doing their old tricks. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. He's going to come out and I don't know. I would recommend, not like he's asking for my opinion, but I would recommend he lay low. He shut the hell up. He invest in things in the background, stay quiet, let his money stack up, live off the fat of the land, live off of his triumphs, and just stay in the dark. And then, of course, find a woman that truly loves him. And just do regular hibbity-dibbity with that person. And stop doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Put down the 2C. Damn. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick. Because I got a bunch of them. I really do appreciate it. Chrissy Lee, thank you so much for being a member for the past 35 months. It's a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much. The judge really needs to teach Diddy the word no because he clearly doesn't know it exactly. P.S. I have PTSD from DV, and I guarantee his victims do too. Oh, they most definitely do. They say that he has PTSD, right? But for a fact, the victims have worse PTSD than his. Okay? So, Chrissy, thank you so much for sharing that with me or with us. Shanna, what happened to TD Jakes? He's been getting accused of all kinds of different things. Okay? Thank you so much for joining the fan club. He's been accused of all kinds of different things, y'all. All kinds. All kinds. So, honestly, we'll see what happens with his stuff, but there's a lot of allegations. There's a lot of allegations, and they just keep stacking up. Same thing with Tyler Perry. So we'll see how that all transpires. Miriam, thank you so much for the super sticker. Chrissy, thank you again. He also lied when Cassie's lawsuit went public before the hotel video came out. He most definitely did. He lied through his teeth about that too. He said it's a witch hunt. She's just trying to destroy me, blah, blah, blah. Nope. It was very real. Once that video came out, that's when he's like, I found God. I found sobriety. I found therapy too, which was all a lie. Also another lie. Mississippi girl, thank you so much for love. Everyone finds God in prison. That is very true. They just leave him there when they get out. That's a hard truth. I think that they come out with it, but I think that I feel like some people go back to their old ways, right? They go back to the hustle. They go back to their old ways of doing things because that's the only thing that they know how to do. Remember, a lot of these guys, that's the problem with when it comes to them being incarcerated. The problem is that there's a lot of these programs that are not really helping them rehab, right? So that when they come out of prison, they're ready to be a law-abiding member of society. Some of these people come back out and it's hard for them to find jobs. It's hard for them to go back to do anything. So they automatically find themselves getting sucked back into the old ways of what got them locked up in the first damn place. That's the issue, right? And obviously that's the ongoing problem with prison. When people get locked up, this gets very hard for people to find gigs and work. Honest jobs, honest paying jobs. It's tough. Susie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. KJ, thank you so much. I pray the judge sees it as you said. He was not sober. Yeah, I don't think he was sober. I don't think he's sober, but we'll see how we'll see if he actually stays sober, or let's see if he actually finds sobriety truly. while he's in prison for 3 years. Okay. PR, what's up? Thank you so much. Nope, not enough. So you don't think it's enough? Okay. I know a lot of people feel like it's not enough. Okay. Truly, I agree. I mean, well, I would have been more happy with 5, right? But in my mind, I'm like, what's a year? What's a year off? You know what I mean? To me, it's the same. You know, if it's 3 years or like 4 years with 3 years served or 3 years, spent behind bars because he's already done well over 14 months served. I'm only a year shy, so I'm like, it's the same. I'm content with it. I know that if people feel like it's not enough, but I think it is. I think it is. That's why I don't see this as a win. I just don't. For Diddy, I don't see this as a win for Diddy, and I think this is the reason why people outside. Let's just hear what it sounds like out there.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
If you notice, there's not people aren't rejoicing. You see what I'm saying? People aren't rejoicing. People aren't doing cartwheels. They're not lathering themselves in baby oil. We don't see any of that. No one's rolling all over the ground. They're not squirting each other with baby oil right now. We don't see any of that, at least from what we've seen so far, right? People have been fighting in outside the courthouse. People have been getting arrested, but they have not been showing anybody just, jumping up and down, just, I don't know, overjoyed about the situation. It's because they feel like it, I'm sure some people are mad about the verdict or the sentencing, right? Charlene, thank you so much for the super chat. I mean, on Pascal Raw, can we have a recap or a wrap up? I'm sorry, decompress, group chat kind of thing. Yeah, maybe. There's so many issues raised in a saga like this. So many themes to discuss. You are not wrong. Yeah. We might be able to do that. It's a little bit of a maddening weekend, but we'll see what we can do. You know what I mean? We will definitely see what we can do. Okay. Hold on 1 second. All righty. Hold on. All right. Let's see here. Let us continue with our conversation. So yeah, again, understandably, I think it's going to be split. Some people are very happy, and then some people are not happy about this at all. And I think that's what's going to happen no matter what. And I'm very curious because we're still waiting to hear from the actual, if we're going to hear anything from Diddy's team or even from the prosecution, right? But I do truly still think that the prosecution dropped the ball big time on this whole trial. So I don't really want to hear anything from the feds. I'm just going to be completely real. And that's for sure too. I forgot Diddy's speaking engagement. That's supposed to be a spiritual gathering, not a speaking engagement. Well, that's been canceled. Has it not? Okay. It's been canceled, right? Because, he's still locked up. I think it's very, very cocky for him to sit there. No pun intended about the cocky. But I think it's very cocky of him to sit there and already have a speaking engagement locked in to do that. Like to have that locked in and scheduled right after this. That is some, you are something else. You are something else. Okay? Absolutely something else to do that. And if I was the judge, I'd be like, man, I'm about to put another year on just for that, baby. You cocky son of a gun. Right? So crazy. Whew. But like I said, I don't see this as a win for Diddy. I just don't. He's still locked up. A win for Diddy would be him free. This is not him free. This is not him free. And again, let me tell you this too. The family aren't looking at this as a win either. They most definitely are not. They are very upset. I guarantee you they're all breaking down in tears. They're hugging him. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this is the reason, one of the reasons why it's taking so long for him to leave, like for them to leave and come out as his team, because they're probably all saying their goodbyes to their dad. That's tough. Doesn't matter if you like Diddy or not, or think he should have gotten lesser charge or more of a sentence. It doesn't matter. Okay? The family right now, I'm sure, is extremely torn up right now. And they're probably hugging him and saying bye, and you know what I mean? Because he's going to be gone. He going bye-bye. He going to be gone for a minute, baby. He going to be gone for a minute. Okay? No, it's not like he's gone for 6 months and then it's like, oh, and then he's back. No, he's gone for years. That's many Christmases, many events, all that. Many Oscars, okay? Many award ceremonies, missing all of that. He's going to be stuffed away for a while. Crazy. Rock on. Thank you so much for the love. I can't believe you've been with us for 7 hours today. Yeah, baby. God bless you, Pascal. You always soften the blows. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rock On. Thank you, Rock On. And you keep rocking on, Rock On. All right? Isn't that a song? Rock on! That's all I know. That's why I don't know why. But anyway. Some song like that, right? I don't know. It just popped in my head. Okay. But again, I appreciate you guys and sharing the time with me. Really. 7 hours is a long. I'm surprised I lasted this long like this. That's what he said. But you know, I'm surprised that like TikTok, I just turned y'all. Like I just started this. So you guys didn't see 7 hours of this. But I mean, we went for 7 hours. I am kind of surprised that 7 hours. I'm surprised I went for 7 hours. I'm going to be real. More than 7 hours if you really think about it. Okay. No, I'm good. I don't have a desire to pee right now. But now that you say that, maybe I do. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, if the 7 hours flew by, to me at least. You know, in the very beginning, I'm like, am I going to be able to make it through? Because, you know, I was feeling pretty tired, right? But you guys, you know what I'm saying? Without y'all energy and you guys showing up and being a part of this, and that's not a lie. I'm being real. Without you guys being here and all that, I appreciate it. And you let me, you know, fly off the handle sometimes, and that keeps me entertained, you know, because it's tough to just be on this and just hit the refresh for 7 hours. You know what I mean? That is a freaking nightmare. So I appreciate y'all. Seriously. You know, but he's going to be one thing that's good for Diddy. Okay. He's going to be in a room or in a prison filled with hogs. Okay. You know how he has that hankering for hogs, big juicy hogs. He's going to be around them all day long. So he'll get what he needs. Okay. He'll create his own little pigsty of hogs. All right. In prison, he'll do just fine. All right. He'll do just fine. Only thing is, you know, I am concerned about his safety. It is prison. All right. Prison is insane. Prison is very dangerous. I get worried about Diddy and his safety in prison. Because he could be a target of like, hey, you get this guy, you get all kinds of clout in here. And people are crazy enough because they've been locked in those places long enough that they give a damn about the politics going on inside the prison that they would be willing to do whatever it took to get that clout. So that is something that concerns me, right? Safety is definitely a concern. But like I said, we will see what happens, right? Come on already. Come on. Dear Lord. Let me check something here, guys. Hold on. Oh, wow. Yeah, I was hoping that they'd be out like sooner than this. And here's the other thing too. Actually, I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to play this a little bit. I'm going to look over on X really quick just to see if there's any footage that we may be missing. All right. We should be hearing from, I assume we will be hearing from his defense team here soon. Okay. But we'll see. So just give me a second. I want to check something here very quickly. Yeah, it's loud as hell. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm just checking a few things. Actually, here's something interesting. Hold on, guys. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting this. Hold on. I got some info. I'm going to read a few things to you guys while we wait, because we do have some more information. This is from Associated Press, and this is because I want more specifics other than just I forgot about all the other things we used to, all the other articles and stuff that we would pull up. I totally forgot about all this. You know, it's been a while. Okay. But hold on. If anyone hears that they start, like if they're doing a press conference, just let me know. Okay. But let me, I want to pull this up. Hold on. Just making sure they're not coming out right now. Okay.
Saying she's glad President Trump heard our call and reversed course. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch also reacting to the news today.
Hold on.
This reversal ensures that the women and men of the NYPD will continue to have the resources that they need to keep the city safe from terrorism.
The federal funding will help support various law enforcement efforts, including intelligence operations and emergency preparedness.
All right, we'll be right back in a moment. Nick will be up with a check of the forecast.
Hey Sarah, how are you?
Put your camera above mine.
They don't look happy.
Reach in.
They don't look happy at all. Yeah, they are walking out and not talking at all. They're going straight into the thing. They're not happy. And then Gloria Allred is speaking as well.
Oh, shit. What's up, man? You got it?
All right, 1 second. Like right when I was trying to pull up a few things, because I'm hearing and it'll be 4 years of a sentence, or 5 years probation on top of that, like 9 years in total. But I'm trying to get that confirmation, right?
They're gonna have the press conference now.
Yeah, they're supposed to be having the press conference here shortly. Hold on. Before we do anything, hold on. Yeah, that just caught that at the right time. Let's hear what Gloria Allred has to say.
He has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the 2 counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs' very large legal team. And so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument.
Yeah, Gloria Allred.
It wasn't about filming.
Well, she did have an accuser. She did represent an accuser in the very, very, very beginning of this whole thing, if you don't remember. Now, was that accuser a part of this case? No. She was not a part of this trial at all. But she was here at this trial. She got in on that hearing. So I think that's also very, very interesting as well. Now I'm waiting to hear what I wanted to see. I want to see who else, if they're like the defense team is going to come out and speak. I am definitely interested in that. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Okay. But let me just recap a few things. This is from the Associated Press. Okay. Good works don't wash away. Wait, hold on. Let me see what excuse me. This is what Combs said. Okay. So Diddy says his speaking engagement aren't a scheme. Wait, hold on. Let me go back even more. Let's hear what he says. All right. Here's a video or a painting of him. And I know you guys can't see this, but you can see this on my face, on my YouTube channel. Okay. But hold on. Let me just check something real quick. Nothing so far. They are still waiting. Okay. Associated Press. So he says, I hate myself right now. Says he lost his businesses, his career. I totally destroyed my reputation. But most of all, I lost my self-respect. I've been stripped down to nothing. He also says he should have known better. He says DV is a burden he'll carry for the rest of his life, telling the court my actions were disgusting, shameful, and sick. He blames his substance use in part for his behavior. He says he was raised to know better, taught to know better by his mother and his faith. He starts bringing in faith again. He calmly describes his shame. My actions were disgusting, shameful, sick. I was sick. His tone is even, resolute. I am not this larger-than-life person. I'm just a human being. I got lost in excess. I got lost in my ego. That's something that's true. Getting lost in his ego. He offers multiple apologies to Cassie for any physical or emotional harm he caused her. I don't take that lightly. But here's the thing. He's all nice and kind right now, but it does make you wonder, what is he going to be like when he gets out of prison, right? Is he going to harbor these grudges and then retaliate as soon as he gets free? Or is he going to be cool as a cucumber and just let go and let God and let faith wash over him, right? I don't know, but we'll see. To Cassie's family and to Jane, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry I brought you into my mess. To all victims of DV, saying he knows that the disgusting, despicable video of him attacking Cassie was triggering for people around the world. He says he let black people down. Going through all the people he's failed, Combs touched on the disappointment his behavior has brought to black people, a community that he had sought to uplift. That was my mission. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community for letting you all down. I want your honor to know that if given the chance, people can change. I know I've changed. Of course, he says he has changed. I know that I have changed for the better. This is what he said to the judge. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I ask for I ask your honor for mercy. I beg your honor for mercy. I ask your honor for a chance to be a father again, a son again, a leader in my community again, for a chance to get the help I desperately need to be a better person, because I don't want to let God down. I don't want to let my family down. Combs then said he's willing to comply with any conditions the judge imposes when he's released. So let's go into the judge. Now the judge is talking. Hold on. Oh, we got more. Family coming out. Perfect timing. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on, TikTok. 1 second. Mama. Diddy's mama. Diddy's mama's out. Maybe she's gonna talk.
We're following breaking news tonight at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 4 years, 2 months behind bars. We continue our live team coverage right now. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. Diddy's family leaving the courthouse just a short time ago after hearing the judge's sentence.
All right, we have extensive Fox 5 team coverage. Let's go live outside Lower Manhattan Courthouse, where Fox 5's Lisa Evers, Duarte Geraldino, and Antoine Lewis. He's not there right now, but Arthur Idala have been on top of the story all evening for us. Okay, guys, let's get reaction.
Okay. Again, pretty interesting stuff. Hold on. We're going back to AP. Real quick, just checking this too. Still nothing so far. Hold on. Oh, there's Inner City Press. There's the man behind doing the great coverage, by the way, Inner City Press. Hold on, let's see. He came running out and he took a knee, so I just want to make sure. I'm assuming he saw the prosecution. Not prosecution, I'm sorry, the defense. Oh, and is that Gina? Is that Gina? Right there? Could that be Gina right there? Nah. Nah, probably not. That'd be insane if that was. That's insane if that was. Hold on. I'm checking another angle. Yeah, I don't think that is her. You'd think that she'd wear, be a little bit more, I guess, camera ready or whatever. Yeah, that'd be insane if she was there. Okay, we're coming back to that. So the judge is talking. He's saying, Mr. Combs, you're being sentenced for the offenses of conviction, not the crimes he was acquitted of. However, under the law, the court shall consider the nature of the offense and the characteristics of the defendant. The judge also cited law which states that no limitation should be placed on the quote-unquote black background, character, and conduct that a judge can consider. He cites reasons to praise Diddy. I've considered the fact that you are a self-made artist, a businessman who has innovated, inspired, and uplifted communities, including communities of color worldwide. It is especially impressive, even given the early trauma of your father's demise. Combs' philanthropy, including building charter schools, is commendable. And the creation of the free game with Diddy curriculum at the jail he's at is praiseworthy. And he even said, I hope you expand on that. I hope you expand on that a whole lot. Hold on, I'm checking this real quick just to see. Nothing so far. We will continue. Moving on. Let's see. Good work. Don't wash away crimes. So he said he appreciates the discussion of the impact of a sentence on his family. He said he also appreciates the addiction. He may have exacerbated your violence and erratic behavior over the years. All this said, a history of good works can't wash away the record of this case. The evidence shows he attacked and controlled women in his life, he said. The evidence of attacks with respect of freak-offs and hotel nights is massive. This wasn't just rock and roll. This wasn't just a rock and roll lifestyle. So he rejected the defense's argument that this was a byproduct of consensual sexual conduct and a celebrity musician lifestyle. You had the power and the resources to keep it going. And because you weren't caught, you paid for and organized these acts. You were no John. You were responsible for that. Even if your currency was sexual desires and not money. So the judge continues, and of course is saying, goes in on Diddy for his persistent violence, focusing part of his remarks on the attack on Jane just last year, which was after he knew he was under federal investigation. A lengthy sentence, he said, is needed for deterrence. He said he's unconvinced that if Diddy was released, these crimes won't happen again. He's like, no, this is going to happen. You have a pattern. You will not stop. This is a hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community. But you will have a life afterwards, he said. So since Diddy has served a year in prison already, the sentence means he would be released in about 3 years. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Still waiting. So, of course, he praised brave warriors who came forward. He said they shared horrific stories and stories of courage. We heard you, he said. He singled out Cassie and Jane and the other women who testified. I am proud of you for coming to court to tell the world what really happened. The court is adjourned. Okay. We all have voices, but you have a megaphone, the judge told Combs, saying he has a chance to show the world what real accountability and change can be. I'm counting on you, he says, to make the most of your second chance. I'm glad he said that out loud. I think that's a very powerful piece right there. We all have voices, but you have a megaphone. I hope you show the world what real accountability and change can be. I'm counting on you to make the most of your second chance. I think that's a beautifully said thing. Very, very well said. And hopefully Diddy takes this in and he takes it seriously. Because yes, he does have a megaphone. He does have a massive platform. Even while he's locked up for 3 years doesn't mean that it's not like his platform is gone when he comes back. When he comes back, he's still Diddy. So there's still going to be people who are going to want to see and hear what he has to say and all that. So again, I do appreciate the judge saying that. And I hope this guy, Diddy, takes that to heart. Yeah, I hope it's not in one ear, out the other. I really hope it's not. Diddy stood, adjusted his sweater, turned briefly to the gallery, and then sat back down at the defense table. He showed no visible change of emotion as he learned his sentence, sitting in his chair, looking straight ahead as the judge spoke. He remained subdued afterward and appeared dejected, with none of the enthusiasm and smiles that accompanied his interactions with lawyers and his family earlier that day. He also appeared somewhat worn out from a long day of sentencing arguments that seemed to drain him as time passed. Yeah, it's drained us all. We tired. 7 hours, man. Okay. Throughout his trial and earlier in the day, he gave numerous gestures of encouragement to his family, including pats to his heart, a blown kiss to his mother, and a thumbs up. But after he learned that he would spend over 4 years in prison, he turned to his mother and children among spectators, let out a sigh before telling them, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." So he faces time in prison. He also faces a fine. So, of course, like I said before, he's getting a $500,000 fine. He's ordered 5 years of supervised release after he leaves prison. So that's 9 years in total, y'all. Okay? 9 years in total. 4 years being incarcerated. But of course, he'll be out in 3, a little over 3. Okay? So hold on. There's nothing going on. Still waiting on people to talk. Okay. So again, he is locked up for 3 more years. Okay. He's locked up for 3 more years. Then he has 5 years of supervised release. So probation, 5 years of probation afterwards. So he is still in the hands of the state for 9 years total. That's with everything he's done. Or that's all the time served, etc. Remember, time served means he's got a little over 3 more years. So that will make up for the 4 years that is done, right? As soon as he gets out, even if he gets out early, he's still going to be on probation. 5 years. So he won't be able to do much. But I'm sure he'll be able to, he's got his lawyers, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure he's going to be able to hit them up and be like, I can't, you know what I mean? They're probably going to move the goalposts as best as they can for him. So he'll be able to go back to his old ways to a certain extent. He'll be able to travel and all that, I'm sure. Supervised traveling, that kind of thing. We'll see what happens. But nonetheless, so Diddy can appeal his convictions, of course, and his lawyers have said that they will. They have 14 days to file a notice. Trump will not pardon Diddy. You want to know why Trump won't pardon Diddy? Because Diddy does not like Trump. If Diddy was kissing Trump's booty hole this entire time and the first term, he would definitely pardon him. But that's not going to be the case. You know that Trump likes people who are all up in his ass. Let's be real. All right? You know that. We all know that. Trump likes to be praised. That's not a dig. That's a fact. He likes to be praised. And if you are a hardcore Trump supporter, that's going to be a lot easier for you than it is to be not a Trump supporter. All right? And Diddy is not a Trump supporter. So it'd be very hard, okay? Be very, very hard for Trump to for Trump to pardon Diddy when Diddy is not a supporter of Trump at all. Unless suddenly out of nowhere we see him rocking MAGA hats behind bars. I really doubt it. Just saying. So again, man, oh man, hold on. Let's see if there's any more discussion going on anywhere. Because we're kind of waiting to see if they're going to make a statement. They're taking their sweet ass time, though. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for them to, get out and say what they need to say and be done, y'all. But hold on, let me see. And Portland, Oregon is apparently going crazy right now too. Apparently, Portland, Oregon is losing its doggone mind. Apparently, I don't know what's going on. I need to look at that here too. Nikki on TikTok, his sentence is basically, well, it's 4 years, a little over 4 years, but he's getting, with time served, he's only going to be locked up for 3 more years. Okay? He's only going to be locked up for 3 more years, a little over 3 years. Some people look at that as a win. I don't. I see that as a loss. And I think his family felt the same thing. They didn't look happy. They didn't look happy at all. Not at all. Now let's see what Court TV has to say.
He has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each.
Polite, didn't say that they are victims. Also, one of the things that the prosecutor said in her close, she said something along the lines of, isn't it remarkable that when the defense counsel spoke, of the 5 counsels that spoke on Sean Diddy Combs' behalf, when they talked about Sean Combs, the only time one mentioned a victim, it was Brian Steele. This is the prosecutor talking. And she said, and he said, Cassie Ventura wanted it. So taking strong objection to defense counsel's characterization of these women as consenting adults rather than victims.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you so much. Stand by for a second because I want to have another one. Someone else join our conversation.
I do think it is trash that Brian Steele had the audacity to say, yeah, Cassie Ventura, she wanted it. She wanted this whole thing. No, I think that's jacked up. And I know there's other people that believe that same thing, that think the same way, think that, yeah, she should have, that she wanted this kind of thing. I think that's jacked up. I think that's jacked up to say, especially during your sentencing, when there should be this should be the moment of showing reserve, showing accountability, showing some semblance of responsibility. It like I said, it doesn't matter if you, like, for me, it's like this. It doesn't matter if you think that she wanted it or not. He has been charged with these crimes. Now it's a matter of him, like, you already did everything you could before this sentencing. weeks and weeks and weeks before this sentencing, trying to throw things out the window, trying to throw the whole thing out, trying to move things, all that kind of stuff, right? Yes, an act of contrition. Thank you so much, Amber, on TikTok. Yes, it's like an act of contrition showing, okay, this is what he got, and there's nothing we can fight about it. All we can do is try to get a lesser charge, or sorry, a lesser sentence. But instead, they were still trying to throw daggers. And you got to remember what that looks like to the court. That's not a good thing. That makes the judge who has the power to add more time on Diddy's docket, okay? That makes the situation worse. Okay? That makes the situation worse. They should have approached that with a little bit more humility and less bravado. That's what I think. I mean, it's still 4 years. I think that didn't change what they ended up doing, the decision that was made. I don't think that changed anything, right? I don't think his decision changed as the time went on. I don't think he was like, I'm giving him 11. F that dude. Then watch the documentary and he's like, wow, that was really moving. Never mind. I'm not going to give him 11 years anymore. No, I think he knew exactly how much he was going to give him from probably 2 weeks after the verdict was made by the jury. And he was like, yeah, I think a fair amount is 4. We're going to go with that. Boom. That's it. But still, no matter what, there's got to be some semblance of contrition, humility, accountability, responsibility, all that. Not still trying to throw the woman under the bus. It's not a good look at the end of the day. And they tried everything. They threw everything and the kitchen sink. Okay? Everything and the kitchen sink at the court today. That's why this sentencing took damn near 7 hours. Which is insane. Excuse me. Damn, I don't know if they're coming out, y'all. I really don't think that they're coming out. This is insane, y'all. Let me get these super chats real quick. Show you what I got. Show you what I'm seeing right now. Everyone's standing by for a press conference, so we're all still waiting for a press conference here, guys. But, again, on TikTok, let me know. Do you think this was a fair amount? Like, do you think that was a fair sentence, or do you think it's not fair? Definitely comment. Let me know. And same thing with you guys in the family chat on the tubes. Do you think that this is a fair amount? Do you think this is unfair? Talk to me. Let me know. Do you think that this is a win for him? I truly think if this was a win for Diddy, those kids would have been celebrating. They would have been hopping up and down, being like, yeah. We would have seen his mom being like, my baby's going to be out soon, my baby. But she didn't do that. She did not do that. Just saying, Relentless said, take that, take that. Yeah. Ain't that crazy? You should say it one more time. So it's 3. Why? Because he's locked up for 3 years. So every single take that should count as a year, right? Take that, take that, take that, right? But let's see. Libra King, thank you so much for the love. It's the prosecution's fault. They tried him for one thing, but put him on the trial for another. That's why so many of the charges fell through. You ain't wrong. I think they over-promised and under-delivered. That's what I truly think. They screwed this pooch so hard, okay? They screwed that pooch so hard. That's the problem. They said, we're going to do this, and we're going to throw all these things. We're going to throw everything against the wall to see what sticks, and nothing really stuck. Then also they're like, we got this person and that person, and all these people are going to show up. And then like 2 of the people that were supposed to show up didn't show up. And then the people that were supposed to be like huge witnesses, you know what I mean? Like big time witnesses just fell through. They're up on the stand testifying, and they're crumbling either during the initial testimony or they're crumbling during cross. It's insane. So again, not the greatest. Prosecution mucked this up hard. Let's move on. Let's see. Travel with Caribbean. Thank you so much for the love. I don't support what Diddy has done, but I guarantee he'll do more in 3 years in prison than most people do out free. You know what? Thank you for your coverage. First off, thank you, and you're welcome as well. Okay. Yes, I can see that. But I guess my thing is what will be the reason why, right? What will be the ongoing motivation? Solely so he can get some time shaved off? Or is it because he's really finding good in his heart? You know, it's like he's been the Scrooge this entire time for a very long time, and now he's understanding the spirit of Christmas. You see what I'm saying? So it does make you wonder, is he really going to embrace this and really use this as an opportunity to rehab himself and be a better person now, so that when he does come out going forward, he's a good person? Or is this just going to be him spending his time in prison, and then he gets out and he's back to his old ways? Like I said, you know? But let's continue. Grace, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Wifey hasn't said get off the live and get your kids yet. Nope, not yet. Not yet. You know, I'm working. This is work. All right. But moving on. Relentless, thank you so much again for the love. Crying, begging in courtroom was a pleasure to see. Damn, Relentless. Tell us how you really feel. No, I'm kidding. I think we get how you feel. But yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling that. I think a lot of people are like, yes, beg you little freaking strumpet, right? And you know, it is what it is, right? Some people wanted to see him beg, but is the begging real? Or was it just him playing a part? That's the question I have. Like I said, all the stuff that he said where he's like, I say sorry to Cassie and Jane. Nah, bro. I don't know if you really are sorry. Not trying to be disrespectful or mean. I just wonder if he's actually authentic with what he's saying. You see what I'm saying? There's just something that ain't, you know what I mean? To me, something just doesn't feel 100%. That's all. So I do wonder if what he's saying is true. In my opinion, Wanda, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. In my opinion, Rico was proved by juror. Rico was proved by juror. Didn't really. Sorry, not by. Sorry, I'm getting tired, guys. Sorry. In my opinion, Rico was proved, but juror didn't really want to be there because of the holiday. You know, I think it was proved too. I know some of y'all be like, how dare you? They didn't do a good job at showing that. But I feel like there was a little bit of a urgency to get to the verdict. And I do think that given the fact that he is Diddy, that was a big factor too. But I also want to say that, yeah, there were a lot of things. I feel like the only person that actually had a solid, really solid testimony was Cassie. She really is the only person that, at least that I saw, that was on that ish horde. She was on point. Even her cross, she handled it like a champ. But Jane Doe, oh my God. Jane Doe alone, I'm like, you crazy. Oh, woman, you crazy, girl. You crazy. Okay? That was for sure. She knucking futs. Okay? And she needs help. Big time. All right? I know Cassie found love and found her, sobriety and all that, but I don't think Jane Doe is done. That was still currently going down before Diddy got arrested. You understand that? That relationship was still going down, and she was still on Diddy's payroll. She probably still is on Diddy's payroll, still to this date. So again, crazy, all right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right? So again, you hear that story, you hear that piece, her testimony was trash. Then you look at someone like Dawn Richard, her testimony was absolutely bonkers and just a waste of time. All right. Then you have what else? Who else? What was the girl? I forgot her name. Man, I feel like a jerk. The one that talked about being dangled over the balcony. What the hell was her name? I forgot her name. Not Mia. Mia's testimony fell apart during cross as well. But the other girl, what was her name? Bana. Thank you. Bana. Or Bana, okay? Her whole thing. So yeah, I wrote a little thing, and I'm smoking it on the balcony, and it's like, were you really smoking it over there? I don't remember. It's like, oh my God, you don't remember anymore? You say one thing one way, and then as soon as you get to the cross, you say something completely different. So what is true, right? Deontay Nash, yes, Deontay Nash's testimony was 110% solid. I believed him 110% the entire way. He was not playing. He was not playing at all. I don't know if this is going to happen, y'all. This is ridiculous. I don't know if this press conference is going to happen. It doesn't take this long. It doesn't take this long to do to find out that he's being in prison for, a collective of 4 years. All right. That he's going to be on probation for 5. What's taking so damn long? Real talk. This is taking forever. Unless they're not doing a press conference, they need to let people know what's going on, baby. They need to let people know what's going on. Hold on. I'm just checking a few things off camera here real quick. Apparently 50 Cent reacted to his 4+ year prison sentence. 50 Cent said, hey to whoever was booking Dickie. I can't talk. He says, hey to whoever was booking Diddy for speaking engagement. I heard he won't be able to make it. I'm available. I'm done. 50 Cent. 50 Cent with he definitely had to say something. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Well, it looks like, did that guy just, hold on. Did he just take he just took his microphone too? Some people are taking their microphones back. Some people are taking their microphones down. So, uh-oh. Is it happening somewhere else? Hold on. Yeah, people are. That's muted too.
Instagram post of you. Hey, I got an Instagram post of you, motherfucker.
Yeah, people are just taking this stuff down. So maybe they're
Speaking. Well, they're not speaking.
Oh, they're not speaking.
That means I'm gone. Huh? The cops are breaking down the barriers. They said they're not speaking. You can hang out. Don't leave. Who are they going to protect? Hey, I got an Instagram post with you, motherfucker.
Okay. So yeah. I guess that's it. I guess they're not doing they're not doing a press conference. No presser. You know what? I'm okay with it. But here it is. We made it. We made it, my lovers. We made it. Yes, we made it. Now, here's the thing. Just so you know, first off, in less than 10 seconds, it'll be 8 hours that we've been live. So 3, 2, 1, 8 hours. It has been 8 freaking hours straight. I would not have done this at all without the help of all y'all being a part of the show, being a part of the conversation. I know we've done 8-hour shows in the past. This is not our first rodeo, okay? But nonetheless, I do appreciate every single last one of y'all for spending your time here with me today. All right? This was a long show, but it was worth it, okay? 8 hours is a long ass time, okay? But I do appreciate you guys spending the time with me today. Of course, if there's any updates, I'm going to let you know. I may be on a little bit later on tonight because there's a lot of stuff going on in Portland, Oregon that we definitely need to talk about and cover. But that's going to be once I get a break. Okay. 8 hours is a long time. All right. But I'm hoping you had a good time with me. I had a great time with you guys. 8 hours. Sheesh. I appreciate you guys. One more time, for those of y'all who are just getting late to the party, Diddy has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. It looks like he'll be out in 3, but then he also has a 5-year probation afterwards. So he'll be out in a little over 3 years from now. Then he's going to be dealing with probation for 5 years. And then he'll be able to be a regular person out here in these streets. All right. So we got a lot. That's crazy. Okay. There was a lot that was going on. They threw everything and the kitchen sink at the judge in hopes that he would get no sentence at all. And lo and behold, he got a sentence. So some people think that he won. The fact that, hold on, I want you to see this. The fact that you have them right now dismantling everything should tell you that his team does not look at this as a win. The win would have been him walking out free. Real talk. Skelly B, thank you so much for the love, man. Thank you. Job well done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. But I'm just making this abundantly clear. If this was considered a win, they would have been out here talking about it. We would have seen the family dancing in the streets, for crying out loud. In fact, we would have seen people in the streets lathering themselves in baby oil again. But we didn't see any of that now, did we? Because this was a loss for Diddy. I think any year or any months that he had to be locked up even more was going to be a loss in Diddy's mind. And it is a loss. And I think his team looked at it as a loss as well. So no conversation from them at all. But again, they get 14 days. They have 14 days to appeal, to send a notice of appeal. We'll see. They clearly are going to do that. We'll see if that actually happens. If it actually sticks, I doubt it will. I think that it is a fair I feel like it would have been more fair if he had with the 5 to 6 years, but hey, it's all good. He's still getting something. He is still getting reprimanded for his actions, which his actions were terrible. And his team needs to learn humility. And obviously they need to drop that hubris and learn how to be a little bit more understanding and obviously a little bit more tame in how they are when it comes to going after situations like this, especially when the person's already been convicted and found guilty of that crime. Like I said, they moved bad and they should have been better. But that's just my personal opinion. That is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for being here, chopping it up with me. It really means the world to me. All right. We got more conversations to have very, very soon. So please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. All right. Hit that like button down below. Oh, Wanda, thank you so much. Arrogant as he is, he will violate his probation. I have a feeling he might do that too. I agree, Wanda. I agree. I have a feeling he's, like I said, can you teach an old dog new tricks? I don't know. We'll see how prison treats him. But I do hope that he stays safe. Real talk. Everyone in prison should be able to go do their time and get out in one piece. So I hope he stays safe. Real talk. All right. But please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. Make sure if you're watching on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please make sure you're following me. Follow. Please and thank you. Follow me here. Please follow on TikTok. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here. Go to my second channel and my third channel. One is called The Pascal Show Clips. The other one's called Pascal Raw. Go, subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification on all of them so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out that Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a safe rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend if I don't see you. And we'll talk here very, very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.